We're all good in there, right, Joe? Okay. Good morning, Chatty House. Kyle, we went live, just so you know. Oh. We're trying to work through some technical difficulties. What's going on, everybody?
Good morning, Chatty House.
Yeah. We can't hear you right now. Hopefully we can figure this one out. Technical difficulties. Who got the belt? I have no idea. It's not going all the way up. I got Wheezy at 846.
Hello.
You're still off the air. I don't put you guys on until the actual show starts.
Welcome into the Insiders. I am James Ham. We are going through some technical difficulties right now, trying to get Kyle Madsen up and going here on ESPN 1320. Welcome into the show. Big night for the Sacramento Kings last night. Of course, we had the first round of the 2025 NBA draft.
I'm going to try and talk. Can you hear me?
We can hear Kyle.
Hey, look at that. Come on. That's big time.
Kyle is here.
Right on time.
This.
Look at that.
Yeah. Here we go. We're ready to go. James, thank you so much. Really sorry about that, everybody. If we have more difficulties, so I'm from home today, and not because I'm sick, not because of anything going on. I have a dentist appointment, and the latest they could get me in was 2:00. And so I can't, if I do the show from Roseville, I have to leave right after the show, and I can't help out after the show. But doing the show from home, I can work now for an hour and a half and help out Jesse with some stuff on the YouTube side, and I can just be a more impactful employee working from home.
There it is.
So that's why I'm at home today. And so if James in the middle of this, if I cut out, or I might like point to my headphones and like you cut out, I'm just going to scrap all of this, and I'm going to go back to my old setup because I'm on a new setup right now.
Okay.
So I'm just going to go back to the old one. So I might just have to tear everything down mid-show, and we'll get rocking. But anyways, we've got a ton to get into, technical difficulties or not. So appreciate everybody hopping on with us at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Good morning. Of course, this is a radio program. We're on 1320 AM. We're also on 98.5 FM HD2. We're on the free Odyssey app, available for free on your App Store, your Google Store. Whatever it is, you can download the free Odyssey app and listen to us live anywhere in the world. Just search ESPN 1320. And then there's the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show. It's a podcast version of this program that Joe works diligently to get set up every single day. So, Nique Clifford is your newest Sacramento King, a guard-forward combo from Colorado State. We'll get into... So here's the way I like to do draft stuff. We'll talk about Nique Clifford, the player. We're going to get into that. What his skill set is, how he fits. We talked about it a little bit yesterday, the Doug Christie player comps that have been out there for him. We'll get into that. But I think for me, there's impactful things otherwise that happened last night. And James, you brought this up with the trade. So let's start there. The Kings last night were sitting there waiting, and the impatience set in around, I think, the 15th pick. The 15th pick is when the jokes started coming out, and the doomsday Kings fans were out on the internet, which, like, salute. I was right there with you. And they get to 20, no trade. 21, no trade. 22, no trade. Oh my God, get him a vest. It's Monty McNair all over again. 23, no trade. They're out of the early 20s. They're not going to do anything. Everything's awful. They get to 24. They trade the Spurs 2027 first round pick, protected 1 through 16. And if that doesn't convey the Kings' 2027 second round picks go to Oklahoma City. The initial takeaway for me is that the Kings used assets to go get a wing who has good size and good athleticism, who plays defense. That right there is a significant change from the previous regime.
Yeah. Okay. So I dig Nique Clifford as a prospect, but let's get through this whole the transaction itself, right? Like, first of all, you're dealing with Sam Presti. He's the best in the game, and he is uniquely qualified not only to build a championship winner, but also to collect assets. It's what he does as a general manager. He's the best asset collector probably we've ever seen in the NBA. And for me, watching him work is crazy. But this, you're right. It's a 1 through 16 protected San Antonio Spurs pick. So the weird thing about this is when you own somebody else's pick, it doesn't matter what you do in that year's draft or what you do in that year's season. Your record doesn't matter. The San Antonio Spurs record is what matters here. So people need to keep that in mind, that when we're going through the 2027 season, if the Spurs are good, the pick is going to go. If the Spurs are where they are today, then that pick is going to stay. And the Kings could keep it. And then what happens here is it changes into 2 second-round picks. The first pick is the Kings' 2027 second-round pick. And, of course, this pick has been held up forever. The 26 and 27 second-round picks from the Kings were held up in the Kevin Huerter trade. They got released this year, so now the 2026 and 2027 picks are available. But also, when the Kings made the deal to get to trade De'Aaron Fox, they acquired a first-round pick from the Charlotte Hornets. That first-round pick was protected, and it became 2 second-round picks, and it's Charlotte's 2026 and Charlotte's 2027. So now, hiding somewhere in an imaginary world, now the Kings' 2027 picks, their second-round pick from their own pick and the Charlotte pick, are now being held hostage somewhere. And we won't know if they will convey until 2027. So the one downfall to this trade is that you did take one of your best assets in the San Antonio Spurs 2027 first-round pick, and you tied it up. And then you also tied up 2 second-round picks. And the only reason that really matters is because the Kings don't have any second-round picks. They have a second-round pick in tonight's draft, pick number 42. And then they have their own 2026 and the Charlotte Hornets 2026 pick, a second-round pick. But then they don't have their access to their 27. They don't have their 28, their 29, their 30, or their 31. July 1st, they get their 32. But those second-round picks, they can be valuable and they can matter. And the Kings just tied up a couple of them. But in a deal to get a player that was probably slated in almost every mock draft that I saw right around 15, 16 in the draft. So nice quality value for the 24th pick. But again, you're dealing with someone who's really good at like squeezing every little bit of anything they can out of a trade in Sam Presti. And I think this is pretty fair. We've lost Kyle's voice again.
It's because I muted myself briefly and forgot to unmute myself, but we're back. So I fully understand the value of those second round picks, right? But yeah. I also understand the value of a Nique Clifford type of player, and I believe there are more trades coming for the Kings where they're going to send players out. And my guess is Scott Perry was willing to take that risk or take that put that first round pick on the table while also tying up those second round picks, because he knows there's probably going to be more second round picks coming. And this is not, and again, remember, this is not second round picks. Oh my God, because you can find good players in the second round, but you're not accumulating second round picks because you want to try and draft good players there. You're accumulating second round picks so you have a couple to give away for Jonas
Valanciunas.
Like that's why, right. That's why you want those assets. So I'm not fretting the price they paid to get up to number 24. I love that they were aggressive in that way. I think you can very quickly recoup that cost. I think the first round pick is probably going to convey anyway. You're talking about the 2027 Spurs, assuming health. That should be a pretty good version of the San Antonio Spurs, where they're outside of that top 16. So I love this, man. They identified a player in Nique Clifford who doesn't. Is he technically a shooting guard? Yeah, but he does so many things that the Kings just don't have. He's a style of player they just don't have. And you watch him at Colorado State and you watch the way he moves and you see the athleticism and you see the size. Like watching him on the court, he looks so much bigger than 6'6".
He's 5 1/4, whatever it is. Yeah,
he's 6'5" barefoot, right? So in shoes, 6'6", 6'7", whatever it is. And the length and the way he anticipates defensively, I think makes him look even bigger because of the way he occupies passing lanes. So they didn't do this for some random point guard who may or may not be good. I think they got a player in Nique Clifford who can make an impact right away and can make an impact in ways that I've said this ad nauseum for the last 2 years, man. They just need guys who do the little things that make the winning plays, that fill a specific role. You love upside. Upside is always the thing you talk about, but when you're trading up to 24, you're probably not going to find a ton of upside left. So can you get a guy who looks like he can contribute to your roster right away? And I think Nique Clifford can. So I'm super down with this risk, and I love that Scott Perry took it.
Yeah. And the thing I would point out too is I know there's going to be a lot of concern about like the roster logjam, because there is a roster logjam at the 2. I think they look at Nique Clifford as a guy who can slide over and play the 3. Scott Perry talked about it last night. This is, in the modern NBA, there are a bunch of 6'8", 6'9" guys that play that position, but there's also like, look at the teams that are in the finals that just went to the finals. They're stacked with 6'6", 6'5" guys that are just strong and can play multiple positions.
Mm-hmm. Like that's one of the things with Oklahoma City. I think that's a great point. When you go look at all the guys that Oklahoma City has, Cason Wallace, right? 6'4", Lou Dort, 6'4". AJ Mitchell, 6'5", Alex Caruso, 6'5", Isaiah Joe, 6'5". This is not you would love to get players who are 6'7", 6'8" with this kind of athleticism and this kind of defensive acumen. Like, yeah, no doubt. But I don't think that the fact that Nique Clifford is technically listed as a shooting guard and is not 6'7" or 6'8" is prohibitive to him playing the 3, and maybe in some matchups playing the 4. Like we'll have to see how his game translates and the size translates and stuff. But I don't look at this as, oh my God, they took another guard. That's how it felt when they took Devin Carter. Devin Carter felt like, wait, another guard? What are they doing? Because Devin Carter's 6'2" or whatever he is. So I'm with you, man. I see this as more a 3 who in some lineups has the versatility to play the 2. Like I said, in some matchups you might be able to play the 4. The main takeaway for me is if they're going to roll forward with Domantas Sabonis and Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan, if those 3 players are going to be on your roster, you need 5 Nique Cliffords.
Yeah.
You need, and I think you've got one in, and again, this is not pound for pound, just the type of role they fill. I think you've got one in Keegan Murray. I think Keon Ellis does what you need from a supporting cast around that trio of players. I think Nique Clifford does that. So that gives you 3. So I love that they're stacking players like this, and the fact that they went out and got Nique Clifford, a player who's 23, turns 24 in February. This was not a, oh, hey, upside, wonder what he's going to look like in 3 years. Like, no, this is the expectation is he's going to contribute right away, because the Kings are not going to go about this as a teardown and let's look over the next 3 years. They're looking at 2025, 2026. And I think Nique Clifford is a player they think can contribute out the gate.
Yeah, I think he can contribute in year 1. Again, the age, the maturity that he has. He was a late bloomer. He grew a bunch late, either late in high school, went from 6 foot to 6'5", 6'6", right? But also, like, look, I think we've talked about this a couple of times. We're in the true, like, in draft standards, we're in the COVID era. These are the kids. Like, Nique Clifford is a kid who lost his the last half of his senior year of high school to the COVID pandemic. The school shut down. His freshman, sophomore year at Colorado, most of his classes, if not all of his classes, were via Zoom. They were not in person. He, as a basketball player, is able to go out there and play. Like a lot of these kids in the draft, there were 24-year-olds in this draft that they're 24-year-olds that still might be picked, but there was a reason why they were given an extra year of eligibility, and it's because they've been through a traumatic situation that the rest of us in the world have been through too. But as basketball players, you understand, like AAU circuit shuts down, all of these things that you're normally playing basketball shut down. And what we see is first 3 years of Colorado, he's okay. He's a perfectly fine, rotational player for a college team. His his fourth and fifth seasons in the college game is where he developed. And again, it's because a lot of what's happening in the world slowed his development rate. Like it has to a lot of kids this age. So, you have your kids now, then they say 8 freshmen, the first 8 picks were freshmen. That's because a lot of these kids weren't impacted nearly as much as the kids that are in Nique's range, his age range. So I don't worry about the 23 going on 24. You would like to see the Kings go get a 19-year-old and start building, something with a younger group as well. But this is a guy who's going to fit in really quickly. And his interview last night, just spectacular, like very well put together, very mature. Seems like a good kid. He had a jacket that didn't make it that had Clifford the Big Red Dog like on the inside to represent his last name. Like this is a good kid, good family, like ready to roll, ready to step in and be part of building a culture that the Kings are trying to build.
All right, let's talk more about Nique Clifford, the player. What are the Kings getting? How does he fit in with this roster? We'll talk all about Nique Clifford next. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is producing this program. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and this is ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader.
Clear.
Hell yeah.
We made it. We did it.
Whew. It was touch and go there for a little while.
It's okay that Nique is a big Lakers fan and his family's big Lakers fans.
I'm out. (916-909-1320). Mark.
Oh, I heard that there was supposed to be a jacket, something on his jacket, but hey, that's okay.
Good question from Secure in a Bagley. We'll save that one. Nope. Yeah. I need you to either be a fan of the team that's drafting you or completely agnostic when it comes to having a favorite team. It's very important.
Yeah, that is, he wore a purple jacket. He's a huge Kobe Bryant fan.
Yeah.
Like that's something that, and a lot of kids this age are.
Yeah. Yeah. No, this is I always think it's funny when like, oh wow, the Dodgers drafted a kid who grew up in San Francisco. How is this gonna work? Because he's a goddamn professional.
Because they're paying him lots of money.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. I think it's interesting.
I used to work for our competition, so tells you how that goes.
It was an interesting night. Like I know there was a lot of panic, but that panic was like, all right. Like, look, there are first round picks available, and OKC was not just going to hand over a first round pick to the Kings. They weren't just going to be like, oh, here you go, you can have one since you don't have any. I think everybody played it about as well as you could. And the other thing I want to point out is the Kings traded into the first round. They didn't trade up. So I know somebody's asked about the Pelicans. We'll get to all the Pelicans and the weird stuff that's happened yesterday. There were some strange things that happened yesterday for sure. But trading into the first round means that they still have their second round pick this year. So, there's a lot of work to do. That was my one takeaway from last night. They have a ton of work to do. Like, you add a player, but the ripple effect. Really, really strange. Boy, we got all kinds of people calling
in. Two people want to talk about the second round. We'll get to them.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, dog, we're going to get into this. This is just insane.
Yeah, that was
This is This is part of the reason I'm at home is because if I leave the office right after the show ends, I will get to my dentist by like 2. And I don't have time to get home and
10 seconds, Cal.
Eat first. So, salute.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That's James. I'm Kyle, live from the home studio today. Joe Brazil is producing the program as per usual. So we got to talk about Nique Clifford, the player, a little bit here. We've talked a lot about the trade and what it means for the Kings, and I want to get to your calls on the Elk Grove Kid talk line. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. I see Will and I see Mark. They want to talk about day 2 of the draft, which is tonight. Coverage begins at 4:30 right here on ESPN 1320. We will get to the second round, so hang in there, guys. I do want to talk about the second round tonight, but we got to talk about Nique Clifford, the player. So you're getting he's 6'5" barefoot, 199 pounds, 6'8" wingspan. He is a really good athlete, and to me, profiles as a prototypical switchable 3-and-D wing who has the athleticism, I think, to guard 1 through 3 and some 4s. It's just the exact type of player we've been asking the Kings to get for 2.5 years now. So I don't think this is, I think it's important to kind of expectation set a little bit. I don't think that Nique Clifford makes the Kings a championship contender tomorrow. I don't even think Nique Clifford is going to start as the roster is currently constructed. But I have a hard time, feeling negatively about a pick when he checks all the boxes of the exact type of player the Kings don't have enough of and that we've been asking for. So for me, I really, really like the selection here for Sacramento.
Yeah, so let's get to some of the basics. He averaged in his 5th season, and he grew up in Colorado, played his first 3 seasons at Colorado, and then transferred to Colorado State, right, to finish his college career. He averaged 18.9 points, 9.6 rebounds, and 4.4 assists per game. He also averaged 1.2 steals, turned the ball over 2.6 times per game, shot 49.6% from the field, 37.7% from 3. Again, what Kyle said, sort of prototypical 3-and-D wing. But one of the big things that I went through and looked at is the 9.6 rebounds. This kid at 6'5" plus averaged over 8 defensive rebounds per game. He had 12 games out of 36 where he had over 10 defensive rebounds. I think he finished with 15 double-doubles on the season, but just defensive rebounds alone, he had that many games. So what this tells you, it's not that He is some elite athlete that goes out and gets every rebound, and he's a Dennis Rodman of small forwards. What it tells you is that he hustles and that he works hard. And I think that that's something that the Kings desperately need at the small forward position or the guard position. It's something that, again, when they went out and drafted Devin Carter last year, you drafted Devin Carter because he averaged over 8 rebounds a game at 6'2". And it's just a player profile thing. It's sort of like with the 49ers like gold hat thing. Like when you have a player who like way outdoes a hustle stat at a position that he shouldn't be doing that in, it stands out. And so that's one of the keys to him, like defensive rebound and rebounding in general. He also became a much better passer as his career advanced through the NCAA, getting up to 4.4 assists per game. They kept calling him the Swiss Army knife on the broadcast last night on the ESPN broadcast. And I think it's a really, really good description for him because that's kind of what he is. And I like comparative, like the Doug Christie comp is interesting. I asked both Scott Perry and Nique about that specifically, about being compared to Doug Christie. But even when you watch him, there's some like Evan Turner in there, you know, a guy who just does everything. And he may not be a top tier scorer at the NBA level, but what he is going to be is a player that you can put on the court and that will stuff the stat sheet every time he's on the court. And that's a good thing.
Yeah. Can he do the things on the margins? Because if your roster is going to feature Domantas Sabonis and Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan, they're going to handle a lot of the like tier 1 type of stuff. They're going to handle a lot of the ball handling, a lot of the scoring, a lot of the distribution. Like they've got that covered. And we've talked about this with the Kings roster and checking boxes. And they have a bunch of guys who kind of check the same box, and they need to get further down the list. If Nique Clifford can come in and play good defense and be switchable 1 through 3 and some 4s, and ball handle a little if called upon, but knock down an open 3, be a player that defenses have to worry about. If he can be that, if he can, sorry, my headphones cut out, and so it derailed my train of thought. But if he can be the guy who does the things on the margins, if he can grab some extra rebounds, grab an offensive rebound to save an extra possession, it's just the things that players like Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan, and to a lesser extent, in most cases, Domantas Sabonis, but Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan specifically, just guys on the perimeter, just the little things that are not in their job description necessarily. So that's the thing that jumps out to me is the play style, the basketball IQ, the willingness to do the little things that impact winning. I think the Kings needed more of that guy. And I think all of those things, whether you think Nique Clifford is going to score 18 a night or 20 a night or 10 a night, that stuff is all secondary to me when you start to factor in the other ways he affects the game.
Yeah, and I also think, you know, again, he shot 37.7% from 3 this last season. He shot 37.6% from 3 the year before. So that shows you some stability. But there's also a lot of room for growth there. And I think when you get him into an NBA locker room, an NBA weight room, an NBA practice court, you're going to see the Kings try to develop that 3-point shot just a little bit more to make sure that it's as solid as it can be. And that's what you need. You need him to shoot, you know, like go back to the Harrison Barnes era where Harrison Barnes shot between 38 and 39% like almost every single season in a Kings uniform. If you can get him around there, like 37, 38, 39%, especially with the corner 3, I think you can really have an impactful player that doesn't have to have the ball in his hands a lot. I also think that, like, if you look at some of the advanced statistics, like his usage was extremely high this year, 26.8%. For a guy who that's not who he's going to be at the pro level. He's not going to have the ball in his hands all that much. If you can get his usage rate to come down, but still have that effectiveness, I think that's where you're going to start to see him excel. And, you know, even looking at his stats, there's a possibility he was asked to do more than he should have been asked to do at the college level, just because that's probably how his team was established. And being the best player on your team, that's typically what happens. We're talking about a kid who had, at the college level, 2.9 defensive win shares. He was he had 7 win shares overall as a player, which I'm pretty sure led college basketball. Like this is a kid who's extremely, extremely impactful on the defensive end. And that's going to speak again to like basketball IQ. It's going to speak to like the way that he plays the game. He sees the game the right way. He's a multi-sport athlete. He's a guy who's played a bunch of different sports outside of basketball. And it just like helps enrich his overall IQ on the court. And I think this is going to be someone that the Kings, you're looking at the standard that Scott Perry is looking for. You know, we always saw who the like the Monty and West pick was. We understood who it was. They were always looking for like older, more mature players who had specific skill sets. We're starting to see what Scott Perry's like sort of look and feel for a draft pick is, and this is his first opportunity with the Kings this time around. But he makes a lot of sense.
Can we talk about the Doug Christie comp thing?
Yeah.
So you asked Nique and Scott Perry about this, and Scott Perry said that he gets it, but he wants Nique to be himself, which, okay, first of all, I want to put a pin in that because yes, of course.
Yeah.
That's what every GM says. Hey, this player was compared to Phillip Rivers. Your thoughts? Like, well, he's his own player. Like, that's not duh. Like that's we all know that, but the expectation is not, oh wow, Nique Clifford got compared to Doug Christie. He needs to just be Doug Christie. No. That's not it at all. It's Doug Christie was a hard-nosed, scrappy defender, willing to mix it up, could knock down a three, could handle a little bit, like did just exactly what I was just talking about. All the little things, like Doug Christie affected games on the margins, right?
Mm-hmm.
So and maybe more than that at points, but he did all the little things consistently, night in and night out, and was an awesome, really impactful NBA player. That's to me the comparison. It's not going to be game for game. It's not going to be he has to shoot it exactly like Doug and handle exact and play defense the exact same way. And like it doesn't have to be all that. But can he bring the same mindset? Can he bring the same hustle? Can he bring the same energy? Can he bring that same willingness to play team basketball and to fit within whatever the ecosystem is? That's what Doug did for his entire career, and he really thrived here in Sacramento. That's what I'm looking for. Can he fit that mold of what Doug Christie and Scott Perry want for this team, the culture they want, the mindset they want for their players? I think they would love it if all 15 guys attacked the game the same way Doug Christie did. And if you are making a draft pick, if you're giving up draft capital, future draft capital, potentially significant future draft capital to get up into the first round to take this guy, it's like, yeah, it makes sense that he would be a Doug Christie type of player, even if he's not that player, you know, pound for pound.
Yeah, I think it's funny. The first thing Scott Perry said, he kind of looks like Doug, doesn't he? That was the first thing that he said. And like he just like size wise, like stature, arm length, all that stuff he does. He kind of resembles the body type of Doug Christie. But I think you're spot on. Like the idea of go back to the early 2000 Kings. They were a team filled with, star level players. And then they had Doug Christie, who wasn't ever an all-star, but he was a superstar in his role. Absolute superstar in his role. And so I like the idea of drafting players like that, guys that come in and like accept who they should be at the NBA level and play to their strengths. I also think that when you look at again, who they're looking for, what type of player they're looking for, you've got to keep up with the rest of the league. And that is, I think, the biggest failure that I saw from Monty and Wes is that like the entire league understood that you had to have this type of player.
Yep.
And they just refused to acknowledge that and refused to go draft the players that fit that mold outside of Keegan. Like I think Keegan certainly fit that
mold. He got
mold.
one. Yep.
Yeah. And then the other thing, when I asked Nique about it, he said he's heard the comp before, but he didn't really, he hasn't studied Doug Christie. And he said, I'm going to go hit the YouTube and make sure that I watch Doug Christie clips. And he's like, I'm excited to work with the guy. He's someone that can help me develop and really bring me along, especially if we're going to work together. I should probably know who it is that I'm actually working for. And to me, that was like one of those moments where how many times have I seen a player come through who you ask them about a player comp and they have no idea who you're talking about, and then they don't go do it? Like Willie Cauley-Stein. Have you ever watched a tape of Dennis Rodman? Why would I do that? Well, because he's the greatest rebounder of this generation, and you're a bad rebounder, and your body style and his body style are very similar, except for you're at least 6 inches taller than Dennis Rodman was, and you might be able to learn something. So when you have a player who like gets it right away, it's like, not only that, but like he's here for a job interview. Like every day you're trying to win a job, and you should know who your boss is when you're trying to win a job. You should do your homework. You should go on LinkedIn and figure out who your boss is if you're going to go in, or who your potential boss is if you're going in for an interview with somebody.
Yep.
And so for him to say that was like, okay, he gets it. He's here to actually learn and to get better and to accept the fact that he doesn't know everything about the league.
So the big thing has been about how old Nique Clifford is, right? Because he's
Yeah.
23 and he turns 24 in February. He was 3 months old during the 2002 Western Conference Finals.
Yeah.
And he's old.
I
That's
know,
crazy to me.
I think there's a kid in this year's draft that we looked at that was 2006 birthday.
06. Yeah.
06. Yeah, that's just absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, it's just brutal for us. So what's the expectation for you with Nique Clifford then? We talk about he's obviously not going to step on the court and be Doug Christie on day one.
Mm-hmm.
But I started kind of jotting down what a lineup could look like or what a rotation could look like. And if DeMar DeRozan's staying, and if Zach LaVine is staying, and if Domantas Sabonis is staying, which according to some reporting from Sam Amick, it sounds like that's kind of the direction the Kings are heading. I don't know that Nique Clifford is in your starting lineup in year one. In fact, I'm certain he's not. Almost.
Yeah.
certain.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be difficult to win a starting job out of the gate, but again, I look at where he was drafted, and where he was projected to be drafted, maybe more than where he was drafted. So if I'm looking at the 24th pick in the 2025 NBA draft and saying I'm going to start that guy, that's usually a fool's errand. That's where you run into a bunch of problems. But the 15th, 16th pick in the draft, okay, he might be able to find his way onto the court as a starter. And I don't know if that's going to be the case or not, but I certainly think he's going to be closer to rotational player than he is to playing the entire season in the G League.
Yeah.
And I do not expect him to spend a bunch of time in the G League trying to figure out the NBA game and all that stuff. And like, look, there's so much misdirection, smoke, craziness going on right now. We have no idea who's going to be left standing when this roster is fully built out, except for probably Nique. We know that he'll probably be here because this was Scott Perry's first draft pick running the Sacramento Kings, and he gave up quite a bit to get him. And it just, you kind of put a stamp on it and say, hey, look, this is a guy that they want in the rotation. Now, that might have adverse impact on a couple other players. It could mean that they don't go chase a guy, try to bring back a guy like Jake LaRavia in the draft. I mean, in free agency. Maybe they do because he's 6'8" and he can play the 3 and the 4, but also maybe they don't. Maybe they already think that they're going to have a loaded front line and that's going to be difficult to fit another player in. But I definitely see this as a player who will probably play minutes in year one, and probably play minutes right off the bat, and will probably like get a bunch of run in summer league.
That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're hanging out with you until noon. Speaking of Nique Clifford, who we're going to talk about quite a bit today, Nique Clifford's college coach is going to join us tomorrow. We're still hammering out an exact time, and once we get that for you, we'll let you know. He's now Colorado State's head coach, but he was an assistant and a key member of the coaching staff when Nique Clifford was there, and really oversaw a lot of Nique Clifford's development. So really excited to talk to him. That'll be tomorrow. Again, we're still working out an exact time with Colorado State. I want to get into a little bit more what the Nique Clifford addition means for the rest of the Kings roster, but I think you said an important thing there. If he can be a member of the rotation this year, the first big win would be if he's available game one. That'd be a pretty. If he's available anytime before Christmas, it's a winner. But no, if he's available game one, obviously that's a win. But I think that's something that's really important here. Is this is the 24th pick of the draft, and we can talk about the fit. We can talk about how exciting it is that the Kings front office sees this type of player as a need or as a must. So much so that they're going to trade future draft capital to move up and get him. I think that all matters. I don't think that it is the end of the world or that it derails the Kings' present and future entirely if the Nique Clifford selection does not ultimately work out. That's like I said earlier, I don't think this makes the Kings title contenders. I think that if he's good, there's a really logical way he fits and a really logical way he makes an impact. But he's also the 24th pick of the draft. And after the lottery, I mean, really, after this year, what, top 8, you said? 8-player draft?
Yeah, maybe.
So once you get outside the top 10, it's really kind of a roll of the dice. So really, really hoping he makes an impact because I do think he can help the Kings a lot. But like I said, I think it's important to expectation set that if he's not playing 25 minutes a night out the gate or even 18 or 20 minutes a night out the gate, it's not some colossal failure on behalf of the Sacramento Kings. So we'll got more to get into with the NBA draft. We'll talk about night 2. But there are 3 things that happened last night that we have to talk about, one of which the NBA absolutely has to fix. We'll tell you what it is next. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's James Ham. Joe Brazil on the 1s and 2s. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Clear.
Ew. Yeah, so my current setup, I'm using my work laptop.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't like my microphone setup for some reason. And so every once in a while, it just cuts out and I just get this really loud buzzing in my ears. I can't hear anything. So it is very, very annoying.
Yeah, that's tough. We were a little late going to that break.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Oh, I've got Jay Billis talking Cooper Flag because no one talked about Cooper Flag at all last night.
Yeah, Mark, hang in there. We're getting to day 2 of the draft, I promise. Bro, the Bob Myers, Stephen A. Smith dynamic is so funny. You can tell Bob is just so fed up.
Yeah. Wild. Yeah, really strange draft. The guys that fell, the guys that didn't. I think one of the other things, Malika and Andrews, just like every single time a player was drafted, just said, "Oh my gosh, look at the mom." It's like, I know. Like,
She also called Cedric Coward Colin Coward.
She did. That was tough. Those things happen. It was just like the repetitive, like the mom must be so proud, like every time.
Can we get a better question than how amazing is this moment? Like, dude, how special is this moment for you? Like, hella special. Back to you, Monica.
It's dope. I also it was just like a crazy, like all the way that the draft laid out, like the trades that happened. Some of the nuances to their draft was very strange. Like the way that did anyone see Jonathan Givony? No, they didn't put him on TV. They just had him do voice work. And that was really weird. And then I start about halfway through. I'm like, you know what? First of all, I think they've edited his audio. Secondly, I do believe these are all pre-recorded.
Okay, so they weren't.
They weren't?
No, because he was saying, like, I love this pick for the Heat, Monica. or not Monica, but Malika. So he was saying he was responding to her, but they might have been like pre-written scouting reports.
Are you sure he didn't have 5 different intros for 5 different teams?
I don't know. I'm actually not sure.
Because I was like, where is he? It's magic. And then like the Shams thing, like that was tough. Yeah.
No, I thought the ESPN panel was good for the most part.
Yeah, and I don't think Malika is bad. I think she's actually very good at what she does.
Me too.
Yeah. I just think in that moment, you just keep talking about the same exact thing again and again and again.
Bro. Shams is elite in the news breaking game. He's one of one in the NBA. My dog is out there fighting for his life on live TV.
Yeah.
Like you can just tell he's not gotten a ton of live TV reps.
But he's on with McAfee all the time. He's on, but it's a different format. It's and that's why I like when people always like, what is TV like?
15 seconds.
It's like it's a lot more confusing than you think. Like you need to know what a 1-shot is, a 2-shot, which camera you're looking at, whether you're, there's a lot to it.
This is it. Like you're putting Monica McNutt in a.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
In an impossible spot. Just to finish my thought, as we were coming back from break, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. If you want to hang out with us during the breaks, if you'd like to participate in the program, 916-909-1320 is the Oak Grove Kia talk line. That's 916-909-1320. Of course, there's the Chatty House on YouTube and Twitch. We're taking your messages there as well. We're just talking about the broadcast last night, and that's kind of what I want to get into. I want to put a pin in the King stuff briefly because we have a ton more to dig into there with the rest of their roster, more moves, more trades they could make. We got to get into tonight's pick. They own the number 42 selection as of right now, so we got to get into some players they might target there. We'll do all of that for sure. But I want to whine a little bit about the draft. First of all, we were talking at the break just about the overall broadcast. And I think King's Twitter MVP, Jill Adge, brings up a great point. Like 4 hours long for 30 picks makes it really, really difficult on the presenters, on whether it's Stephen A. Smith with Bob Myers and I forget the third person on that panel, or if it's Malika Andrews with Kendrick Perkins and Jay Billis and I forget the woman's name who was with Malika. She was really good. But anyways, and then Monica McNutt doing the live interviews. That's just an impossible thing. It's just, you're there for 4 hours doing a television broadcast for one round of a draft where you've got players who are technically drafted by this team, but they're going to another team. And what does this moment mean to you? Like, man, like we got it. They did the whole Cooper Flag package before the draft started. It was the live watch party in his hometown. It was amazing. And then it felt like they didn't do a ton of deep dives on other prospects. I don't know. It just felt it's a really tough TV product. And I don't know that they aced it last night.
I guess it's Andrea Carter. That's who the other.
Thank you, Andrea Carter. Thank you.
I thought that they were good, and I think just the panel itself, like the pace of it was good. I think that the because a lot of times lately they've had some bad mix of people where they're yelling and talking over each other the entire time, and it's just like unbearable. I just I think someone said after the draft there were more tears in this draft than I've ever seen. Like, look, this is an emotional night for these guys, and it's possible there were a lot more tears because the first 8 picks were freshmen. I mean, these are kids, man. They're 18 years old, 19 years old. Like, they're emotional. They don't know what's happening. They just know they just got a whole bunch of money, and they're about to move to some state that they have no idea anything about, some team. What does that mean for them? What does that mean for their family? All that stuff. I mean, it's a crazy, crazy emotional night. I just thought that there were like some misses here and there. Like, the overall smoothness of the night wasn't all that good. And again, I just I did not need to hear about every single mom crying, or just the focus on people. They just kept panning. Like, I felt so bad for the one kid who's in the green room forever. He starts crying, then they draft him, and then his brother starts crying, and they're panning to his brother, and it's like, man, that poor kid. Like, he's gonna be a meme everywhere from here on out. And he's just emotional. His brother just got drafted. His brother was the last dude left in the green room. Just like a really bad night for everybody. And then he gets drafted and everyone's excited. And what are you supposed to do? Yeah, really, really weird how they kind of focused on things that I don't think they typically focus on.
So here's the other thing the NBA has to fix. Because you're right. Like, there's the micro of the night, the micro of the selection with their family, their coaches, whoever's there is with them, is largely the same. It's largely, wow, this guy has been waiting his whole life for this moment. How special is it? When did you know that he was on a path to the NBA? Like, it's all going to be very, very the same. It's all going to be very generic. I feel like there was a chance there was a lot of opportunity to deep dive what made these guys like individual and special and different.
Yeah.
And they did that a little, just not enough for me. But the other thing the NBA has to fix, we have to fix the draft hat thing. And I know this isn't new. This isn't this year problem. But if you're going to announce a proposed trade, then just have that player put the hat on of the team that he's been proposed to be traded to. Yeah. And if that trade falls apart, you deal with those ramifications instead of having dozens and dozens and dozens of pictures over the years of, I saw a guy from Phoenix who posted draft picks, like 4 picks from the last decade for them, who are wearing a non-Suns hat at the draft. And for every one trade that falls through and, oh, that player is actually not going to that team, there's 1,000 draft picks wearing the wrong hat.
Mm-hmm.
So I think just off the rip, and I know that they might change them and they might take separate pictures now or whatever it is, but when they go up to the, if, and I know this wasn't the case because of the nature of the trade, but let's just assume that the Kings and Thunder trade was a proposed trade last night. It was going to involve players, so it couldn't be official until what date? July
6th.
July 6th. So it can't be official until then. Let's assume that. So you would have had Nique Clifford go up to the stage, just have him grab a Kings hat. And I know he did because the trade was official last night, but just in that event, just have him grab a Kings hat. That seems pretty easy to me. If you're going to announce, if you're Adam Silver and announcing this proposed trade, then just do the rest of the fanfare that comes with it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't understand.
Well, I'd also the last few years, we didn't have any draft prospects through Sacramento, right? Mm-hmm. Well, they had draft prospects through Sacramento. They didn't invite us, the media, or tell anybody what was happening, right? I think we had 7 or 8 groups of 6 come through Sacramento this year. And shout out to Scott Perry and his group for opening their doors. Shout out to the media relations staff who had to, create the little binder of prospects and picks and their stats and all that stuff and get them to everybody. Mm-hmm. But there was talk for a few years that the Kings as a whole, they hated that there were still pictures of Damian Lillard wearing a Kings workout jersey on the internet, and that there were Klay Thompson jerseys from their pre-draft workouts. Mm-hmm. And that was part of the reason why they didn't want to have pre-draft workouts with media members anymore, because there's this collection of, oh, look at all the misses. Look at all the times that, oh man, are you kidding me? Damian Lillard came through. Yeah, Damian Lillard came through Sacramento. He hit like 99 out of 100 shots. Everybody in the franchise thought they were drafting Damian Lillard the night before. And then Dion Waiters flies up to number 4, pushes Thomas Robinson to number 5, and the Kings make a colossal mistake and draft the wrong guy. But I mean, Damian Lillard to this day will tell you he thought he was going to be drafted by the Kings. CJ McCollum will tell you he thought he was going to be drafted by the Kings. You can go out there and find them with pictures of wearing Kings jerseys. And that's so like, look, the hat thing, I get it. Like, why are we still doing this? Why is it so
unbelievable?
Weird? Like, everybody knows what trade has happened and what, just because it can't be official. Like, the NBA needs to do a better job of vetting and saying, is the trade official? Because if the trade's official, but we can't announce it July 6th, we're going to go ahead and put the kid in the right hat.
Yeah, right. Can you have a, is this a handshake agreement where you're just waiting to announce?
Yeah.
Like, there has to be something, man. And for such a forward-thinking league that's doing weird stuff with All-Star Weekend and who's putting a mid-season tournament or an in-season tournament together, like, Adam, let's cut the crap with, oh, it's not official. No, not official. Like, okay, yeah, no, we know that, but like, also, come on. Shams has tweeted it, bro. We know what the deal is.
Shams tweeted it, and then he talked about it on TV.
All right, we have to step aside on the radio side. I have more draft things to complain about. Not necessarily complain about, but just some wild non-Kings things that happened in the draft last night. We'll talk about that. We got night 2 of the draft coming up as well. We'll get you some players to be watching for in hour 2. And the Kings may be trading a member of their core, but not a player we've talked about a lot, and we'll get into that as well. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader.
Clear.
Yeah, the weird waterproof material, not a win.
Well, Kyle, people were crying all over them. I mean,
that's a great point.
You had to have a waterproof material. There were so many tears being shed.
I totally agree with this. Orange Guerrero. I couldn't agree more with this. Like, yeah. I would love to, like, you have Bob Myers, a former GM who was part of a front office that constructed the Golden State Warriors. And you have him sitting next to Stephen A. Smith, very clearly hating every minute of his life. Come on, man. I couldn't agree more with this. And 2 things on this. One, if you're doing a bit, my bad. But 1, we don't have bosses at ESPN. That's not how this arrangement works at all. 2, we were dogging the broadcast.
What?
Even if ESPN was our bosses.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
Like, yeah, hey, they could have done a lot better. Wow, these guys sucking up.
Wow. Yeah. It's interesting stuff. I also we have ESPN on right now. The McAfee show is on, and they're interviewing Travis Pastrana, who is an 11-time X Games gold medalist. Can someone teach people about Zoom and how you don't need to be up against the camera, so his face is taking up the entire screen? It's
damn, drag me, dog.
No, you're you figured it out. You have a backdrop. You've got some separation
like this. Oh no, I can't.
Oh, we've got 15 seconds, Kyle.
Okay. This is my Al Roker photo, by the way. Really proud of it. Hilarious. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. Joe Brazil is here as well. We're the Insiders. That makes us the Insiders right here on ESPN 1320. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Hanging out with you until noon, and then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC. They will take you up to 4 o'clock, and then at 4:30, coverage of day 2 of the NBA draft begins. The Kings picking 42nd. They have the number 42 pick. I think that's the 12th pick? 12th pick in the second round?
12th pick. Yep.
Starts at 31 all the way down. Yeah, so the 12th pick in the second round, so make sure to stay locked in. Coming up in a little bit, we will get to players to watch for tonight, or some players the Kings might have their eye on tonight. We'll have that for you in a bit. 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia talk line. That's 916-909-1320. All right, James, before we get into some of the other Kings offseason stuff, some of the fallout of last night and what it could mean for the rest of the roster, we're going to get to a couple of phone calls, yeah? That work?
Yep, let's do that.
Joe, is Will still there? Will's hanging in there? All right.
Yes, sir.
Will, really appreciate you for holding. You're on the Elk Grove Kia talk on the Insiders. What's going on?
Hey, not a problem, guys. Thanks for getting to me. Y'all hear me okay?
We
we
got
you. Thanks for calling.
Hell yeah. All right, I got some notes on a potential, and my picks for the 42nd pick is we need a point guard. We don't have a starting point guard or a backup. We need to draft Ryan Nembhard from Gonzaga. He's the best playmaker in the draft. He's a little short. He's undersized, but I have some notes on him too.
Great.
So his senior season, he averaged 10.5 points per game, 9.8 assists per game. He shot 40% from three. He finished 57% at the rim. Senior season, he had a 4-to-1 assist turnover ratio, and he had a fifth most single NCAA season assists ever. So he had an insane playmaking season last season, and we need a point guard. Ryan Nembhard's the guy.
There it is.
Very good. Thanks for the call, Will.
Yeah,
I got to be Nembhard's brother.
Yep. Yeah. Again, a little bit older prospect. He's 22 years old. But the point is that I think really needs to stand out. The Kings don't just need a starting point guard. They also need a backup point guard. Now, you can get away with using a Malik Monk if Malik Monk's still there. There might be a possibility that Keon Ellis or Devin Carter can play that backup point guard position. But just remember last year, the Kings walked into the season with Jordan McLaughlin as like their second/third point guard. You need those guys. Like every team needs a third point guard, and the fact that the Kings haven't had one is a bit of an issue. And again, you pointed out 10.5 points per game, but 9.8 assists per game and only 2.5 turnovers. That is crazy for an NCAA player to average almost 10 assists per game. Just absolutely spectacular. So yeah, if the Kings stay at 42, if he's available, like why not? And if somehow he doesn't get drafted, which is always a possibility, I also would like be on board with like a two-way contract for a player like this.
Yeah, man. I don't know if I'd go with him at 42. The consensus mock draft on NBADraft.net has him going 54 to the Pacers, where his older brother Andrew plays. But yeah, man, if you like Andrew Nembhard, or excuse me, Ryan Nembhard as a developmental point guard who might be able to play some minutes out the gate, then yeah, sure. If you think he's that dude, like it's the 42nd pick. I know I said I don't know if I would take him at 42. I take that back. That was a silly thing to say. It's the 42nd pick in the NBA draft, man. If you think he's got upside as a starting caliber point guard, when you read about some of the intangibles on him, I sure. Like, why not? You could tell me almost anything that you think should happen at the 42nd pick, and I'll thumbs up it.
Well, and I'll just we're on the same page. Like Tankathon, their mock draft has Yang Hansen as a 42nd pick going to the Sacramento Kings. He went number 16 overall, and that's why, like, once you get into the second round, like, all bets are off. If you see a player that you like, if there's someone that you like, go ahead and grab that player.
That's it.
Yeah, go ahead and it doesn't matter. If there's a better player, if there's some like 6'11" guy that can jump out of the gym, hit threes and block shots. Number one, he probably would have gone in the first round. But number two, like why not take a gamble on him? Like if you like somebody, you've met him, you've had some discussions with him, you've had him in for a pre-draft workout, all that stuff. Go ahead and I don't think that there is overdrafting somebody in the second round.
No, I'm right there with you, man. And the image of Yang Hansen, by the way, while we're talking about him, the 7'2" center from China.
Yeah.
The image of him walking out of the stands because he wasn't in the green room
Yeah.
was incredible stuff. It was so cool. I loved that. I loved that so much. My guy was like, I'm going to be here vibing whether I go in the first round or not. That was amazing.
He looked good.
looked
And
great.
then you watch it, everyone's like, well, what just happened? And then you watch the tape, you're like, what in the world?
Got to play. I thought it was wild that the Blazers GM came out and was like, yeah, everyone called it a reach, and it was. Like, oh my God, don't say that.
Yeah, but when you have Mike Schmitz as your assistant GM, who is one of the great like scouting, guys that we've ever seen, who's been all over the world scouting players for years.
Yep.
He has an eye for talent, and he, like, you watch the film, and all of a sudden, this big tall kid starts throwing dimes all over the court, and he was at the California Classic last year.
Yeah,
Like,
he played 16 minutes against the Kings.
Yeah. I mean, like, all right, like, go ahead and do whatever. I'm confused why they have like him and Klingon and Aiton and Time Lord, and like they got a lot of dudes that play that center position.
Not super sure what the Blazers are doing there, but yeah, I mean, I guess that's a little bit when we talk about the 42nd pick. It's a little bit where we get with the Kings too. Like, all right, if that's your guy, if you like that player, there's no overdrafting. There's no like, oh wow, that's a reach at 42. At least not for me.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's NBA draft people who will tell you very differently. But man, I just go get your guy, and don't necessarily worry about what's happening on the internet. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. I know Mark wants to get to his chicken nuggets and pizza rolls, so let's get to Mark on the Elk Grove Kid Talk line. What's going on, Mark?
Hey, Kyle. Hey, James. How you guys doing?
good, man.
Chilling, bro.
So I think the biggest fall in this draft is someone that you guys have talked about on the show before, but Rasheer Fleming has fallen to the second round somehow. Mm-hmm. So the Kings need to figure out how to get the 31 pick. I don't know if that takes the 42 and like the 2 that they got for the Charlotte conversion, because obviously we got the next 2 drafts of their second round picks. But whatever it can take, it looks like multiple people are reporting that Minnesota doesn't want to keep that pick, and they're looking to trade it. And so whatever it can take, whoever gets 31 is going to take Fleming, I think, because he is an absolute stud. And I think maybe it's a little bit too early because obviously he's a rookie, so it could not pan out. But if he pans out, he could be a fantastic 4 next to Keegan and next to Sabonis.
All right, very good. Thanks for the call. If again, I'll go back to, if you love a player, if you think Rasheer Fleming is gonna start for you, then sure, go up and get him at 31. But I'm not giving up a ton of capital especially for a team whose 2 2027 second round picks are already tied up. So you're trading 42 this year and then something else to go up 11 spots and take a guy in the second round. I don't know that I'm ready to do that.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, again, we talked about this early in the show, that when the Kings gave up, when they made the trade to move to 24, they gave up their top 16 protected 2027 San Antonio Spurs pick, and then in addition they gave up if that pick doesn't convey, it becomes 2 2027 second round picks. So you've tied up those picks. They cannot be traded now, and that's a bit of a problem. I would have no problem giving up one of next year's second round picks and the 42 pick to move up to number 31, because I agree with you about Rasheer Fleming. I mean, there's got to be a reason why he fell to the second round. He's almost 21, but 6'9.5" with a 7'5" and a quarter wingspan. Yeah. I mean, and not only that, he shot 39% from 3. So we talked about him earlier. He was one of our prospects to watch. Mm-hmm. He averaged 14.7 points, 8.5 rebounds, 1.5 blocks, and 1.4 steals. Like, this is a very, very intriguing player. But there's got to be a reason why he fell to the second round, number one. And number two, I just don't know if the Kings are a team that can move up. If they can afford, because they don't have a bunch of draft capital in the future. They don't have another second round pick until 2032, and they can't trade that right now because they don't get that pick until July 1st. So it makes it a little bit like tight as far as what you have for draft capital, but I do like the prospect, and like the comps might be like a Naz Reid. But again, there's got to be a reason. I know somebody in the chat says he didn't interview well. That's always a possibility too, that he just like for whatever reason has some issues. But when you're looking at 6'10" with a 7'5" wingspan, who can shoot 39% from three,
the measurables are crazy.
The idea of him is really cool. I don't know the functionality is. We'll see.
I think if the Kings were, because again, that's one of those upside guys, right? If Nique Clifford is a high floor type of player, Rasheer Fleming is a high ceiling type of player, where I think for him, it's just, you've got to let him play and you've got to give him a pretty defined role, and put him in an exact spot that you need. Like maybe he could be this awesome player who plays next to Domantas Sabonis as a stretch four, but for me, if you were going to take that player, you would have done it in the first round. Again, if you can get up for a couple of seconds or whatever, then yeah, I wouldn't hate it. But I think when you're trying to get inside the minds of the Kings front office, I think if that's the type of player they wanted, where you're talking upside and you're talking ceiling, I think they would have done that in the first round, and I think you'd see a little bit different roster build. But it feels like, based on the Nique Clifford pick, that, man, they're trying to fill the roster with players who can contribute day one, who fit that mold of versatile 3-and-D type of wing. And then obviously the point guard side of it, which is where the Nembhard discussion came from, Andrew Nembhard's brother from Gonzaga. So I like the idea of Rasheer Fleming, but I don't know that the Kings are necessarily going to be in the market for a trade up to 31.
Yeah, and I know somebody in the chat. Let me see. Oldie. He says, I hate that he doesn't interview well moniker. As somebody who's interviewed a ton of NBA draft prospects, a ton. Like the 1 year, I think we interviewed like 98 people. Well, not all of them. We didn't interview all of them. We probably interviewed 30 or 40. But for years, I've done this. Like, we're not talking about someone who's uncomfortable in an interview. There are certain things that you look for in an interview that are like either red flags or that, again, like there are certain players who just can't talk. Like you can tell, like they're not used to the spotlight. They come from a small school, or they were like the third best player on a smaller school and never did talk to the media. And all of a sudden they're in a scrum with like a bunch of cameras pointing around them and they just freeze up. That's one thing. What we're talking about is guys who really come off the wrong way. And so like they're like, I can tell you a litany of issues that I've heard from different players that go through the draft process, and weird stuff where you're like, oh, that's not good. But also just keep in mind that the bigger programs, like a guy from Kentucky, he comes out, he's had media training. Like that's it.
I'm sorry. I might have missed something. And if I did, please let me know. When I hear he didn't interview well, I take that as he interviewed with the team. Like he talked with the team about like basketball.
Oh,
that's how I take it. I don't give a damn what a guy does in front of the media. That does not affect my view of that person as a prospect at all. When I hear he didn't interview well, or Rasheer Fleming fell out of the first round because of his interviews, like if that was the case, I take that as when he met with teams are like, ooh, like this didn't go well.
I get that, but we have the same exact response with them. And again, interviewing in front of the media and interviewing in front of a team isn't really all that different. A lot of these kids have not been in like a panel interview before. They just haven't. And again, the big schools, they have not only like media training, but they draft prep with the kids. They sit them down and they have somebody from outside come in and start hitting them with questions and like, how do you respond to this type of question?
Sure.
Smaller schools might not have that, or some of, like some schools just don't value it, and their kids get to the league and, sometimes it hurts them in the draft process. So again, I've heard all kinds of crazy stuff.
I think tonight when we talk about the second pick, it just whether it's Nembhard, whether Fleming continues to fall and that's the guy, I'm not going to kill the Kings if they don't trade up for Rasheer Fleming,
Yeah, I'm with you.
Find a player you like. I don't even necessarily I care about position a little. Like if you go get a pure 2-guard who's not a point guard and they're 6'4" and they don't play a ton of defense, like all right, that feels redundant. But if you go get a center, if you get a 4 or a rim running big, or a guy who might, like Tyrese Proctor, for example, is I think probably by the most technical definition of shooting guard, but there's like upside as a point guard. Like, okay, cool. If you think you can find a project in the second round who can play some of the G League and develop into the player you want, then great. That's kind of more what I'm looking for with the 42nd pick.
Well, that, and hey, let's be honest, the Kings just made a move that pushed them to the 24th pick.
Mm-hmm.
There's a possibility that because they gave up 2 second-round picks to move up into the draft, or they have 2 second-round picks on hold now for at least the next 2 years, that they could look at the 42 and say, you know what, we might be better off trading for 2028 second-round pick today.
Mm-hmm.
Because then at least we have something. Like if we get to midseason and some team says, hey, we like this deal, but we need a sweetener. And the Kings are like, we don't have a sweetener. You go, okay, you know what? We have this 2028 pick, the second round pick that we acquired for the 42. We'll go ahead and throw that in. If the Kings trade out of the second round today, I would be totally fine with that, as long as they're not selling the pick, as long as they're getting a future second round pick.
Yep.
That would make a ton of sense to me, just because they need to restock some of this. And again, go back and look what the Knicks did when Scott Perry was there, about how they stockpiled first and second round picks for a couple of years to make sure that they had enough to make trades when they came along. And sure enough, that's why they have Mikal Bridges.
We'll dig deeper into the second round. What player do we think the Kings are going to take? We'll give you a few names here coming up next. Plus, we got to get to the trade rumors swirling around the Kings, because it's starting to involve a name that we haven't talked about a lot this offseason. We'll tell you who it is next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
Clear.
I'm looking for a question and the response to that question to get an idea of what. Can you give an example of a draft prospect who did a bad interview?
Not in. Okay, so I can tell you, like, when. Okay, so there.
You don't have to name names.
Okay, there was a draft prospect that went in the top 5. That had a speech impediment, like a stammer, that like you just sat there and you felt for him the entire time. I've sat through a draft prospect interview where every question the player sat there and just stared blankly and maybe had a one-word answer, and sometimes just kind of looked around like didn't know what to say. I've heard of a draft prospect interview that went through the combine draft process, and multiple teams came away thinking flat out he was a racist. And I don't know what that entailed, but it did not bode well for him on draft day, and he plummeted. Like there are, even like a player like Hassan Whiteside, it was considered a top like 8 pick and fell all the way into the second round because he didn't interview well. And because there were some questions about whether he was medicated or not. And like these things happen, but like there are definite draft process things that happen that, again, when I'm talking to a player, it's a little different. And sometimes you're trying to make someone feel comfortable, because that's what you feel a lot of times the draft process and draft prospects. They're kids who, again, they're the second best player or third best player. And maybe they have like a local newspaper that comes over and covers them sometimes, but realistically, they've never stood in and talked to a bunch of people that are asking questions, and they're just scrambling. They don't know what to say. And then other kids are just natural. And that's why we always like point out the Tyrese Halliburton, like the best interviews ever in a pre-draft process, Tyrese Halliburton without any question, and CJ McCollum. Like CJ McCollum just stepped up and like, hey, what's going on, guys? Let's do this. But that's not every kid. It's just like, not everyone can just walk in and start talking on TV. Some people, like when they get that opportunity, they just clam up, and it's tough. So yeah, it's not easy to go through like the whole draft process, and especially if you're not prepared for it in the right way. And again,
15 seconds.
Some kids have really good agents and some have horrible agents, which is what we saw in the top 5 of this year's draft, where somebody had an agent that was not great and cost him.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Day 2 of the NBA draft is today. That is round 2. Coverage begins right here on ESPN 1320 at 4:30 p.m. We've been talking about some of the names that Kings might be looking into tonight. Should they trade up? Should they trade out of the second round? They have the number 42 pick. That's the 12th pick in the second round. We'll get to some of the names that they may consider or might be there at 42. We'll give you some players to watch for tonight. But I want to talk about the Kings roster at present, because they drafted Nique Clifford, who I saw some of the immediate reaction last night was, oh my God, another 2-guard. But I think the expectation is, okay, he might play the 2, but he ideally would probably play the 3, maybe able to push to the 4 in some matchups. He plays bigger than his listed size, right? I think that's kind of what the Kings are hoping. But the 2-guard aspect of this, there's dots that you kind of connect as we go along here. And we've heard Malik Monk's name kind of thrown out in rumors, and it's just kind of out there. And then you've got Sam Amick reporting that the Kings are listening to offers on every player, and things with Sabonis are cooling down, and it doesn't look like he's going to demand a trade or anything. And I keep coming back to Malik Monk, because when you start to go through and again, when you talk about this is just checking boxes on a contending roster, you start looking at the overlap for the Kings, right? If you're not tearing it down, which it doesn't seem like they are want to do, you start looking at, okay, where's some of the overlap and how do they change that? And I think there's a lot of overlap between what Zach LaVine provides and what Malik Monk provides. And barring a Zach LaVine trade, which I don't think is necessarily on the table, even though Sam Amick also reported that they're not prioritizing an extension for him, which I think is kind of interesting. But when you go, oh, the Raptors have interest in Malik Monk, the Kings need to shed some of their roster overlap. That kind of seems like the logical member of the quote-unquote core that would be getting dealt here.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, Scott Perry is going to want to build his own team. And, we've been saying this forever. That can get really uncomfortable. It's going to, like, there are fans that are going to freak out when some of these trades happen, if they actually happen. I mean, we've yet to see one of the big trades happen over the last couple of days, while all these other monstrous trades are happening. We saw a bunch of draft day trades yesterday, but like for picks and stuff, we did not see a bunch of player movement yesterday. which I thought was interesting.
Yeah.
And so we're going to get to this point here where we're in the sweet spot before, after the draft. Once you get past tonight, like the second round will happen tonight. I would think that the next couple of days are going to be really interesting for teams because it's sort of the build up to free agency, which starts on Monday. And I would not be surprised at all if you start to see movement. But like in order to get a starting point guard, you're going to have to give up something.
Yep.
And, as of right now, I mean, we know that Zach LaVine is a starting shooting guard. We know that Domantas Sabonis is starting at center. We know that Keegan Murray's a starting power forward, and we know that DeMar DeRozan is a starting small forward. We have no idea who the starting point guard is. I don't think it's Keon Ellis. And as of right now, they tried the Malik Monk thing, and then at the end of the season, they went back to Monk coming off the bench. And so I'm not sure that they're convinced that that's the right move either. In order to get a starting point guard, you're going to have to figure out a way to acquire that player. You're going to have not only matching salary, but enough talent to go acquire a starting point guard. And we're seeing names brought up. I know Amick brought up Russell Westbrook, Tyus Jones. The Dennis Schroeder thing is weird. And again, I'm not saying that the Kings aren't going to go sign Dennis Schroeder, but I am what I've heard around the league is that it's very possible that Dennis Schroeder's people are putting out the Kings stuff in order to get more money out of Detroit, which is
Amick,
last season.
Amick also reported that Detroit is trying to get something done with Schroeder.
Yeah.
It's like that just very much tracks.
Yeah, and it's somewhere around the full mid-level. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get, so they might be leveraging the Kings a little bit, but at the same time, hey, the Kings they have to find a starting point guard. And even if it's a starting point guard that we keep talking about that just isn't going to move the needle, that doesn't mean that they don't have to at least have one.
Sure.
Somebody has to start at the position. And as of today, Malik Monk is your best option.
If they had to play a game today, Malik Monk would start at point guard.
Yeah, probably.
And
it's possible they would start Keon, but I don't know.
And is Devin Carter your backup one right now?
Maybe. I mean, that's the problem. Realistically, this team has 4 shooting guards in Malik Monk, Zach LaVine, Keon Ellis, and Devin Carter. And they don't need 4 shooting guards. They have to figure out the point guard position. Or the other option is they have to go a 100% Domantas Sabonis centric offense. And they've done that in the past, but I'm not sure that that's who they want to be moving forward. Again, we saw his assist numbers drop from 8 a game to 6 a game this last year. Part of that's because a bunch of their shooters decided they couldn't shoot the basketball anymore. But also part of it is because you added a guy like DeMar DeRozan who takes away some of that ball handling. You added different players that change the dynamic of the roster. But that still, it doesn't change the fact that the Kings at least need somebody to bring the ball up every single time. And as of today, I wouldn't truly put a stamp on any one of the guys that they have on the roster as a quote unquote starting point guard, even a game managing point guard that you can run out there for 30 plus minutes a night. Yeah.
I like Malik Monk a lot, but if you can flip him for more wing depth or a point guard, or flip him in a deal that lands you a point guard, or flip him for assets that help you land a point. I just, when you start going through the roster and you start going through, okay, what's tradable, spendable. I'm on the Malik Monk is the most important Kings player bandwagon and have been for a couple of years now. But I think in reality, when you look at what the Kings roster is and kind of what they're working with and the hand that Scott Perry has picked up, it feels very much like, oh, that's the move. That's the trade. It's not Keegan Murray. It's not Domantas Sabonis. It's not DeMar DeRozan. It's Malik.
Yeah. No, it's possible, but at the same time, look, I think that when you're building a really high level team and you have a star 6-man like Malik is, which I believe he is a star in his role. But he's miscast if he's a starter.
Mhm.
He is really built to come off the bench, give energy, play 26, 27 minutes a night, hit a bunch of crazy shots, get in the pick and roll action, like score, like create things for his teammates. Like I
Mhm.
think that's perfect, but that's a luxury to have. It's a luxury to have Bobby Jackson. This is a luxury to have a Lou Williams. It's a luxury to have Jamal Crawford. When you have a starting point guard, it's a luxury. It can't be like the only thing you're just depending on. Hey, we've got to get through the first 8 minutes of the game or the first 6 minutes of the game until we can get Malik Monk in there. That's not a good situation to be in. And I also think that like when you're a good team, you can pay a guy $19 million, $20 million a year to be your 6-man. When you're not a good team, when you're a 40-win team and a team that's sort of treading water and hoping that you're going to survive, you've got to get the basics in place first, and then having extra pieces like this that are awesome to have on your team. That's great and all, but you have to have the base before you can have the extras.
Yep.
It's like putting a big time hot rod engine into a car that has no wheels. And you're like, boy, sure to sound great in the garage, but we ain't got no wheels. Like somebody has to move this thing along. Somebody has to be the driving force behind this team and be your leader on the court. And until they have that guy, it's going to be really difficult. And even the stopgap at this point is tough.
Hey, here's the thing that surprised me that we haven't talked about. I was really sure that if the Kings traded into the first round, it was going to involve Devin Carter. Were you surprised that their trade up didn't involve Devin Carter?
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, I don't know that the value's there. And that's the problem. And I know that that's tough, but you're looking at a kid who was the 13th pick in the draft, but had a major shoulder injury and had to go through surgery. I still think that Devin Carter, if Devin Carter wasn't hurt last year, he probably would have been like the 6th or 7th or 8th pick in the draft. He would not have fallen to number 13. So I'm a little surprised that the value isn't there still, especially since he is healthy now. And, he didn't have a great final end to the rookie season. But let's be fair to the kid. He didn't have a training camp. He didn't have a summer. He didn't have anything. He actually didn't have the first 40 games of the season to show you what he can do in the last 40.
Sure.
So the rookie wall may have just hit him before he even got, out of the gate. But I'm a little surprised, but also look, that's a $6 million player. And some of these teams that are sitting in the 20s weren't looking to acquire a $6 million player.
Right.
They might be looking to acquire future things. And, again, you're dealing with Sam Presti, to get the 24th pick. OKC doesn't need another player. They had
right, and
tonight with 13 on the roster.
Yeah, it wasn't a shock that OKC didn't take him. I was surprised they didn't get up. I was surprised their deal did not land with a team that ended up involving Carter.
Yeah, like the 21 or 22 or one of the Nets picks. Yeah, no, you're right. But also, I think the Kings were in a point where they had a list of 4 or 5 players that they were hoping would make it to a certain point in the draft. And of course, Nique was really high on that list. And the fact that he made it there, but don't forget that there are other players that they also had high on their list. They would have loved to have drafted a guy like who did we go through yesterday and talk about it? Like Asa Newell was a guy that is on their list. Walter Clayton is a guy that's on their list. They had players that they were excited about and hoping might make it. Even a guy like Nolan Traore. Those are players that if they made it to a certain point in the draft, you're like, okay, we're game. We're gonna go get that pick. And that's why it happened so quickly, where they were able to, they already had, the outline, the framework of a deal in place with a team like OKC. Because again, OKC did not want to make that pick at all. They already had the 15th, yeah, they already had the 15th pick. They had 13 guaranteed rosters, salary spots already taken on their roster. So that put them at 14. If you're going to draft a kid in the 20s, he's going to get guaranteed money. That would have put you at 15. You have no roster flexibility to do anything. And then you go into next year and it's the same exact thing. This team, they've always had all of these assets. but at a certain point, you fill up your roster, and then we've seen them waive players or trade players for nothing who are really good or who at least had talent, but they couldn't fit them on the roster. Trey Mann, there's a couple of good dudes, a Robinson Earl, that they just had to get rid of because they don't have enough roster spots, and it's a blessing and a curse, but that's why that 24th pick was available, because they're already a 14-man roster, and you at least want the ability to go out and prioritize a position in need with a potential veteran, especially with they have cap space as well.
All right, let's talk day 2 prospects. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil on the 1s and 2s. So I guess let's start here. Would you rather the Kings pick at number 42 and take one of the several players that we'll throw out here in a few minutes? Or would it be better for them long-term? Because we've talked about, man, the player you're getting at 42 might just be like a G League guy this year. He's not really going to, you might develop, you might not. But is there more value, instead of taking a swing at 42, trying to trade out of that spot and maybe getting a future second round pick to kind of replenish some of the assets that are being tied up in the trade up to number 24?
It's a really difficult question, because I think what Scott wants to do here is put his stamp on, every aspect of team building. So you've got your draft, you've got your free agency and your trades. He wants to put a stamp on the draft. He wants to bring in guys that make sense to him. But I'll say this: the Kings also, they did something interesting, and they retained some of their front office personnel. Alvin Gentry, Phil Jabor, Paul Johnson, they're all still here. Those guys are the same guys that have searched the last couple of years for players like Keon Ellis, players like Isaiah Crawford, Isaac Jones, right? I personally would look at this pick right here and say, how do I go get another asset for the future? I would look at getting a 28, maybe a 29 second round pick, even a 30 or 31. The Kings don't have any of those. They don't have a 28, 29, 30, or 31 second round pick. If you can replenish that and go get, even if a team says, hey, we've got a couple of weird protected second round picks, would you take 2? And okay, go ahead and move out of this spot, because I do think that you have something with Isaiah Crawford. I do think you have something with Isaac Jones. And again, if you were to throw out the entire front office and start fresh, then that's one thing. Every single player is up for grabs, and you're going to look at changing everything. But when you already have 2 young players that either played well at the G League or played well in limited action at the NBA level, why not see what you have? Because there's a possibility that they're going to be so much further along after 1 year of NBA action than any player you're going to get at 42. And the asset that you could go get with that 42nd pick could yield you not another second round player down the road, but a player like a Jake LaRavia, who, a team is looking to dump at the deadline because they're trying to get underneath the luxury tax.
Right.
Now you've got a second round pick to go trade for an actual rotational player, where today the Kings have 2 2026 second round picks, but they won't have another one until 2032. So that's kind of how I would handle it, unless, again, you can move to 31 and go get a potential, Rasheer Fleming type player that, I like, and, we talked about him before, but that's how I would handle it.
Yeah, I think I for the most part agree, just because it's hard to, we talked about Daniel Gafford and PJ Washington, right? Dallas added them ahead of the deadline a couple years ago, and they were key components of their run to the NBA Finals. And when you started looking at the Kings' available assets, they just didn't have anything to play in those pools. They couldn't really be competitive for a PJ Washington type player. And PJ Washington and Daniel Gafford are good NBA players, but they're not, you need a stack of first round picks to make sure that you can go get them, right? This isn't Jaylen Brown or apparently Desmond Bain, So
Yeah.
I think that having those assets down the road is more valuable than a player who more likely than not is not going to be an impactful NBA player. It just based on the history of the second round pick. Now, I also don't think it's the end of the world if they wind up staying at 42.
I don't either.
And the reason I say that is the amount of players who could be available for them who just do something a little bit different, I think is a potentially useful thing if they can find a player with some upside who maybe needs a year or two to develop, but could eventually become a piece of the rotation down the road. I don't hate that.
Yeah, I don't hate it either, especially if Scott sees somebody who he has confidence in that's his type of player and his type of culture building, what the Kings are trying to do here. So interesting stuff, though. Yeah,
I can't wait to see what happens here at number 42. We'll have some names for you. We're going to throw out some names, some guys we talked about, some guys we haven't. Jesse Tapia is going to be in for the handoff. And then more Jonathan Kuminga connection to the Kings. We gotta talk about this because there's a lot of smoke around that. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Clear.
I have like 80 something fitteds.
I think Kenny Caraway is here, not just
Oh, Jesse texted me and said he was going to be in for the handoff.
Oh. You're with us? Mm-hmm. Oh, sweet. Okay. Yeah, we got Kenny.
Okay.
What's up, man?
Not much, man. How you doing?
Good. You all right?
I am good. Busy.
Yeah. All right. Number one, if you guys are out there watching here on the stream, we have a lot of people up in here. If you wouldn't mind hitting the thumbs up, that would be amazing. That would be really cool. Subscribe to the channel, all that stuff. Secondly, who's the guy that just... Oh, yeah, Dirk. Man, Zach for Brad Bill and 2 first-round picks. I believe Bradley Bill has an extra year on his deal. First of all, he can decline any trade. He has a full no-trade clause. But also, I think Bradley Bill has an extra year over Zach. And, again, Zach played 74, 75 games last year. And is a lot more efficient scorer and stuff than Bradley Bill. I would stick with Zach and his 2 years left over Bradley Bill.
But yeah, I have a ton of fitteds. I'm just not wearing them lately.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I've found that when it's hotter out, the dad hats are better because I hate to sweat out a fitted. There's just nothing worse than sweating out a fitted. And if I sweat out a dad hat, you can just throw it in the washer and you're good to go.
I'm with you.
So in the summer, this is the move for me.
Okay, so I'm wrong. Brad Bill and Zach LaVine have the same amount of years, but again, Bradley Bill makes 53.666 and then 57.1. So I'm not taking on more money just because.
Bryce, I can't do trucker hats because I am bald. What?
Kenny said that doesn't have anything to do. Yeah, I wear the trucker hats all day.
I am bald and pasty.
Yeah, you get little red squares all over your head.
I wore a tank top while I was doing yard work the other day. You guys should see my shoulders.
Are you?
They
burnt?
are fried, brother.
Oh no!
Hang on, let me see. It's like the color of my hat.
After the basal cell.
It's gotten a lot better. This is from last week.
Oh, up high, yeah. Oh, you're gonna peel.
Yeah. Not looking forward to that at all. Just a stupid move by me. I usually sunscreen. I'm really good about sunscreen. I was like, I'm not gonna be outside that long. And then the mowing the grass turns into, okay, well, you got to get the edges of the grass, and then there's some weeds that got to be pulled, and then it just turns into a whole thing.
Russ
Now, all of
Dog.
a sudden, my 10-minute job turns into an hour.
Like, in all honesty, Russ Dog, I'll counter
15
this
seconds.
with, can the Kings trade? Can they develop Domantas Sabonis into a shot blocker?
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Kenny Caraway here for the handoff. Joe Brazil on the
sir.
ones and twos. We're hanging out with you until noon. And D'Lo and Casey will take over. They'll take you up to 4 o'clock. Coverage of day 2 of the NBA draft begins at 4:30. Kenny, I will ask you the question that we were talking about at the end of the last segment.
Okay.
Would you rather see the Kings pick at 42 tonight or trade out of the second round if it means recouping some of the assets that are tied up in their trade up to number 24?
Make a pick. I think that's
Why is
that's
that?
where I'm at. I heard you guys talking about it earlier, and you're 100% correct. Just hey, you want to, those second round picks are valuable, not necessarily for the players that you might get, but being able to do different deals later on. You know what I mean? But obviously, I'm like everybody else. Well, not everybody else, but a lot of other people. Tyrese Proctor's there at 42. Let's go try and get that guard right there. I think the other two guys that I really like, I'm really point guard hunting in this second round.
Okay.
But obviously I like Mark Sears. Looks like a mini version of Jalen Brunson. I like Caleb Love.
Mini version of Jalen Brunson? Was he
Shrunk
5'4"?
Mini version in
Honey, I Shrunk to Jalen Brunson?
mini version in game style.
Oh, got you. Like Walmart brand
Physical.
Jalen
There
Brunson.
you go.
Got it.
Great value brand.
Timu Jalen Brunson. Got it.
But I really like his game out of Alabama. I like Caleb Love out of Arizona. He showed me a lot in this senior season that he played down there at Arizona. So I'm looking at some of these players. But when you ask that question, you mean maybe trade the 42 or move back or something like that and gain a second rounder somewhere or something like that. Huh? If they could move down and gain a second rounder, I think that'd be the best of both worlds.
I like some of the players that you're talking about. I would be okay if they surfed the undrafted free agent market again.
See, Sears, I think Proctor's gonna get drafted. Sears and Caleb Love, I'm not sure you need to draft them. I think they might go undrafted.
Yeah.
But also if you like a player, whether you think they're gonna get drafted or not, like the Blazers said this yesterday when they took Young Hansen. Like, man, just they like that player. So instead of trying to wait around and figure out how to get him later, just go get him now.
Right.
So if you really believe in it, now if it's a player that you're like, yeah, if we end up with him, we like him as a project, then okay, I'm not worried about it. But here's the interesting thing: I was going through and I was kind of picking out some names that are still available, and here's what I think is interesting. So you have Sion James from Duke, a player we've talked a little bit about, kind of in the same mold as Nique Clifford, same kind of idea as a player, that guard forward kind of hybrid. Then there's Kobe Brea. That's mine and Joe Brazil's guy. Just shoots the hell out of it. But doesn't, plays some defense, but not, he is a shooter. Tyrese Proctor, Kenny, who you just brought up. I think the Tyrese Proctor thing is really interesting because I don't know how much he's contributing in year one, but can you get him in with a veteran point guard and kind of develop him more? Because it feels like he's teetering on the edge of, is he going to be a point guard or a shooting guard? And is he going to, be that true one, or is he strictly going to be a two? I think he's kind of teetering on the edge of that. And can you bring him in with a Dennis Schroeder, with a Tyus Jones, and by the end of the season, going into next year, you feel good about Tyrese Proctor as a point guard prospect?
Right. I like, yeah.
That'd be the question there for me.
Yeah, I don't hate any of these ideas. Like, I think the Kings are open to everything. I just think that, like, if you draft let's say you draft a Kobe Brea, you're the chances of you being able to trade Kobe Bryant down the road for a Jonas Valanciunas or Jake LaRavia, it's just not there. But the opportunity, if you were to go get a second round pick, that second round pick, even though it shouldn't have the value that it does, you can use that to go get a more seasoned veteran player when you need one. And as of right now, just like asset collection, the Kings don't have a ton of assets outside of first round picks. And you don't always want to just throw up a first round pick for somebody unless they're of a certain quality of player. And so that's where I'm at. But again, if they find somebody that they think is one of their types of players, I'm okay with it.
One of the things, and Kyle, you mentioned this earlier in the show, I think right at the top of the show. You're looking at this Kings roster right now, and a move is going to be made. And that may be a situation where you look at, in whatever deal we do, we can sneak 1 or 2 second-round picks out of that deal, or out of 2 different deals or something like that. Maybe that's how you gain some of those assets.
Let me turn it on its head. What if you need one of those second-round picks to make the deal that you're talking about?
Then you handle that tonight. Yeah, you handle that tonight. Yeah.
What if someone says, hey, we like that deal, but we need a little bit more. And you're like, well, I don't want to throw in it first.
And I would tell them, let me flip that back on and say, I'm giving you 3 players, 3 NBA players. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that like it's about flexibility and asset flexibility and asset management. And I don't think the Kings have always been good at asset management. Actually, the last year and a half of the Monty and West era was just some of the worst asset management when it came to things like second round picks. Just to squander 3 of them for no reason. That to me was one of those things that just stood out. Like, what are we doing here? Even the final one, just the Jalen McDaniels thing.
Right.
You could have had a guy like Jake LaRavia way earlier, or a guy like Jonas Valanciunas way earlier, like weeks that could have impacted your team differently if you wouldn't have just given away a second round pick to dump a $4 million salary. Like, you could have stretch provisioned that thing, stretch provision McDaniels and cut his salary to, $1.5 million, $1.5 million over 3 years, which is nothing by NBA standards, and saved yourself $3 million and kept your second round pick. It's one of those moves that I will never understand that they did, but that's why we're at where we are, where you're looking at like, all right, what are you going to do? Again, they don't have a 28, 29, 30, or 31 second round pick. That's tough. Sometimes you need those things.
Yeah,
Real quick, let me ask James. Kyle, you may know this too, but one of the sneaky moves, and I think it is, that's why I want to confirm with you, one of the sneaky benefits of being able to trade back into the first round last night and make the pick is that allows the Kings to trade a 2026 first rounder now, right?
As of July 1st, they can trade their 2026.
But if they hadn't drafted last night, they wouldn't be able to do that today, correct?
Okay,
or
today,
even
but July 1st it resets. So anything that you trade today wouldn't matter for next year. The fact that they gave away that their pick went to Atlanta this year, that resets on July 1st, and they could trade their 2026. Now, if we go back to February with the trade deadline, and they know it doesn't matter if they know that they're going to give away their pick or not, they can't trade their 26 until then. They couldn't trade their 27 either.
Right.
So it became like, once we get past the draft, once a pick is made, it now resets and the Stepien rule doesn't apply.
Gotcha.
It doesn't carry over to the next year.
So now they can trade 28 potentially.
Well, as of right now,
it opens up one of the years, right? By drafting yesterday.
Yeah.
It opens up one of those years, 27, 28, something like that.
Well, as of today, today they can now trade their 2026. But again, they could trade their 2026 come July 1st.
Gotcha. Okay,
So
I wasn't sure.
if you had to make a move, and it does matter though, because if you have to make a move today for a player, because and the money works today for this trade that we're dreaming up, right? But one of the players in the trade either is a free agent coming up, or their contract goes way up, and all of a sudden the money doesn't work. So you can make a trade today that you might not be able to make in 5 days.
Gotcha.
Because there are players out there that their contracts jump up so much that there's nothing you can do about it. Like the numbers won't work anymore.
Gotcha.
It's complicated. Sorry.
Oh, that was perfect.
Can we talk about this Jonathan Kuminga stuff from Sam Amick real quick?
Yeah.
Redacted Amick.
Sorry. Someone at The Athletic wrote about the Kings. Someone at the New York Times. Anthony Slater's coworker.
Former coworker.
Oh, is that official?
Well, I don't
He
know.
announced it. It was announced like 2 weeks ago or something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, here we go. All right. So a person in The Athletic, Am Samick, said, to that end, league sources say the Kings are among the teams that have interest in Golden State's Jonathan Kuminga and will be monitoring his market when his restricted free agency begins. And while it appears unlikely that Kuminga will ultimately come their way, it speaks to the vision and the range of possibilities here that they're even focusing on players of that ilk. I would be stunned if Jonathan Kuminga winds up in Sacramento.
Me too.
I think Sam's right in that. Cool, like they're interested in that type of player. Kuminga has size, athleticism, is elite. Still just 23 years old, which is insane considering how much experience he has in the NBA. But again, that's a sign and trade. You're paying him a ton of money and giving up assets to go get him. And I just don't. They don't seem to be moving in a way that indicates they are, wanting to go pay and trade a bunch of stuff to get Jonathan Kuminga.
I agree.
I think it's also interesting that the Heat and Kings are in lockstep on like 3 or 4 different types of players. And that makes it really difficult to actually make trades with each other. Because if you're trying, again, if they're looking at the same exact draft picks, the same guys in the draft, they're all sort of like honing in on. And then they're also looking at the same free agents that they might chase. It makes it really difficult because you're in competition now. And so I think it's kind of like turned everything upside down a little bit.
I'd be surprised if that happened. He actually makes a little bit more sense for Miami to go after than maybe the Kings with a sign and trade.
I would agree.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Kenny Caraway, what you guys got coming up on D'Lo and KC?
Man, we got a lot, man. We've got Jake Gadon pulling up. We got Jake Fischer pulling up, who got me last night. He got me. We got Jake Yu and Matt George is pulling up as well, man. So we're going to talk all Kings all day.
Should be a ton of fun with D'Lo and KC right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. We're the Insiders. James and I back with you tomorrow. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, 10 a.m. right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Until then, drink water. Be nice, people. See you.
Claire.
Thanks, everybody.
Goodbye, everyone. Appreciate you guys.
It's going to be a good day.
Hey, Kenny, can you hear me? I can't hear you. Why can't I hear you? Oh, it's my.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Hey, did you see what
That's it.
Max Crosby is?
We just talking.
Did you see what Max Crosby is like? Pass rusher school thing is called.
Oh man, come on. Wait, hold on, man. I already know. I already got an idea of one word, but what's the word that ties it all together? Go ahead. What is it called?
So there's Tight End University, right? That's
Yeah.
that's the George Kittle, Travis Kelce, Greg Olsen one.
Yeah.
We have the Sack Summit.
Okay. All right, man.
That's
I
kinda
mean,
wild.
it could have been rush the QB summit. And have,
The Pass Rush Summit,
right. I don't know.
Sack Summit as well.
Jesse, you need me to go over there? I don't think so, but he ain't here right now. Okay.
I'm ready.
Okay. Okay, he's in Aaron's office. I'll go over to his. How much time I got? I got time. Okay, yeah, I'll go. Oh, brother. I don't know if I'll be able to get all this stuff up. Yeah, this is not. You're gonna have to run the opening from your screen. Yeah.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Yes, sir. Let's get the air horns going. Let's get the air horns going one more time. D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320. If you see the mood, you see why everybody's hyped up. It's because the Kings made a move. The Kings actually made a move. They made something happen on draft day, getting back into the first round and taking Nique Clifford out of Colorado State with the number 24 pick, man. So, man, we've got so much on that move, on what may happen today, all this other stuff, jam-packed show. First and foremost, well, Damian Barling, he'll be here in just a second.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
I am Kenny Caraway.
Acknowledge me.
And we are
from the worst slums of Sacramento.
And shout out to my man Jesse Tapper.
What are you doing with him?
Come on, hey, salute to me.
Hey,
dog.
I was gonna say, you know where it was this time. That's good stuff.
Salute to me, dog.
that's good stuff. You graduated.
I was doing my thing right there. But yeah, man, we've got so much going down today. Kyle Madsen, if you can hear me, I see you. I just need a second. I'll get there. Appreciate you. Man, they actually did it, Jesse. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure. So let me run down the lineup too real quick. Jay Gadon, he's going to pull up on us at 1:00. We got my man Drake Yu coming through at about 2:15, and then our usual Thursday hit with Matt George.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. Nothing to see here. Don't worry about anything. It's just a radio show.
We got Dame Barley in the house.
Nothing to see here.
But as I was gonna say, I was running down all the list of people that are on the show today.
Hey, look, I'm one of them. That's terrific.
At 1:15.
So happy to be here. Thanks for having me, Kenny.
It's all good. It's all good. At 1:15, we've got Jake, or 1:30. 1:30, we've got Jake Fischer.
Yeah.
Jake got me last night. You see that? Jake got me last night. Jake got your boy last night. I was a little impatient. I got a little emotional.
Oh no, what'd you do?
So
look how good. Boy, look how good I look on this camera.
I see you, big man. I see you.
Boy, I'm sitting here.
I see you. Now, so it was about pick 22 or something like that.
Okay. I'm listening. Keep going.
And nothing had happened. Nothing had happened with the Kings. And I made a tweet that said, hey, who in the hell told Jake Fischer anything? Or no, I said, who told him or what did they tell him or whatever? It wasn't, we talked about this before and I'll mention to Jake. It's not a shot at Jake. Like,
yeah.
Jake is certified and verified in this game, just like Redacted Amick and all these, like, they don't lie. But it's like, who was it the Kings who were telling him this? Was it agents? Was it people messing with the Kings? Here we are at pick 22 and nothing, absolutely nothing. So I was like, who in the hell was telling Jake Fischer this stuff? Literally 3 minutes later, Shams comes on our TV, says the Kings have traded back into the first round with Oklahoma City. That happens, whatever. And then about 6-7 minutes after the draft pick of Nique Clifford goes down, in my mentions, Jake Fischer with 2 eyeball emojis.
See?
I had to salute.
Now,
I didn't even add him.
What a crazy!
I didn't even add him.
What a crazy turn of events where I have to look at you and say, "Bro, you got to stop being so emotional. You got to."
Well, the one
Casey,
that got me
you've got to exercise some calm, some zen, some woosah.
It was the heat pick.
Yeah.
I was like, come on.
Yeah. I was just sitting there like, I'm walking around the house like, nothing's going to happen. I don't know what y'all worried about. Ain't nothing going to happen. I was actually I was going up and down the stairs and thankfully I had my phone in my hand when the Shams tweet pops up.
Yeah.
So I'm like turning around, trying to run back to the TV like, all right, what's going on here? Let's see what's happening. And, well, they did. They got back in the first round, or got into the first round.
You know what else is bad about that? Another backstory to that tweet, which is really bad, and practicing patience is a virtue. I drafted that tweet at around pick 13, and I said, "Nah, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna give it some time. I'm not gonna put that out there because I was gonna tweet it at like 13. I said, "Nah, I'm gonna wait." Then like 21 came around. I said, "No, I've had enough."
You have to stop getting so upset so quickly. You have to, Casey, you just got to get your emotions under control, man. Something about sitting in this chair is a little bit more calming, I think, than sitting on that side.
It's just, lights.
Boy, it is.
I
know what it is. It's the camera. I look amazing. I'm just going to point that out for the people who can't see this show. It is the day after the draft. I look terrific.
So can I say this about all of this?
Sure.
I've never seen the difference in that camera. The only difference I see is I'm closer.
Yeah, that's all it is. I think.
But people are like, it looks more.
Well, no, you know what it is. I think because it's closer, it changes your lights. It like because the camera I think has some like zoom on it somehow that I'm sure Jonathan programmed.
Right.
I think it changes your lights. These lights actually look better for you. In all seriousness, these lights look better for you because there is that light from hell right there that shines directly onto that seat.
Really,
yeah, that light is a bitch, and it is just right there.
And you don't wear hats, so
I do not wear hats.
Never,
oh
right
man,
now,
if you
block me.
Yeah,
right?
if you came in on a morning cut,
yeah.
But nobody would see it, just be shining off of the top of your head because that light is brutal. So I think that's part of the difference over here. And yeah, obviously it's closer now. And it's calming. This is no wonder you were looking at me crazy the other day. It wasn't me. Just hey, just since I know I'm like, why is Kyle here?
He's just hanging out.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine.
I guess
he's fearful that I wasn't actually coming in.
No,
for those that don't know. No, Kyle's right here. Hey, man.
Hey, guys.
I'm here because, look, the justification for me working from home today was I have a dentist appointment at 2. So working from home, instead of leaving right after, I can hang out and I can help Jesse with some video stuff. So I'm listening to the program live. So if something happens that I want to cut, I can just jump over and cut it. And I figured it was easier for me to sit in here instead of just going on doing the whole login to YouTube. This is interesting for people to hear about.
Yeah, can I tell you the funny thing is, like, it didn't even register with me that you were at home and not here. Like, I was like, oh, there's Kyle on the screen.
Glad to know I'm so impactful. That's nice.
Well, it's been a morning, man. I'm sorry, but appreciate you, Kyle. You're a hard worker, man. Thank you, brother.
We're here.
All right. That's Kyle Madsen. All right, I'm just trying to catch up.
That's
man.
all good. Well, it's Nique Clifford. That's
yeah,
right now, man.
He I don't want to do the thing, but he looks good.
He does.
He's a solid ball player. Like he's good. I mean, like I know I had heard his name. I know he was a player I watched. It must have been you. I don't know.
I'll tell you what happened, and I can't take credit for this at all. Dr. David, like 2.5 months ago, was like, JC, what you think about Nique Clifford?
Okay.
And I hadn't seen him at the time.
Okay.
And I was like, I haven't really watched him, but I'll check him out. And then like I didn't watch him.
Yeah.
And then he hit me up like a week later, like, dog, Nique Clifford, what you think? And I said, I hadn't watched him yet, Dr. David. So I started watching him a little bit more towards the the Mountain West tournament. And then his game against Maryland in the tournament, he was fantastic. But Dr. David he's the one that put me on a Nique Clifford.
Long I knew it's because I was kind of surprised. There was like a point where we got, as the draft goes along, like where you start not recognizing names the same way. And when the Nique Clifford name was, I was like, wait, we watched like what? And it's like had to be, who else would it have been? That was my name. It had to have been Kenny. Like I know we watched like some, and then I know Matt posted some stuff. I think you did. No, you did post some stuff. Because I kept you on block all day yesterday.
Well,
that was crazy.
Thanks.
That was crazy.
Didn't tell me to take down the Jake Fischer tweet, but cool.
Well, I should. Well, I should have. Yeah. Again, I don't want to do the thing, but he looks like a solid ball player.
He does. He does.
For sure.
He looks the same to me. There are things that I really like about his games. There are things that I'm concerned about his game on the next level. But what I like to do with these guys is I like to go back. I watch the highlights like everybody else and the mixtapes on YouTube and stuff like that. But because I have 10,000 subscriptions and can get any game that I want to, I like to go back and watch these games. And I watched a couple of his games last night, just how he moves out there. And like I said, I was impressed with a lot that I saw from him in that game setting and, working with his teammates and getting up and down the floor, the athleticism that people talked about. There are a number of things that I liked about his game.
Well, I came to the realization of some other things last night, and we started talking about it yesterday.
Oh, so you all the way there?
Yeah.
You look, you back to your original number?
My original number.
Remember when you said opening night?
Oh! I said 98%. Yeah, that's part of it. Like. They need to make Jerry Reynolds the pizza guy because he's the only one who ain't going nowhere. You just need to stop handing this title to people like look, this is also, can we talk about Scotty McPerry here for a second? He's drafted at 20. Was he 23?
He's gonna be 24. He's gonna be 24 when the season starts. Yeah.
Okay, we talk about Vlade secretly running this team. What about Monty McNair still making picks?
Monty McFarhan.
Scotty McPerry was like, give me the oldest guy in the draft. Got him. Oh, this is a good call right here from Soren. Alvin Gentry can be the new pizza guy.
Oh, yes. Because we're not going to let Alvin leave.
So I don't want Malik to be gone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking at stuff and listening to things. Mm-hmm. And so the thing was, what was the question or percentage that you think DeMar DeRozan starts the season? And I blurted out 98%. If you ask me if Malik is gone, I might give you a percentage that high. I just look at it like one of these things isn't like the other.
Yeah.
And I'm excluding Zach LaVine a little bit from that because I don't know that there's a lot you can do there. There might not even be a lot you want to do there, but I just don't think there's a lot you could do with that. I mean, we'll talk about it, but
I feel you.
I'm not
it
sure,
hurts
man.
me too, man.
I'm
That
not
jersey
sure.
in 1 year turned it into a throwback.
That's all right. Throwbacks get
That's
more
my dog
expensive.
too, Malik.
I
Come
know.
on, that's my dog. But yeah,
Yeah,
I see the same things. I see the same 2020 vision. Damn, I'm reading the same tea leaves.
Yeah, tea leaves are crazy.
Wish I didn't. Well, I'm over here.
I'm going to tell you in a
Dawson is
minute because over here you got to. We'll tell you more when D'Lo and Casey return on ESPN 1320. Everything is fine. Everything is fine.
Everything's great.
Kings are in the first round. Y'all wanted moves. You're going to get moves. You might not like all of the moves, but you're going to get moves. Matt's with us today, right?
Matt's with us.
You said we got Drake.
We got
you.
Yeah, Drake.
We got the good Drake. Jake Fischer. Jake Gadon with us at the top of the hour.
Jake Gadon at one. Yeah.
Right.
And the guy who got me, he got me. I was impatient. Once again, I didn't even at him. But it's cool.
It's funny that he found it.
It's all good. I gotta wear that one. But yeah,
that's funny though.
Sure.
It's funny.
It's because he wasn't a jackass about it. It was just, I see you. I see you tweet. And I just gotta salute him. All right, brother. You're right. Yeah, but so okay, where do you it's positive. It's good times. Let's go good times.
It's great. It's great. Jesse, everything is wonderful.
What is going on?
It's good times. The Kings drafted Nique Clifford. I want to start there. I was gonna
6'6".
I was gonna ask you. I was like, do you want to like expand on what you're talking about? But not now.
Not yet.
Not
okay.
Not yet. Let's
you know who I'm kind of curious what Jake says. Fischer, Gadon too.
Yes.
Drake too.
Yeah.
I wonder. Wanted to rope Drake you into a conversation. We won't do that. We'll save that for the next.
We'll save that. It won't take much. I promise you.
Look,
it won't take much.
There's only a handful of people that will get it. We'll do that at the next live Sky River show.
It won't take much. Oh, we gonna be so Drake. Tell me. No, okay. We'll start right now. That's all it'll take. That's all it's gonna take.
Oh man, so great lineup, man. Excited for today. You want to hold off on the Malik stuff? That's perfectly fine. Let's talk about Nique.
Because I was trying.
Let's talk Nique.
Okay,
yeah. Let's talk Nique, man. He's obviously Colorado State 6'6". I know when this happens, particularly when you get into the first round. I mean, you know, there's that he's going to turn 24 by the All-Star game, and people look at that as like such a negative. While on the other hand, you have people hollering about like, hey man, these young men would be better if they stayed in college longer. But then they stay at college longer, and you look at them like, hey, what's wrong with them? Like, bro, transferred from
Colorado
to Colorado State.
Yep.
And what, like 18 and some change? I think he for 5-6 assists. Like, bro can
almost 10 rebounds.
Can do a variety of things in college. Now, again, that's why I said I'm not going to do the thing. I love the film. I love. I mean, like he looks athletic. Like sometimes you watch these young men in college, even these young ladies in college. You go, they can't really move. Like their movements are awkward. I don't know how that's gonna work in the league. That where everything is just so like the league is so precise.
Right.
Like everything in the league is so precise. Defending, offense, every movement is precise. So you can only have, and they do exist, you can only have a handful of clunky players on your team. And he is not that. Like he moves.
Right.
He is graceful. And he looks like a scorer, like a guy. And I'm not talking about on, a De'Aaron Fox level scorer. I'm talking about a guy who can score the ball from you from a variety of different ways. He looks like a legitimate rotational player. He looks like a guy, again, trying to look at the attributes, not necessarily the numbers that he appears to have. You take that Colorado State stuff and you put it on an NBA level with the Sacramento Kings. Yeah, it's like the molding of the clay, man. It's right there. The draft, some players need to be molded less than others. One of the things about Nique was he might be a NBA ready player. And if that's the case, the Kings are in good shape in that regard in terms of having a roster guy.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I take away from guys who play all 4 years or come into the league at 22, 23, 24 years old is they should be a lot more ready to at the very least be a rotational guy than an 18, 19-year-old. Some of these 18, 19-year-old guys are ready. That's your top guys, your Cooper Flaggs, your Ace Baileys. Like they can play at a high level immediately out of college. Then you got guys like Rob Dillingham, right, who's like 19 years old, who I think is super talented, is going to be a hell of a ball player, but he still needs to grow into his body, he needs to grow his game a little bit more, and that's a little bit more of a project. When you look at Nique, obviously with that age and how long he's been in college, he falls into that category of somebody that I think day one can be effective on an NBA court and be part of an NBA rotation. A number of different things that I like about his game. I'll start with those things. I like his first step. Seems to have a quick first step, especially off the catch. Off the bounce, it's a little slower than maybe you would want, but catching that ball, swing, he catches the ball, one step, jab and go, or just rip through and go. He's really, really quick with that. Another thing that really impressed me about him that I wasn't familiar with his game until I really sat down and watched it a little bit more is his natural passing ability. He has court vision out there and basketball IQ that I wasn't really aware of until I saw him again for a second and third look with some of the games I saw last night. It's just natural. It's just the way that he sees the floor. It's the way that he plays the game. That's going to be something. I don't know how much he's going to have the ball in his hands, and it's not necessarily like a point guard type vision. It's a guy that gets the ball on the wing, attacks towards the middle. He sees the help defense coming. He can dump it down. Like he always hits that, always a very precise pass. Even one of his best passes in that NCAA tournament game against Maryland that they thought was the game winner, the ball was in Nique's hand. He was orchestrating the offense. Phenomenal one-hand cross-court pass to the guy who hit the three to give Colorado State the lead at the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's just natural. It's just court vision. It's just IQ. And that's something that I really like about his game that I wasn't super familiar with before. The last thing is he's a pretty good defender. He is a pretty good defender, pretty good on-ball defender. Off the ball, he kind of gets lost a little bit in a couple of the games that I saw, but it's nothing crazy. But on ball, he's a lot better guarding the basketball than I realized. I think they say he got a 6'8" wingspan. To be a shooting guard, that's a good look. That's a good look. And that'll allow him to potentially guard 1, 2s, and 3s in the NBA, depending on the matchup. So there was a lot to like about his game. I'll stay with the likes. We'll talk about some of the things that I'm a little concerned about.
Well, can we because you said a lot there. Mm-hmm. And I'll just sprinkle a little seasoning on it. We're going to let it marinate. We'll come back to it later.
Sasha don't like that. He said there's too much seasoning in this country.
Well, that's why we sent Sasha out of here.
That was his big
Get
complaint.
your little bland-ass food somewhere else. But we'll season the steak a little bit, let it marinate, and come back to it. But everything you just said is why I've landed on the conclusion I have about Malik. And you start to look around, and we asked. It's hard for me to believe Scott Perry wasn't listening to this show yesterday, because we asked what type of player is he looking for, and man, did he tell us. We asked what he wants this team's identity to be, and man, did he tell us in detail. You look around and you wonder who do the Kings have that fits that, and who do the Kings have that doesn't? So we'll get back to that. Yeah. But what are you concerned about with Nique Clifford?
So some of the areas of his game that we'll see if he improves or not is his shot. His shot got better from. I'll even say this, from distance. I'm more concerned about his shot. Catch and shoot from distance. Mid range coming off the bounce. That was actually a plus for me. Seeing him, it's real natural. It's real fluid. So if he can get to that 16, 17-foot range, 15-foot range, I like him on the pull-up right there. The catch and shoot three, I want to see that improve. The numbers improved. Mm-hmm. The numbers improved as he went along in college. But in some of the games I saw, he still had some tough misses. It was just like the shot had no chance. His form, which isn't the end-all, be-all, but it's hit or miss. Sometimes he goes up real fluid with the shot. Sometimes it's he shoots the ball in parts You know what I mean? It's not as fluid. So that's something that I'm typically critical of basketball players, right? Like I'm always looking at that jump shot. I need you to be able to shoot the basketball. And while the numbers went up, I want to see him, because I think ultimately his destiny is a 3-and-D guy. I want to see him be a little bit more fluid, a little bit more consistent with that jump shot to make his true impact in this league. So that was, like I said, not a red flag. It's not something I would not draft him for. I just think needs improvement. And he's shown improvement over the years. So that's cool. The other thing is his handle. If he's going to be a guard and potentially somebody that handles the rock, I want to see him tighten up that handle a little bit more. It's sometimes not in per se some of the games that I saw, because he wasn't even handling the ball that much in the games that I saw, but in some of the film breakdowns I saw of him, the handle was a little bit of a question, and some of the moves just got a little loose with it. He's 6'6", he's tall, and sometimes if he's going up against a guy that's a little shorter than him, 6'3", something like that, they can get under him on the defensive end and kind of cause some problems with that handle. So that's something that can be fixed, though. That's a good thing. Even easier than the shot. You know what I mean? Like, just get with some of these skill development guys, and they can work on different things to help that handle improve. But that's an area of improvement as well. But other than that, he's pretty solid, man. He's pretty solid across the board. Great rebounder. I didn't even mention that. Great rebounder at the guard forward position. So I think that'll translate as well. So those two things stood out. But other than that, he's a solid ball player.
6'6". Not really much of a conversation about one. You just mentioned his handles. 2, 3.
Yeah, and certain lineups and certain matchups.
Yeah,
for sure.
Ends there.
So I heard James talking about it earlier. I mean, really depending on the matchup. Maybe,
okay.
Maybe a 4. You look at I think Kyle was talking about it. Kyle and James were talking about it, but you look at OKC, and we have this idea and this thought process of who Lou Dort is and size and all this other. Lou Dort's like 6'4", 6'5". Caruso 6'5". Jalen Williams is like 6'6", 6'7". SGA obviously is 6'3", 6'4", something. They closed out games, those 4. So when you ask that question about potentially 4, yeah, depending on who they're playing and what's going on. Look, you look at that situation. They face OKC in a game, late in the game. And if OKC is closing out with Chet, SGA, Dort, Williams, and Caruso, yeah, you could throw Clifford in there in that matchup, and that'll work out. So it just depends on the situation. But I think his bread and butter is going to be 2 and 3s. I think that's going to be his bread and butter.
And that's a good look for the Kings, especially if he can defend the way the way it appears that he can at least defend the way that he did in college. Having a guy probably more so at that 3 position than the 2 position being able to defend. And now you can start messing with lineups. Now you can start, if you can play that level of defense. And again, virtually every write-up has some form of the most ready NBA player. There's some like form of that sentence is included in most of the write-ups about Nique Clifford. And now you start looking at situations where, okay, if Zach LaVine is such a problem for you, then you have Nique out there with Keon Ellis. If DeMar DeRozan, who I do think is going to be on this team, and I'm kind of happy about it, another hill to die on is that one that I'm sorry, I don't think DeMar sucks.
Yeah. It's not a one-man wolf pack.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Well, we'll die together. Romeo and Juliet just going out together. Okay, now all of a sudden you have multiple defenders. Going back to Scott Perry's characteristics of this basketball team. Now all of a sudden, we got a guy who maybe isn't the strongest on defense. It's all good. We got a lineup that helps protect that. All good. We've got a lineup that helps protect that. Or we've got players that help protect that. We can find lineups along the way, and you start, and this is one of those things where this is probably, not seeing Nique Clifford in the pros, but using the breakdown of Nique in college. These are the type of players that you probably want on your team. the good at defense. He could do a lot on the offensive end, but he's good on the defensive end.
Mhm.
You know, we get into these like Jared Vanderbilts. Oh, they're so good on the defensive end. Defensive specialist. Great. What is the first thing you will point out about Jared Vanderbilt?
Can't play him in the playoffs.
He's going to get played off the court. And it happened regularly, right in front of us. And it's like, oh, that's problematic when you're trying to get to the playoffs. Now, you know, Kings fans, well, just get to the playoffs first. All right. But, you know, don't use the sentence, oh, we want to be bigger than that, while going with this defensive specialist type thing, because this is where you run into problems. The high-end defensive players and high-end offensive players that are one and the same, those are few and far between. Those guys you name, like, I don't even know who the best in the league is right now. I know who used to be the best in the league. Paul George, Klay Thompson, Kawhi Leonard. Those guys used to be some of the absolute best of the best on both sides of the ball.
You'd be lucky today, and I'm sure there's guys that we can talk about, but to get a Jalen McDaniels.
It is
like Jalen McDaniels, like might be top 5 in the league at being able to play both ends.
Shea's not a top 5 defender.
No,
but he's
really
he's
good.
a really good
really
two-way
good.
player.
Yeah.
He might be the best two-way player in the league. Am I missing someone?
I put De'Aaron up there. I remember during this when he was here, I thought De'Aaron was. I thought at the very least,
What
he
a
was the
hell of a
best.
baby face turn that was. What is the reverse of this?
I put it, but maybe not in the whole league, but I had him as the best two-way player.
And engaged De'Aaron Fox.
Yes.
Absolutely. I'll go 100% with that. You got some?
I don't know. You think you know a guy? you do a whole show for the last 3 months, and it's like, oh.
Well, I gotta be consistent. I said it when he was here.
But I do agree with him.
I think Tatum was there. I think Tatum is on that list.
Is that right? You think Tatum one of the best two-way players in the league? Is Tatum better than Jalen?
Defensively?
Jalen.
Yeah.
He is.
Yeah, he'll guard the best
Brown.
player.
Sorry.
Jalen Brown. Yeah.
Brown.
Tatum will guard like the best player, like the best wing on the opposing team. That usually turns out to be the best player more times than not.
He stepped it up this year too. Like
I thought he was. Yeah, I thought he was really good defensive.
I don't know if he'll ever get like all defensive team honors or anything like that, but yeah, he's really good defensively.
Oh, okay. Sorry. The answer is Giannis.
Yeah, well,
the answer is Giannis Antetokounmpo. So my apologies. Naming a few, the best is probably Giannis, and then you talk about the Tatums, the De'Aarons, and those guys. Apologies. Add me to the national media. Just forgetting, just forgetting about how great Giannis Antetokounmpo is.
But your original point was those guys are.
There's not like you're talking about the absolute best players in the league. Like having a guy who can be good on both ends has probably more value than a guy who's great on defense. Because as you pointed, Jared Vanderbilt's a really, really good defender. But when you're 4-on-5 on the other end, you've put your team in a deficit.
Yeah.
And coaches recognize that and make their move.
Yep.
And we saw the Lakers do it. And I'm sorry to keep picking on Jared Vanderbilt. He's a good ball player. He has shortcomings, and his name was on the wish list of King's Twitter for a long time. And hey, great, but like that's the problem with guys like that. Is there's going to come a point you can't talk about DeMar being a ball stopper and saying, oh, he messes up the whole offense and everything changed when he got here, and then saying, you know what we need a guy who's really good on the defensive end but can't do jack worth of anything on the offensive end, and thinking, well, that's not going to mess up what we do on the offensive end.
Right.
Now all of a sudden, every good player on the who De'Aaron at the time, he's got 2 on him every time. Domas, same thing. Well, Keegan can't get a clean shot off. Well, Jared Vanderbilt, now he's hindering Keegan Murray's growth. God damn it. Everything is screwing up Keegan Murray's growth.
Except for Keegan Murray.
Except for that. Literally got that on Twitter last night. Oh, he's messing up Keegan Murray. All right, man. If anyone ever walked in this building and said, man, KC's really messing up, D'Lo's ability. Well, throw my sorry ass out of here. If I'm ever hindering Kenny Caraway's growth, just throw my ass out. Throw us all out.
Bumper to dumper is just messing up.
Just awful. just terrible. Because at some point I gotta have a small bit of pride. Like, let me control whether I'm good at this or not.
Yeah.
But no, it's everybody else's fault.
We treating Keegan like he a kid.
Bro,
it's a grown-ass man.
Man.
But, ironically, there's some Keegan I saw in Nique Clifford. And I say that in a positive way. Keegan Murray.
Oh, okay.
And I say that in a positive way, man. I think there are elements to Nique Clifford's game, his really on the defensive end, that I saw reminded me of Keegan Murray.
Yeah.
And if you can get those guys in certain lineups out there together, that's now I will say this about Keegan. He does need help on the defensive end. And if you get a guy out there like Nique Clifford, to help him on the perimeter, or maybe allow Keegan to guard threes, and depending on the matchup, Nique can battle a little bit inside on the boards with some of these fours or something like that. That'll help out a lot for Keegan Murray. So, yeah, man, I'm hearing, some of the things that you said, reading some of the things I've read, thinking about it myself. I don't know if there's a spot for Nique in the starting lineup right now, but he is a player that is borderline starter capable.
Okay.
That is going to be coming off your bench now and being part of your rotation.
Be a 6-man.
Well, yeah, because you're going to need one, and he's not going to start. There's no place for him to start.
That's right. I don't think there. Did James break the chair? God damn it, James.
You all right, dude?
Yeah. It's been a week, bro.
No, it has.
It's been a hell of a week. I'm just trying to survive.
Just trying to live.
I'm just
so
trying to survive.
Were
you fired off the tweet? What pick were we at? You said it was a couple minutes later.
So when I drafted it, it was like 13. When I fired it off, the tweet, by the way, when I fired the tweet off, it was literally like 20. It had to be like 23 because I pressed send, and then
that's amazing.
I see Shams on my team.
That's amazing.
Pick 13 feels a little early to draft that up, though.
Yeah, a little bit.
My bad,
Mr.
Show some respect, huh?
I told you I was impatient. I said it yesterday.
I hear you did.
I said I'm impatient right now.
No, so clearly, okay. So you fired the tweet off at 23. Jake Fischer coming for his retribution here in a little bit. 1:30, right, for Jake Fischer.
Yeah,
Jake Gadon at the top of the hour.
Yeah.
Did you get to a point where you didn't think it was going to happen? When you got to 20, or
it was
when
the
we got to
Miami
20?
pick, and I don't know why, because people, number one, people had mentioned, I think James had mentioned, but other people had mentioned OKC. So probably would have been smart of me. It would have behooved me to wait till OKC picked to figure out if I was going to make that tweet or not.
Yeah.
But the Miami pick was the trigger. And then like one after that. And then I think what also happened was the trade with the Hawks and the Pelicans. That also triggered me. I'm like, all right, man, come on now.
Casey's like, that was our pick anyways.
So I was like, man, he out here doing stuff, man. But it was the combination of all that. And I said, I'm good to the drafts. I'm sending this tweet off. And then Shams.
He ordered a Knicks jersey while waiting. That's how it
Well, they didn't have a damn pick.
Well, yeah, so they couldn't mess anything up.
Shout out to the Knicks, man.
We'll come back. There was no reason for that. Shout out to the Knicks for what?
Because I support the Knicks. What are you talking about?
No, you make that pretty clear.
They're
all
not
the
my
time.
guys like the Kings are, even though, damn, got another.
Yeah, to be honest, like they got bounced a few weeks ago. You don't have to keep telling us you love the Knicks.
You guys keep bringing them up.
It's a good point.
You guys keep bringing the Knicks up. I'm talking about the Kings, my team, the Kings.
We'll come back, Kenny. We'll talk about what the Knicks will do tonight in the draft. No, in all seriousness, we'll talk more. Sacramento Kings, Jake Gadon at CBS 13. We got a lineup if you ain't heard. Jake Gadon at 1 o'clock. Jake Fischer at 1:30. He's coming for his retribution after Kenny was talking trash. Drake, you going to join us for a visit at 2:15. And then Matt George, man, Matt had some great insight into everything that happened last night on the Locked On Kings podcast. We'll talk to him in the 3 o'clock hour. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, no. Inspector Deck was supposed to have a meet and greet today. That got canceled. The dirt.
Oh, they're here.
Yeah. The dirty bastard. Hey, we're not going to talk about this today because it is Kings all damn day. So this is the moment to talk about it. I love Matt Williams. I remember the joy Matt Williams brought in 1993. I remember the chase for Roger Maris's record in 1994 and what Matt Williams was doing before the strike happened. I remember that. I was hurt when they traded him to Cleveland and ended up getting Jeff Kent back in return. That was a good win. Shout out Sabian. I think he was the one who did that, but that's neither here nor there. I got love for Matt Williams, and I'm not going to call for his job because I'm not going to do that. You can't just throw the guy out when things go wrong. But what the hell was that last night? What was that? Giants down 4-3, runners on second and third. Bailey hits a beautiful, he went with the pitch to left field, base hit single, tying run comes in the third. The ball's hit the left field. The left fielder has the baseball before Lee is at third. Then Matt Williams, go. No! What are you doing? Jung-Hoo Lee out by 4 miles.
Why are you yelling? What? Why is everybody yelling around here?
Because of Matt Williams.
Oh, well. Carry on.
Giants lose 8-5 in 10. There was 1 out when he decided to send Lee home.
I tell y'all how angry KC is right now. His iPad is just on like a blank YouTube TV screen. He doesn't even have a minute to find something else to watch.
Oh, I couldn't believe it. And that was after my boy Willie Adames, I thought, hit a bomb to left to win it with a grand slam and right at the wall. That was frustrating last night. You've lost 2 in a row to the Marlins.
My boys, hey, your boy going through it over here.
I had to get that because it's Kings today. It's Kings on the radio.
I got you.
So I had to get that in, and they played in about, they're actually probably first pitch about to start, and it's trying to salvage a game against the Miami Marlins. Salvage.
He's so distraught he can't even bring himself to watch something on his iPad. It's just that YouTube screen with boxes on it. My man's going through it. It's a tough day for your
Bold
boy
and the
over
Beautiful
here.
is on right now, for anybody wondering.
Man, them shows do not go. What was the last soap opera that ended?
I think All My Children is still going on.
Is it?
I think.
I don't know.
But I'll tell you, Young and the Restless, when my boy Victor Newman goes, just send the show out to pasture. I apologize to Nick. I apologize to
bro. I don't know what you're saying right now.
I apologize to. I'm
just trying to keep up on Love Island, and you're talking about shows.
You know, I believe the last soap opera to end, by the way, was As the World Turns.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never watched it or heard of it, but
Really?
Yeah.
What year did it end?
2010.
Yeah, Jesse would have never watched that.
Do you have the years that it ran? It had to have run from like the 50s.
My guess.
I think.
My guess is
63. I think I'm gonna go earlier because I think the Kennedy assassination news broke in on As the World Turns.
Oh, wow.
1956.
There it is.
Ooh, I see you cooking.
There it is.
I see you cooking.
Big soap TV guy, huh?
Music didn't play, so it didn't matter.
What did you say?
It's a big soap TV guy.
Well, no, you know what it is I love watching historic moments and how they happen through the media.
Yeah.
So I've watched like a million like JFK videos, and like there's just so many like fascinating different ones. For some reason, there's one I remember where it's the 60s. It interrupts a commercial, and it's like a woman vacuuming in a dress and high heels, and I think it's a commercial for like soap or something, and it's like, bulletin, and everybody talks like this just in from Dallas, Texas. President Kennedy was shot in a motorcade on his way to, something. And then, there's the, obviously there's so many different ones, but I swear that was the one that I'm thinking that's the CBS one, maybe was during As the World Turns, but I'm not sure. Not classic. But I love watching stuff like that.
But yeah, Young and the Restless is the one. Young and the Restless started in 1973, by the way. And when Victor decides it's over, that's when he decides he's done. That's when the show needs to end.
That kind of makes no sense. How does that how's that TV show still running?
Because of Victor Newman.
No, like all these shows get canceled, this and that, but these ones, like how is that even?
He's the GOAT. He's Eric Braeden, Victor Newman, who follows me on Twitter.
They really do numbers like that.
What?
Yeah, Eric Braeden follows me on Twitter, and he hates when people call him Victor Newman. Like if they see it, like if he came in here right now,
he's probably aware of how frequently you talk about him, and he's like,
only call him Victor Newman.
Yeah, like, but he hates your guts.
If he were to come into the studios right now, and it's like Victor Newman, he'd be like pissed. Call him Eric Braeden.
Well, I imagine like Jaleel White doesn't want you calling him Steve Urkel either.
That's true. Very true.
I don't think Zach Moore. I know Mario Lopez gets pissed if you call him AC Slater.
Well, I'm gonna call him AC Slater.
Well, that's fine.
This is Mario. I don't like the company he keeps. But my boy Zach, that's my boy.
Like Lotus Prime, I hate those. Built-in audience. So it's just the retirement communities for life. It's just because I'm assuming that's who's watching it because it's on during the day and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, and that's it's
just
forever. But I don't know if it makes the next generation. Like what we have right now, they started like a black soap opera that comes on CBS. I forgot what it's called. It's like All the Gates or something like that. But it's a soap opera that started this year, which is unheard of right now, but it's actually solid too. But I don't know if they make it to the next generation. You talk about Love Island though. Did you see they were having a Love Island watch party?
No, here
in the club. Yeah.
Oh no, here in Sacramento.
Yeah, I ain't gonna say the club because I ain't crazy about the club. But
okay.
They yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And it was packed.
I believe it. I tried it. It's hard to keep it. That show airs like every day.
I thought so too. I don't know when the new episodes.
I think they happen every day.
That's crazy. It's just
like I tried to sit down to watch one a couple of nights ago, and the last night on Love Island. Really? But
shows a lot of chaos.
It is.
Yeah.
I like it. I just can't keep up with it. And my partner at home is like, yeah, I'm home 6 hours before you are. I'm gonna watch it.
She tapped into the day's episode.
Yeah, like 7 times she's already seen it. And then like I'll be behind. We'll watch the next episode together, and I'm like, who the hell is that? Oh, that's the bombshell from 2 weeks ago. The hell is a bombshell? I didn't even know.
Shout out Tony. He says they're not on Wednesday and Saturday.
Okay. All right, understood.
Just like a real soap opera. Soap operas they're not on weekends.
When are those soap operas? Okay, we've got to get back to what we're here for. When are soap operas shot?
I think a week before.
Okay.
They shoot
because it's like
week.
It's nonstop.
Yeah, I think they shoot every week.
Okay.
But it airs the next week after
Got it.
Shoot.
Got it. So we have laid out the pros and cons of Nique Clifford. I don't know why I'm so loud. Sorry. Now we can get into what we think that means for the current roster. Let's touch on Sam Amick's report today. Shout out, Sam. I hope you didn't get in trouble for me saying your name out loud. Say it 3 times and he appears. There was some Jonathan Kuminga stuff written in there, though he quickly acknowledges he's not coming. Like you can have interest. A lot of teams are going to have interest. That is the Golden State Warriors' biggest trade chip. That Jonathan Kuminga to me is the reason why haters like you and I should probably be a little worried. I think they can use Jonathan Kuminga to land someone who really helps them and really works for them. And for whatever reason, it's not Kuminga. He'll go out, have a clean slate. They'll be able to get someone in there who might be able to fit them a little bit better and make them. And given, I think there are going to be some teams that are really, really interested in him. There's that sign and trade stuff. You're talking a lot of money, which means the return not going to be bad.
No, it's not. One thing that I don't worry about it because, I hope they lose and I hope they burn in hell.
Yeah.
But one of the things I'd worry about if I was Drew Down, and maybe it's so fine, but that's still money that's going towards the cap. Like if you want to sign Jonathan Kuminga or salvage the asset by doing a sign and trade, you got an expensive team already.
Sure.
And as opposed to just letting him walk.
Yeah, I don't think you could do that though. Like look, we both know there's one goal and one goal only. And it's not even Warriors win it. Yeah, that's it.
As long as
it's get Steph to 5. Yeah. That's it.
No chance. But I understand trying.
Yeah.
I do. Like you have to as long as he's around.
Yeah.
And he wants to do that. So, but I mean, it's something that they've planned out. I'm sure they planned for. They're ready to do. But I just look at the dollar amount slots, and you're talking Steph. I'm talking big money. You're talking Steph, Draymond, Jimmy Butler, and this new guy. That's got to be a second apron team. Wouldn't you think? Like all those are at least 30 million plus.
Yeah, let's see where the Golden State Warriors are. Where's Bobby Marks when you need him? I know he's already done this. The Golden State Warriors are currently projected 154 million over the project. They are currently over. Oh, they're at 177. I got them at 177.7 million. They're close to being hard capped. So the draft, yeah.
Jimmy, help me out with this. Bobby probably explains it, but Jimmy's new deal didn't kick in, did it?
No, I believe it kicks in this year.
So that's where they're at before his deal, right?
He's got a video. Oh, this is with our brothers over at 95.7. Kuminga controls the Warriors free agency situation. Well, they're feeding me a lot of videos of Bobby Marks. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the graphic that he puts together after each team gets eliminated, where he has all of their caps and projected and all of that stuff.
You got to go way back in the archive for the Kings joint. Been a long time since they played.
Way back in the time.
But I mean, yeah, I that's something they've got to deal with. But to your original point, with what was in that article, the Kings, I don't feel like they can have the interest. I don't think like they're in a position to actually be a real
I don't think so. And I could absolutely be wrong in this regard too. I don't think Golden State would have any interest in doing that with Sacramento either.
I wouldn't if I was them.
No,
I'm not trading Kuminga to the Kings.
We know you wouldn't. The future of Kuminga, restricted free agent, plays a role in how much flexibility the Warriors have this season. Without him on the roster, Golden State is 17.5 below the luxury tax. They are 25.5 million and 37 million below both aprons. They're allowed to use their 14.1 million non-tax mid-level exception, but would not be allowed to exceed the first apron once the roster is filled out. So
that's with him not on the roster.
That's with him not on the roster.
Sign and trade, he's essentially on the roster. You become a first apron.
And if he's not, someone is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, his contract is
almost certainly. I mean, at 25.5 million, if you're 25.5 million away from the first apron, the money I think Kuminga commands, I think so.
25, 30.
Yeah, I think so. So anyways, the point is that was noted by Sam. Russell Westbrook was noted by Sam Amick as well. There seems to be, and Hammer certainly broke down his perspective yesterday. I feel like there might be a little bit more smoke to the Dennis Schroeder stuff than just Dennis Schroeder trying to get his money from Detroit. The two don't have to be mutually exclusive, by the way. Dennis Schroeder's preference could be to be in with the Detroit Pistons, and the Sacramento Kings have interest. Both of those could be true. Dennis Schroeder could also think, and his people could think, well, hey, yo, where's the money at? It could be as simple as that. The thing about Russ, though, and we said this when it happened, Russ opted out of a year. I do not believe Russell Westbrook opted out of that three. You know, it's not major money. It's not like he opted out of $36 million. It's like $3 and some change or whatever it was. I do not believe Russell Westbrook blindly opted out of that deal.
Right. I don't think any of these guys do.
If he's coming to Sacramento, he's like he knows that right now today. And I feel like Sam might have been a little bit more definitive in his remarks about Russell Westbrook, other than they've explored the idea of Russell Westbrook. I feel like Russ has a team right now today. And given the way Sam wrote that particular part of the article, I do not think it's the Sacramento Kings.
What if, let me ask you this about Russ. What if he's got multiple teams and it's his decision? So what if the Kings, I think it was like $3 million a year for if he would have opted in Denver or something like that. What if 3 teams said, we'll give you 2-year, $10 million deal? And he's choosing.
I feel like I perfectly possible. I think if that's the scenario, I think he already chose.
Okay.
That would just be my feeling, because if he chooses, that team probably won't burn him or his agent, and they're going to work with the idea that Russell Westbrook is here next year for this dollar figure. Let's go from there. That again, that's just my opinion.
I got you.
Not that the Sacramento Kings couldn't have talked to him, not that the Sacramento Kings might continue to talk to him, but my feeling is he has a destination. He knew that destination a few weeks ago, and it's not Sacramento.
I got you.
I don't believe anyone blindly. John, is Jake frozen? Yep. Jake's gone. That's good.
Oh man, I love when people get on the show.
It's always an adventure.
It is.
It's always an adventure.
Yeah.
I do. So
I love Russell Westbrook. I love for him to be here, and I think it's part of a bigger picture too. I think Jake is about to join us. We're going to talk Nique Clifford, but I think all these names that you're hearing, I think they've got a specific. The Kings have a specific thought about where these guys are going to be at. I'll talk about it more though.
All right, let's try Jake again. Jake Aiden, there he is. Jake, what's up, baby?
Hey, sorry guys, I just got done with a workout real quick. Kenny, I don't know if you heard. I don't know if you heard about it. It's a new workout fab, Kenny. It's the Damian Barling Fit 45. The difference for me though is. Yeah, exactly. The difference with me is I like to do it around noon, and the person who runs the program usually does it around 5 or 6 a.m. Can't get up that early, unfortunately, but instead I'll just do it at noon.
But you got the video though. You got the video. He's at the local high school with 10 other people around him. And
what is that going on right now?
That's the Damian Barling workout plan.
Yes, exactly. Damian Barling.
Again, the new Sean T.
Yes.
What's that? P90X. What's yours going to be called? Rich. That's what it's going to be called.
No, just let me know when you two are done. Eddie Murphy and Richard Pryor over here. It's great. Everybody's got jokes today. Jake, you were at the media watch party last night.
I was.
What did you think? I mean, did you read the tea leaves? Did you have a feeling that the Kings were getting in on the action last night? And when they did, what did you think of the pick?
So for me, from everything I was being told, which kind of lines up for how the kind of draft shook out, was that Brooklyn pick was the pick that the Kings were targeting maybe even a week ago, possibly sending 2 second-round picks, the first second-round pick this past year and a future second-round pick, or second-round pick this year and a future second-round pick, and pick up that late first from Brooklyn. But they saw their guy, and as Scott Perry put it, he was opportunistic and moved up and got OKC. I liked the move to go get with OKC. He has a history with Scott Presti, with Presti, the GM of OKC. Yeah, thank you. But all the tea leaves and everything that I was being told was that Brooklyn pick, those back-to-back Brooklyn picks at the late end of the draft was what the Kings were targeting. but they could move up as early as 19 if they saw someone that they really, really wanted. I think one of the guys that they really wanted went to 18, and then the other guy started to fall. And when he fell into one of the conversations that they had previous to the draft with OKC and Brooklyn, they went with the OKC one, and here we are. We have Nique Clifford, a Sacramento King.
Let me ask you this real quick before we dive into Nique, because I know you're familiar with him and his game. But do you feel that they were going to get back into that first round regardless, or was it specific to certain players that they like? So if there was, I know for a fact a couple of guys that they were targeting came off the board a little earlier, and the full transparency, Nique was like one of the last guys they had really looked at and wanted. If Nique had gone earlier and they didn't have any of those guys, would they have just stayed put and not gone into the first round?
No, you're on point with that, Casey. I think there was a list of guys that they had graded as a top prospect or a lottery prospect that they really liked, had high grades on. Nique Clifford was quite honestly the last one on that list that they were really interested in. And I turned to James Ham, our good friend Hammer, and said, like, hey, there's only one guy left there. And if he's there, they're going to go grab him. So that's what happened. I don't think if Nique came off the board earlier, especially at 20, or he was even projected to go between 15 and 20, I don't think they would have gone back into the first round. They would have been perfectly fine not having a first round pick and kind of gone into day two trying to reevaluate where they could work. But if their guy was there, they were going to get him, and Nique Clifford was one of those guys.
Well, okay, so man, I want to jump ahead to a few things and try to stop here and just ask, what do you think of Nique Clifford? Like, in terms of what the Sacramento Kings look like right now, what did you think of that acquisition?
So, as Casey alluded to, like, I have a really great relationship with Nique. I have covered Nique since he was 16 years old at Vanguard High School in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Like, I know this kid, his mom, Angel, since he was before puberty. Like, I'm talking before he had the growth spurt, fam. Like, this kid has always been a very top rated prospect coming out of Colorado. He was a 3-star, almost a 4-star guy. Played at a very, very small school in Colorado Springs. It was a charter school. It's a 3A school. So Colorado has 5A through 1A. It's a 3A school, but think about the 5A schools are comparable to like a Grant here or an Intercom here in California. Graduating class of maybe 100 kids, 400 kids total in the school. So very small community. His competition wasn't great at the high school level, but he didn't decide to play on the AAU circuit. Colorado didn't have a great AAU circuit in general. But when he played and when he played up to competition, especially some of the best in Colorado, he always performed well. Always had the length, always had the athleticism, developed his shot, especially his junior and senior year of high school. Committed early to Colorado, liked the idea of staying and being a hometown guy and playing for Tad Boyle at CU. Of course, the COVID pandemic had a lot to do with his development. People say that, you know, he thought he was going to be a one-and-done guy at CU and be in Boulder for 1 year. And unfortunately, with COVID, that just didn't work out. I also don't think he was great in Tad's system. I think the CU system wasn't good. Hopefully, I didn't lose you guys. You still have me?
We got you.
Yep.
You're cooking.
Okay. Sorry. The CU fit, I don't think was great for him. I think that he couldn't carve out a role with Tad Boyle. And because of that, that's why he left to go to CSU to play for Niko Medved and play for the Rams. Could have came out last year, had a second round grade, instead went back to school, and then, of course, had a spectacular, quote unquote, super senior year at CSU, leading them to the NCAA tournament. Some things I want people to know about him. Averaged a double-double in high school, which is really not that hard. Led his team to a state championship. Was a Colorado Gatorade Player of the Year for the state of Colorado when they had a couple kids that came out of Colorado that year. One that was Regis Jesuit, that was a 4-star kid that went to CU. And then another kid, I'm blanking his name, the same school that Christian McCaffrey went over to UCLA. So, you know, this kid is the definition of someone you want on your team that is a team first mentality, glue guy, flashy when you need him, hard worker, scrappy. Like, people are making the Doug Christie comp a lot lately with him. I like that comp. The better comp for me is Josh Hart. Like, I think that is really kind of spot on for what you're looking at in terms of a bigger guard, a smaller small forward, has no problem going in there and getting the rebound. Great effort in terms of taking it to the 10. Still can work on his shot, but still has his splits are been good, especially last year at CSU when it comes to field goal percentage and for behind the arc. If the Kings fans think this is a guy that is going to be a starter in 5 years or 4 years, you can throw that out the window. This is a guy that will be the 6th, 7th, or 8th man on your bench that will come in, give you solid minutes. There won't be a drop off, can have good games, but he will not be someone that takes over. But that's what the Kings need, though. They need more of this. They need more of depth at this position. Guys that can come in and help Keegan Murray when he gets in foul trouble or tired. Guys that can play along Keon Ellis that come off the bench where Keon's not the only main defensive guy on this team. Personally, not only do I like the pick, but I like how Scott Perry went about the pick, said, hey, I want to go back into the first round if there's a guy there that we got to get. And he uses the right pick, I believe, to get back into that first round of the 2027 top 16 protected pick, which will probably turn into 2 second-round picks, which was what you were going to pay to the Nets if you were going to go get that pick later in the first round. So for me, the grade for me is an A pick. I really like him. I think Nique is a great kid in general. Your Kings fans are going to love him because he plays hard. He's a good person, loves being in the community. And like, for me, like I said, full circle moment, like to watch a kid's progression from 16 years old to now being at the professional level. Like, I can't wait to see him tomorrow at the introductory press conference and just be like, dude, like, look where we're at now, bro. Like, we made it. We made it.
Look at us. Look at us. Like that Hot Ones gif.
Yeah.
That they use. Do you think he's a guy that day one can be part of the rotation, or does he need to develop his game a little bit?
No, plug and play. Like, I think about it this way. If the Kings lose out on Jake LaRavia, I think this is a guy that's perfect to take over that LaRavia position. I would like to keep LaRavia because I think he plays more of the small forward, power forward position. But yeah, Nique's going to get minutes right off the bat. I think this is a guy that, because he's 23 years old, because he's played 5 years in college basketball, the speed of the game is something that I have a question on. Is it going to be too fast for him early on? But I do believe IQ-wise, he will be ready to go come opening night at the Golden One Center.
I like that.
So, Jake, the question is, what now? Obviously, we know they have a selection tonight, but there's rumblings, there's murmurs, there's articles, there's talk, there's podcasts, there's D'Lo and KC, there's Jake Gadon. There's other stuff out there. What do you think happens next for this team over not just tonight, but really over the next 4 or 5 days or so?
So I think they're going to stick with that 42nd pick, and I still think they're going to take someone. Think of length. I think they take someone, a flyer on the wall type of guy that provides them length, maybe a small forward or power forward. Just a depth piece that they don't have expectations for, that will probably play in a G League, a little bit of a development type of guy. We saw a bunch of them come in for workouts this past month or two. I think they'll take a flyer on a wall on a guy like that. What happens next for the Kings is really interesting. So, of course, you guys referenced our good friend Sam Amick's article. All right, we can ding him again for being mentioned on the show once again today. That the Kings have a logjam at that guard position. What does that mean? Well, I think Kings fans really need to come to the realization that Malik Monk could not be on this team next year. I think they also need to come to a possibility that Zach LaVine may not be on this team next year. The difference is this. Monk's contract and Monk's availability is much easier to move than LaVine. There are people that are interested in Malik Monk more than Zach LaVine out there. I think it's been widely reported that Toronto really loves Malik. So I know we've all been saying, well, what are we going to do about the point guard position, and how are we going to find a point guard with the guys that are available? I wouldn't be surprised if they use Monk or LaVine in a trade to acquire a point guard of the future, a guy that is established guy in the league, instead of taking some of these guys that are flyers on the wall. Like, I'm sorry, but maybe I'm one of the people that just don't think it's a great fit. But if you add Russell Westbrook to that locker room, like, pass, I'm good. Like, I love like his veteran leadership and the type of guy he is. But like, I've heard murmurs of how he was in Denver this past year, and like sometimes it was an interesting locker room with him in there. I don't think that would be a great fit. Marcus Smart, I think, is very old and injury prone. Dennis Schroeder, okay, that's not a bad backup, but I've also been hearing that the reason those reports came out was so he could see if he could get more money from Detroit. And push that envelope. So if you're asking me what the next move is, it's this. They have a logjam at that guard position when it comes to Malik, Devin, Zach, Keon. Don't be surprised. I put Devin Carter in there because I think he plays more off ball than on ball. Do not be surprised if Malik, Devin, or Zach are guys that are very much on the chopping block of guys that can be traded. The other thing that I really want people to keep an eye on, because free agency starts Monday, is what the Kings do with Keon Ellis. That is a big, big decision they have to make in the next 48 to 72 hours. What do we do with that extension? Does he become a restricted free agent, unrestricted free agent? Do they try to negotiate a deal over the next 72 hours? What's their plan for Keon? I know Keon wants to be here. I know Keon would like to get more money, but I don't think he wants, like, if they extend him and he plays on $2 million this next year, I don't think he's the happiest bunch out of everybody. I think he wants to get paid this offseason. He's proven that he's a definitely not only a starter, but a key cog in the Kings, future moving forward. So those are some moving pieces that I would expect the Kings to start looking at over the next 72 hours. But things are going to start heating up, guys, very, very soon.
There's no point in going to commercial, so whatever. We might as well just go to like 45 or something. Jake, great stuff. Like, it's going to be an interesting. I mean, it all starts Monday.
Yeah.
We got a second round pick coming tonight, and then, well, at least as of right now, we got a second round pick coming tonight, and then free agency starts. Free agency starts Monday.
Yeah.
What are you guys most excited about? Let me ask you this: out of everything that's about to happen, what are you most intrigued about? What are you most excited about?
Free agency. I think there are probably some uncomfortable trades ahead. The main one being Malik. I do not think Domantas Sabonis is being traded. I never did, to be clear. Like, there's nothing that's been written that's made like I didn't think Domas was being traded. The one that I've really kind of changed my opinion on in recent weeks was DeMar, and it started with us having the conversation. So, are we sure they have to trade DeMar DeRozan? And then I just started talking myself into it, and now there seems to be some thoughts. Yeah, maybe they're not. And then after the draft last night, I think Malik Monk is being traded, and I think the Kings would love to trade Devin Carter. Whether they will is another story.
That it could mean absolutely nothing. NBA guys work out all the time, but the workout picture it wasn't necessarily DeMar, Zach, and Mason. It was Doug Christie that made me say, interesting. So it could have no impact on anything. But that kind of always stood out to me. Jake, to your question, I'm interested to see, and this goes to what we were going to talk about before Jake joined us. I'm interested to see what this potential trade that they're going to make, that I believe is going to include Malik Monk and Devin Carter, what the point guard is that comes back. Because Schroeder, Russell Westbrook, guys like that, I believe, especially when you talk about Russell Westbrook, I believe Scott Perry, if they're targeting those guys, those aren't to be your starting point guards. Those are backup guys.
I agree.
And you're not going to go get a new center. You're probably not going to get a power forward. You're probably not getting a small forward or a shooting guard. That trade package of Malik Monk, Devin Carter, who else, maybe a draft pick, is specifically to go get a big-time point guard, a big-time starting point guard. I don't know who that is. I want to see who that is. I look at Emmanuel Quickly. You talk about Toronto. It's a guy that everybody, Scott Perry's talked about, drafted, really, really likes. I really like Emmanuel Quickly. Maybe he looks at him as a guy that is a little bit of a hidden gem in this league, where if he gets in the right situation, he can blossom into one of those top point guards in the league. But I think that trade package is for a point guard. It's not for Schroeder. Like getting Schroeder and Westbrook here is not like they're going to start for us. I think those are depth pieces. I want to see what the move is to go get that point guard.
Spot on, my friend. Spot on. I think when you look at what DeMontis brings to this team, I think you're right on that. I don't think he's moving anywhere. I still think when you look at DeMar, like a trade deadline move still makes a ton of sense. I think, Scott values his leadership and his veteran leadership. And I think that's something that Scott has been looking for to have to be a culture setter here. When you look at DeMar, he's been around the block. He knows how to win. I just don't know. My back and forth is, okay, is DeMar happy with being with a team that is trying to just compete for the playoffs compared to a team trying to compete for a championship? Because as he's talked about, he's got maybe 2 to 3 more years left on his just NBA career. Is he okay accepting that he's going to be on a team that's vying for a playoff spot instead of vying for a championship? That's the question you ask heading into the season. That's the hard question you really ask if the Kings aren't really in it at the trade deadline. A lot of good things, though. We had a lot of good problems. The good news is this. You're not the Boston Celtics where you have to trade out of the apron. You got money to move. You got pieces to move. My question now is, Scott, what's your next move? It's the ball is in your court. What are you pivoting to next? And I think we'll find out over the next 72 hours of what that team is thinking over at the Golden One Center.
I love you, Jake, but that was ridiculous. I would very much rather be the Boston Celtics. 1, 2, you don't have to trade to get below the apron. You're choosing to trade to get below the apron.
I don't know. I don't want to pay that. Do you have that money for that luxury tax, friend?
It ain't my money, dog.
They just spent $6 million. They've got it.
It is not my money.
Got it. They just
I
spent
am
$6 million.
fine.
Guys, I'm a Knicks
I
fan.
am fine. I got money for the vending machine. I'm good.
Let's remind ourselves where my fandom lies. All right, that will tell you everything you need to know about the Boston Celtics.
Yes, it will. Jake, we appreciate you as always, my friend. Thank you.
Hey, question for you though, real quick. The Damian Barling post workout. What do we do here? Is it a cold plunge? Do we go to the sauna? I'm just looking for some direction here.
Well, a real one would do contrast therapy, where you start in the sauna, then hop in the cold plunge. A real one would go sauna, cold plunge, sauna, cold plunge, sauna, cold plunge for about 15 to 30 minutes.
Okay.
Protein
I'm
shake,
just ready.
Plant-based protein shake. You'd be good.
I'm ready. All right. I want to work out with the man, the myth, the legend, Damian Barling. So
hey, workout start at 5:30 every morning in Rockland. You can come hang out.
Y'all can have that.
I'll pass.
Y'all can have that.
All right. I'm going to bed.
Give me the.
Appreciate you, Jake. Give you the what?
Give me the sleeve, the joint, man. I don't know.
Oh, the Normatec.
Yeah, give me that.
Have you ever tried a cold plunge?
No, I don't like being cold though.
Oh, you don't? Yeah. No, you definitely don't.
It's also
I mean, it's not the worst. I'm not gonna. I'm sure it'll be fine. Like it'll be a shock, and I'll be fine. But you do it on a regular basis, like
I did it this morning.
That's a tough thing to have in your home if you're regular, like me and KC.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, where am I gonna put that?
It's facts.
Where am I gonna put that?
Where?
Really?
Yeah, where am I gonna put that?
You can put it next to the Golden One Center. It's outside. The cold plunge is outside.
I don't even know if I had that kind of.
I jumped into the man.
That
was amazing.
Bro.
It's crazy. Bro goes to the resort, gets a workout, and then goes to the cold plunge after that.
He really lives like in Hawaii.
You really set yourself up pretty nicely.
Yeah.
I didn't set myself up badly.
That's why I said you set yourself up nicely.
I feel like I did. It's because I don't. Man, all right. I know what y'all doing, man. I know what y'all are doing. We ain't go. We
should go to 43.
Yeah, Jake Gadon just wrapped up with us. Jake Fischer, Kenny's nemesis, I guess, is going to join us coming up here.
Kenny tweeted and Jake said, "I'm gonna pull up."
But it's a good move. You should piss off more people. They'll just come on the show the next day.
Yeah, well, except for Coffee Boy, I'll piss him off.
Well, Coffee Boy was scared to death. Oh, I'm busy. All right, man.
You think Trista's ever going to succeed in having us all in the same place?
Who, me, you, and Jake Fisher?
No, Coffee Boy.
Oh.
I talk to all jokes. I talk to him. I tell him exactly how I feel and exactly how things went down. I ain't going. But
if Trysta asked me to, I would. Otherwise, I'd be like, bro, get out of my face.
I'm not going out of my way.
Like, bro, get out of my face.
I'm talking. I'm like, yo, you was on some.
You was
stuff.
a jackass on social media. Now you want to talk? Oh, get out of here.
Some stuff, bro. And if he can handle that, like if he's good with the things I got to say, and it's not gonna be nothing crazy. It's just gonna be real talk. But if he's good with that, then yeah, we can move on. If he don't want to hear that, then that's his problem.
Yeah, man.
I don't lose no sleep though. Never have. Life is good.
Man, you shouldn't. Man, so
let me ask you what you think about, because that's what I was kind of getting at when we talked about Westbrook, the name of Westbrook, Schroeder, all this other stuff. I think those guys are being mentioned and talked about in backup roles. I think the trade that people think might be on its way, involving potentially a Malik Monk and a Devin Carter, I think that is to get your starting point guard. I don't think Schroeder or Westbrook are starting point guard options for this team, and I don't think that's how Scott Perry's looking at it either.
I agree. That's why the idea, with putting together the Mark Stein tweet and the Sam Amick report don't work. Both of those guys aren't coming in.
Yeah,
Dennis Schroeder and Russell Westbrook. I'd be more inclined to believe for 82 games, Dennis Schroeder would be your starting point guard versus Russell Westbrook. I like Russell Westbrook more. I don't know that they would be comfortable committing 82 games to him to being your starting point guard. But I think they would do that for Dennis Schroeder. But in the same vein, I'm with you. I don't think either one of those guys are meant to be their starting point guard, which is why I feel like I don't know if there's a starting point guard spot out there for Russell Westbrook. The one Dennis Schroeder's trying to sign with isn't even a starting point guard.
No.
Which is why it's kind of interesting to he has something. Russell Westbrook absolutely has something. And if it's the Kings, Sam clearly doesn't know that. Right. Like the way Russell was like a and also mentioned in his column, which leads me to believe Russ is somewhere else. Again, John Collins opted in. He did not exercise his opt-out. Was that yesterday, the $26 million?
Yeah.
That's because he knew.
Yeah.
His agent did the work and he learned, there's not a market. So I'm gonna put the ball in the hands of the team I'm in.
You need to take
this. I got this. Let's bring Jake Fisher in. Go ahead. Jake, I'm gonna clear the floor. We're gonna welcome in Jake Fisher because my man has got something to say.
Hey, Jake, what's up, man? KC,
how you doing?
At King KC, you know what I mean? So last night, let me just say,
mm-hmm.
Got a little emotional. I got a little impatient last night, and we have this conversation a lot with guys like yourself, with guys like Sam Amick, and you guys are certified, verified. Like you guys know people in the league. You talk people. You don't make stuff up. You report what you hear. So when you mentioned the whole thing, and you said it for weeks, like the Kings were trying to get back or were dedicated to getting back in the first round, it was never Jake Fisher is lying. It's who's telling Jake Fisher this? Is it an agent trying to have an angle, or is it the Kings trying to get that? Like, who's telling this? So last night, when it was like, I told the guys before, I drafted the tweet at like pick 12 because I was antsy. But I said, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to wait. And then when Miami drafted and that Pelicans-Hawks trade happened, that's when I got impatient. And I said, who was the one telling him this? Who? And then like 45 seconds later, Shams comes on there and says, the Kings are about to draft at 24.
So Jake hit you with the eyes.
And Jake got me, and I got a salute. He got me. I earned that one. I learned that.
It's such a stupid thing, like breaking this stuff, because it's just going to come out, right? Like that. But I think part of what we try to do, and what I've always tried to do previously, but now with Stein at the Substack, is to try to give fans Kings fans in this example a general idea of what to expect, because it's more fun to kind of like go to a restaurant and know the cuisine than just like we're going into the draft and we're going to have some type of meal to take away. You know what I mean? And especially if you're a team that doesn't have a first round pick, I think it's probably exciting to know that your club is looking to get into the action. Of course, what you're talking about, the frustration of, well, you know, if you're going to do this, do it already. And if you don't do it, I think then it's even more frustrating. That hope that was dangled in front of your face is taken away. But yeah, I have some people who know some things about Sac, and I know that you're a low key Knicks fan too. So that's, you know,
I love Jake Fischer. I'm a Knicks supporter, Jake. I'm a Kings fan.
Hey.
I'm a Knicks supporter.
Jake
Shout out to the
Fischer,
Knicks State.
welcome on this show anytime.
There you go. Shout out Trysta Krick. Shout out Trysta Krick.
Yes, indeed.
Always,
yes,
always.
Indeed.
Jake, there, our guy Matt George, who will be with us later, Locked On Kings, he noted, I'm curious what you know about this, that the Kings actually had, the reason my partner was so impatient is Scott was actually looking, they were hoping for specific players, and they had, you know, a few guys on their list. And from what we've learned out here, Jake, curious what you've heard, they actually had, I don't want to say multiple deals lined up, but they had multiple places they were confident they could jump in the draft if they needed to.
Yeah, that was the sense I had as well going into it. I don't want to like run roughshod with speculation as to where they were going to go, but the two teams in that, or the two players that teams in that range, for example, were like Orlando took Jace Richardson. They wanted Jace Richardson, obviously, when there was kind of some thought around the league that OKC at 24 was a good spot for Sac to get in there. I know the Magic were a bit not concerned, but it was on their radar. Like, oh, is it going to be Jace? Of course, it did not be. But I think generally for this draft compared to other drafts, there was just such a variance in the rankings of these guys. I mean, we had kind of a quote unquote top 8, which that got disrupted with Kamal Malawach falling down 2 spots. But still, I think that was relatively chalk. Like the first 7 names that went, not necessarily in that exact order, but those were the 7 names people were looking for. But then after that, it was a total crapshoot. And so because of that, a lot of teams like Portland obviously showed, like Washington did an A team. You know, I think even Memphis, if there wasn't really a trade up opportunity for them, like if Cedric Howard goes 10, for example, maybe Memphis is actually even trading down. So I think the board was so fluid, and a lot of teams were saying, I'd never heard this number of teams. And I don't have a number off top of mind for anyone being like, how many, but a lot who were saying, yeah, depending on how the board breaks, we could trade up or trade down. Like that was like kind of rife throughout the second half. So the fact that Sac was looming, I'm sure they had several spots lined up of like, okay, this team, if our guy's not here, we know we have a deal with Sacramento on the table. So I'm sure they had a lot of business that was kind of being set up, and that to kind of put, peel everyone back behind the curtain a bit is also how you start to find out some things about what teams are doing too, right? If they're calling 4 or 5 teams with the same initiative, and even just 2 of them tell me, hey, Sac's trying to do this, and then, you know, you can check it with some people who would really know about, you know, who they're going for or who's in the building, then that's kind of when you start to get your story together.
Yes, sir, man. Jake Fischer, man, who got your boy last night, and I deserved it. Even though I didn't at Jake, I didn't at him, but I deserved it.
Someone sent it to me. To be fair, you know, I had this group chat, high school friends who just are so ready to pile on me when I deserve it, and then are also ready to defend me whenever they think someone needs to be defendable or whatever the verb would be. And I got sent that because it's draft night and the spotlight's on. And, you know, honestly, after what happened while we're in this open, vulnerable spot here, after how I, you know, flubbed some things last year, a lot of people were texting me yesterday, hey, good luck tonight, to the point where I was suspicious. I was like, come on, now I feel like a charity case. So it's good that it all kind of worked out.
To be clear, Jake, we don't break stuff. We don't report stuff. We have broken stuff. We have reported stuff. And Jake, I can tell you first, we don't like it.
Yeah.
We do not like it at all. It is not fun. It is not enjoyable, and it is it makes your heart beat a little bit different when tweets go out, when those words are said over the air. So we completely understand,
100%.
man.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you guys do such a great job. The De'Aaron interview you did in the middle, I forget when exactly it was in the timeline of that whole saga, but like that's the peak of local journalism to me. Like you guys just crushed that stuff. So I'm an admirer from afar myself.
I appreciate you.
Appreciate you, man.
Thank you.
So with the Kings, and we talk about that draft night and how it seemed like, from everything that I heard, it seemed like that specific players they were looking at, and if they were there, they'd move in there to go get them. If not, they'll kind of play back and maybe even not even go into the first round. Do you think that's how the Kings offseason is going to be? Like they're going to be cautiously aggressive, right? Where if they're targeting specific players and specific needs for that team, and if it's there, they're going to be aggressive to go get it, but they're not going to just make change for the sake of making change. They're willing to bring as many people back as they need to if it's not the right time. Is that kind of what you're hearing?
Yeah, I think, Scott Perry and Joe Dumars kind of got grouped in together as this old guard coming back in when they both got hired. And Scott Perry has so far clearly shown much more restraint than what his counterpart is doing with the Pelicans. And I think also both situations, to go back to that parallel, are interesting, being that these are, the Kings, just to zero it in here, it's obviously a roster that still does have a lot of talent across the board. Like forget about the equivalence of the talent with the contract in the case of a Zach LaVine, let's say. But I think generally speaking, like just who is a good NBA player that have unique skill sets or elite skill sets or plus skill sets, that's up and down this roster. So I think because of that, and the record also wasn't exactly what you'd want it to be, and the fit of these pieces have been suboptimal, you're going to be able to have a lot of conversations. Like when you have a lot of B- to B+ players, for example, those are the types of players that aren't going for a Desmond Bane price, or even the price thresholds similar to that Boston's setting for Derek White, for example. So I think naturally, just maybe this sounds like a couched answer, but you're going to have a lot of interest if you're putting these players on the board. And for a new front office that has been out of the game for a bit, as well at the top, it makes logical sense. It's a business. It's unfortunate, but to just put out your players' names and see what they're worth if you don't know, because you haven't been calling about those guys. So I think all those conversations to make this to a close outside of Domas and Keegan Murray, I think will happen. And I think that doesn't mean there's going to be a fire sale, but I think that they will be looking to be opportunistic if plus value deals end up presenting themselves.
And so that's where you come into this next part. Monday's the start of free agency, and Casey and I, and I think a lot of Kings fans and reporters have started to kind of put the pieces of the puzzle together, and it's starting to wonder if Malik Monk is around next year. He is a massive crowd favorite for sure, but when Scott Perry laid out what he thinks the principles of this basketball team is going to be, I'm not really sure that Malik fits that. He's also an asset. He's a good ball player, and a lot of people have their eyes on Toronto and Emmanuel Quickly, guys that have a history with Scott Perry. Scott Perry, excuse me. You heard anything about that? You are we losing Malik?
Can't give a definitive answer right now, but definitely that Emmanuel Quickly idea is certainly out there in the ether. Yeah. And I think, to your point, Malik Monk will have a market because his contract, what's he at, 18 off top of head? Is that, above the mid-level, and that's kind of the ballpark right now this whole offseason, right? Every free agent, pretty much outside of one or two lucky guys, depending on how the sign and trade market breaks, you're looking at how much of the mid-level you can get. And so teams are looking at player contracts in relation to that. So I don't agree with this, but there's a consensus around the league that Terrence Mann, who just got kind of salary dumped, quote unquote, in that Atlanta deal for Porzingis, he makes $15 million-ish across the next 3 years. So people on the league are automatically like, oh, above the mid-level, bad contract. So you will have some teams by that logic who look at Malik Monk, see 18, and say, it's north of the mid-level, we're not so interested. But the teams that will be more focused on adding for talent and for specific needs, especially in the East right now. It's obviously so wide open. Anyone thinks that they can make one or two moves and really factor into being a home court team in the playoffs. I think Malik Monk is going to have interest for sure. And I think the fact that the guard market right now, like if Nickeil Alexander-Walker goes back to Minnesota, there really isn't so much in their prime age talent. Like the best guys on the board are D'Angelo Russell and Chris Paul and Malcolm Brogdon and Russell Westbrook. Like there isn't that 26 to 30-year-old guy who could definitely fill it up for you guy really on the market. So I think there will be a market for him. To pinpoint exactly where right now, I mean, I'm still trying to get ready for a draft show tonight for the second round. But yeah, it should kind of crystallize, I think, over the weekend.
Well, we know, like you said, you got another round of the draft that you got to get ready for, man. So we appreciate you taking out the time. Before you go, I mean, I gotta ask, what's going on back there, man? What's going on behind you, man? I'm a sneaker guy myself, man. What's going on? What you got going on back there?
We got 2 J's, 2 Jordan 1s, and my blazer. I'm trying to get the camera.
We can go wide view. There we go.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Yeah. Those are the turbo greens are my Eagles game day kicks, and I don't know. I don't get to
like the Eagles thing, but I can't say nothing because y'all the Super Bowl champions. So I can't say nothing.
Put some respect. Jalen Hurts, the truth. Yeah, I went to that game. I've been to the Eagles have not lost a Super Bowl that I have attended. So there you go.
There
Stop
you go.
going.
Well done. Well
Well,
done.
no, so I went with my brother when we won in Minnesota, freeze my ass off there. Then we didn't go when we played Kansas City the first time around because we wanted to be in Philadelphia to run roughshod in the streets, and that didn't work out. So my brother kind of forced us to go to New Orleans. Not that I need to have any reason to go too much. I love New Orleans. And my hot take is that the Super Bowl should always be in New Orleans. The fact that the stadium is walkable is incredible, and New Orleans is incredible in its own right. So love that city, and Super Bowl 59 forever.
Good stuff, man. Hey, good luck tonight, Jake.
Yes,
And I mean that in a good way, not in a hey, don't do anything crazy
Thanks,
way.
man. Thanks, man.
We're tapped in. We really appreciate you, man. Thanks for
Appreciate you guys. Yeah. Light the beam.
Yes, sir. You heard him. You heard him. That's our man, Jake Fischer, right there.
Good stuff.
With a little TK mention, man. Good stuff. He does the Heat Check podcast pretty regularly with her. So stay tapped in. Again, obviously, he's got the draft to cover tonight, but yeah, there's rumblings. There's rumblings around the league about the Sacramento Kings and moves, and the Toronto one seems to be the loudest. Again, that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
But that Toronto one it's kind of gotten to the point where it was loud enough that you just probably shouldn't ignore it anymore.
Right.
And that's where we hit that point yesterday.
Is this me, or did it come off like it's something's going to happen sooner than later too?
I couldn't tell. I didn't get a read.
Well,
what does crystallize over the weekend mean?
Well, I mean, the draft will be behind us, and we'll be heading.
That's what I mean. Like maybe coming up like this weekend or something. Like that.
We'll be heading into the first day of free agency.
Right.
How much of the Kings free agent approach factors into, Malik being here versus not being here, whether a deal is in place, whether it's not in place, what it winds up costing them. I mean, it's not crazy that a pick could be the trade could be made tonight. Kings got a pick tonight. Like second round picks are being thrown all over the place. What are you smiling at?
Can you imagine? They just tell me like, yeah, well, we'll just talk to you in a few weeks. We're gonna figure it out. We're just gonna go silent for a few weeks. And if it doesn't work, we'll come back to you.
No, they don't tell you that. They just do it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Well, at least that's what the old regime did. There's just they
not gonna
just
say
stopped
anything.
returning Harrison Barnes' phone call.
That's crazy. They lucky Harrison didn't say kick rocks. You
hey, big head.
Yeah, to your point though, when you really think about it, it kind of all makes sense. And like the tentacles of what
Is
both
that the
teams need.
octopus again?
Yeah, kind of.
Oh, wow. No show loves.
Loves what?
What do they call octopi?
That is
What's
the singular
is it?
version of it. Yeah, I believe it is.
You mean the plural version?
I mean yes, the plural version.
Octopi.
Yeah, octopus is just one, like you said.
All right.
You're right.
No, I
you're
got
right.
it. We need to go to break.
You're
We haven't
right.
taken a commercial break in an hour. Jake Gadon, right to Jake Fischer, man. And we're not done. Drake Yu is going to join us in the 2:00 hour. Matt George, who did a great job breaking down the Kings war room, so to speak, on the latest edition of the Locked On Kings podcast. He's been all over what the Sacramento Kings have been doing the last few days, and I think he's got some pretty good thoughts on where they might be going moving forward. We'll talk to him in the 3:00 hour. So much more ahead. We haven't done it. I apologize. That's me. Let's open up these phone lines. We want to hear from you as well. The Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. Stealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. D-Lo, would it be straight up Monk for quickly, or what could it be? I don't know. Keep it real, G. I think I don't know. I don't know if it's straight up. I haven't looked at the numbers. My guess is no. It's rarely ever 1-for-1. But hold up. Yo, what's good?
I said to Jake, send me the link. I'm about to crash.
Yeah, buddy. What's good?
Yeah.
Man, Jake was great. Did you watch Jake?
I didn't, but I was literally just about to go back and watch it. And I was like, because I usually come on around this time. And I have a thing at 2:30. Let me come on now and let's chop it up.
Oh, that's perfect. That's a good look. We're glad you're here.
You like my Blazers hoodie I just got sent?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So you're feeling good.
Young Hanson.
What? Run that back?
His name is Young Hanson.
Oh, okay.
That's his name.
All right. So you feeling good then? Wearing I don't think I've ever seen you wear Blazers gear before.
Never. I just got sent it, and I was literally wearing.
We got running.
We got.
Oh snap!
Hey, yo, what's up, Chatty House? What's up, Kitty? Okay, Lake Show.
Yeah, okay, Lake Show indeed.
Oh, okay.
Jake Fischer mentioned him being a Knicks fan, and I popped for that. That was fantastic.
Yeah, I was talking to Jake. He was like, "I'm going on the show," and I was like, "Dope."
They got me last night. I got a little impatient. Jake got me, man.
I said, Jake, send me the link so I can crash these fools.
Yeah, man.
What's good? Where you at?
I'm at the crib, just inside. Okay. But I wanted to just pull up, say what's good, get your thoughts on the draft, talk about the last. It's been too long, really. It's been too long. I can't miss a Tuesday. So.
You how do you feel about the draft? Not Kings draft, Blazers draft.
You want to wait until we actually come on, or we want to do it now?
Yeah, we go.
Yeah, we can wait. We got like a minute and some change. So.
Let me go somewhere where there's some better lighting.
No, it's perfect. You look good right there. You look comfortable.
Did I?
You're fine.
Talk about your death guy.
Where's Mama
Crick?
Mama Crick. I was just about to say, where's Mama Crick at?
Mama Crick.
Talk about the dead guy.
Yeah.
That's the kind of morbid stuff my mom's on.
No.
Mama Crick wild for that one.
Talk about the dead guy, she said.
Is it cloudy over there? What's going on out there?
Yeah, it is. It's a bad day. It's a
60 something? Oh,
yeah.
okay.
What's up with y'all? You guys are just, what do you guys like?
I'm gonna be in Seattle next week.
Ooh.
You are?
Yeah.
For what?
I'm gonna go see my brother out there.
Oh, I didn't know your brother lived in Seattle.
Yep. He built a house on, is it Kingston?
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
What's your brother do?
Build shit.
Okay, he builds stuff.
Like he doesn't do anything. Like he I don't know. He's the most fascinating human being on earth. Like he just left Sacramento. I said, bro, what are you doing? He was like, I'm going to Kingston. What, Jamaica? Nah, it's this place across from Seattle. I just bought a plot of land out there. And he spent like 3 years building his house. It's ridiculous.
Oh, wow. He built it himself, or he had people build it?
No. He built it himself.
Oh, I need to see this.
Oh, it's crazy. I'll send you the pictures. It's bananas. All right, we're coming back, TK. Yo, we got a run-in.
That's
Post
Trysta Krick's music.
Draft day. TK said, I ain't going a week without speaking to my guy. She grabbed the link from her boy, Jake Fischer. And here we are.
That's why we locked in, man. Locked in.
Just crash the party, baby. Talk about the draft. Talk about the first round. Just lament. See how you guys are feeling?
Nah, pretty. I mean, good. I mean, Jake was all over the idea that the Sacramento Kings were going to get into the first round of the draft. And, you know, we've learned since from our guy, Matt George, Jake Fischer reiterated. Yeah, the Kings had specific players that they liked, which is why no deal was done in advance. They wanted to make sure they could, you know, get these players at certain spots. They had different teams. I don't want to say lined up, but they were confident in deals that they could make as the draft went along. And Nique was there for them with that 24 pick in Oklahoma City. The cost wasn't too high. I don't even think we've covered that. Everybody knows it by now. It's the protected San Antonio pick from 2027 that conveys immediately if for some reason that protected pick winds up landing, you know, in the top 16, it stays with the Kings and it immediately turns into the 2 second-round picks for San Antonio. So, I mean, TK, he looks like a solid ball player. Like, I don't think anyone's overreacting or going crazy or thinking we, you know, just had the greatest night in the history of the franchise. But for a team that didn't have a pick to start the night, for them to get into this draft and find a player that looks to be a pretty solid fit and potentially a really good rotational player, I think everybody feels good about it.
Yeah, I think you look at a guy who's long, 6'6", wing, and you say, okay, like, we'll take a flyer on this guy. I think a lot of people had Nique mocked a little bit earlier than this. So to get to, 23? And him still not be there, or him still not be drafted, and, you know, be like a West Coast sort of Pacific West Coast sort of player at Colorado State. I think that's a good look. I think that was the most, I was like, oh, okay, that's a competent. All I want from a team is, like, at least even if I don't agree, and I do agree with this, but even if I don't agree or I wouldn't have done it, I just want to have confidence in the decision-making process. And this felt like a very adult move. Felt like a very competent GM move.
Yeah, I agree. Even down to, you know, I always say the process doesn't always matter to me, but the process was on point. Like, you have guys that you're looking to draft. You don't want to do anything too early. You want to see how it plays out. And if those guys are there, then you'll be aggressive. If not, you just live on to draft another day or something like that. So I like the way that went down. One of the things that I see in Nique Clifford's game, I want to know, because I know you watch a lot of hoop, a lot of college hoop, is there are aspects to his game that I think could work better in the pros than in college. Because, you know, college gets a little jumbled up and, you know, junked up with the defense and all this other stuff. The pro game, a little bit more wide open. And I think his ability to catch on the perimeter, one dribble go, rip through go, jab step go, catch and shoot once he works on that shot a little bit. I think there's some things that could really, like, blossom once he gets to the NBA. You know, I don't know what that ends up putting him as a player, but there's a skill set that I think could help in the NBA.
Yeah, and I think having a guy who can the NBA game is just much more wide open, right? You just get lots more space, and so it's opening up driving lanes. It's just a better fit for that type of a player, where things get very clogged up in the college game. So you don't sometimes know what you're getting from a college player, especially depending on the offensive system that they're in, really how that's going to translate. And so I think for Nique, and I didn't watch a lot of him really in college, but from what I saw and what I read, you know, he could end up being a really rangy defender and a guy that can do a lot of the things that Doug Christie in his prime did, which is what they're sort of comping him out as, which is sort of wild.
I'm looking at the draft results last night. If I did this right, there were 10 trades in the final 20 picks.
It's craziness. And guess what? Brooklyn did none of them.
None of them.
None. They drafted 5 players last night. That's crazy.
I don't know. I was certain they were going to go up and move up and try to take Ace Bickley.
Who had the most confusing night of the draft? Was it the Nets, the Pelicans, or the Suns?
Or the Blazers?
Well, talk about your Blazers for a second.
Like, I think what I was doing a live stream, live reacting to the first round with Fluent and Chill, 2 great guys. Actually, you guys like sort of remind me of them in the sense of like very casual, like nose hoop in and out. And somebody in the little super chat was like, Young handsome going whatever. Or I think they put Hanson Yang. And I go, don't F around with me, okay? Like, don't play with me. I will lose my ish right now, okay? And then they were like 20 seconds ahead, and I go, oh, that they weren't joking. I was excited about Carter Bryant. Love Carter Bryant's game. You know, that's like from Arizona. That's the kind of guy I like, right? Do not give me a cookie. I don't want the cookie right now. I don't have to have it hot. He is lying. Yes. Anyway.
You don't like cookies?
She just made a cookie. And I don't need it. Now. I don't need a cookie in the middle of this hit. Okay. I don't need it.
All right.
Mama Crick, shout out.
She's like she just is always trying to be a little star, She doesn't want to.
Well, she is a star. That's our girl.
She goes, oh my God. If you saw us on a day-to-day basis,
let's start a show.
It's comedy.
Start a show.
So Carter Bryant was on my list. Kasparis was on my list. So those type of players, I was like, all right, that's right in the range of who we can get. And I'm like, all right, well, maybe we can get like a Derek Queen. I don't know. So I was flabbergasted and surprised. Everyone was surprised. And I knew at that moment we're going to get crushed. We are going to get crushed for this pick. I don't care what happens. I don't care why. I just know that this is going to be the thing that everyone talks about. Because he's mocked at like 35. Sam Vecini had him ranked like 48th. But what I will say is this. I dug into it. And I'm loving the process. They've been evaluating and scouting this kid since he was 18 in China. And somebody was tweeting about this literally back in 2023. Being like, hey, Mike Schmitz, former ESPN talent evaluator, assistant GM, has now just gone to China and he's in love with this kid, Yang Hansen. And I'm like, okay, tell me why. Like, what's the deal? And then Jake Fischer tweets out that he speaks to a Nuggets source and they say Chinese Jokic. I'm like, is that for? I don't want to fact check Jake, but let me call my own Nuggets people out. Like let me do put my little Twitter fingers to work, on the text. And they said, no, he is one of this person said he was one of my favorite players at the combine. The interview was insane, like really great kid, great personality. Not one of those 19-year-olds who's like gangly. Like he's like kind of a grown man. Have you seen photos of him without his shirt on? Pause. Just like kind of ripped. And for, a 7'2" guy from China who's 19, he's a lot bigger than even Victor Wembanyama, like in terms of like his.
Yeah, he's like 250 or something.
Yeah, his musculature. Wow. He has musculature. So they said, okay, not only was the interview process really great and everybody loved him, but also there was this one, Rafael Barlow said he was with the Portland staff and was like, why do you guys like this kid so much? And they're like sort of trying to explain it. And then there was this one pass that he made that blew everyone away, a Jokic-esque pass. Like, oh, whoa, what was, like a no-look kind of a deal. So they've been evaluating him for 2 years. They actually wanted to draft him last year, but he didn't enter the draft. And so he was the only guy that they had on their list. That was it. It was, we're going to move back from 11 and we'll see how far back we can go before we feel like we're going to lose him. And so for a lot of people, they're saying, well, surely if he's mocked at 35, why only go back to 16? Now I'm seeing online, I don't know if this is true, but Chinese journalists are reaching out to NBA teams, and Minnesota was thinking about drafting him at 17. Brooklyn was thinking about drafting him at 19. And then there was another team that was looking to draft him into the 20s. So
It's probably Brooklyn.
Probably Brooklyn again. Brooklyn again.
Brooklyn 2 or 3 more times.
So I think, and then you move back and you get a first-round pick and 2 second-round picks. To me, that's good GMing. Whatever you think about who he is and why they drafted a center and who else they could have gotten, Portland has a log jam at every single position, including center. Center, if they drafted a guard, it's like, well, you have Scoot and you got Shaden, so what does that mean about Scoot? We could have said that for the 3. You got Denny. What's going on? Like, what is this? So I think at 11, it's really tough when you have needs, but you already have players that you're high on. And we know that this team isn't interested in keeping DeAndre Ayton. Domin Ayton is not staying. Rob Williams probably not staying. So it's probably just Klingon and Young Hansum.
You know, you kind of touched on it a little bit, but I feel like Portland, it's not like they, have it all figured out. Everything is perfect. But I look at them and kind of like you said, they were in a position last night to take a chance on somebody because you found Natumani, because you found Denny, and you've got Scoot and Shaden and all this other stuff. You got an asset like Jeremy Grant that you can move at some point. Klingon's waiting there. They didn't have to be by the book, and this is the best guy on the list. Let's take a shot. Like, let's take a shot. We've been in the draft for a little bit. We've gotten some good ball players. We have assets that we can move because I think at this point, they're looking for that vet. Like, I don't think they're going to be looking for a draft guy to take them over the top. It's move those assets for a vet if they ever get to that point. But I'm okay with it. It's like, yeah, let's take a shot. Let's see what we got right here. This is the draft and the situation to do so.
And apparently his workout with Portland was incredible. Like, just insane. What I got back was the kid is ridiculously skilled. And he just turned 20 today. So, and he's today. Yeah. So apparently he's going to play right away. And some people thought he was going to be like a draft and stash. Some people thought, okay, he's just going to be a developmental project. I think they want him to play minutes now. And they think they have something in him. So, and I think that the logic and the reason behind what they're doing is all about athletic, versatile guys who are defensively sound. And now he's a little bit slow-footed from what I see and hear, but he's a great rim protector. He can block shots just like Klingon. I think they want their bigs to defend the rim, and I think they want beasts, athletic, on-ball defenders around the perimeter. As my new tagline for the Blazers is, it's only middies, kiddies. That's all you got. That's all you're getting from us.
Okay.
I like it.
Okay. Speaking of middies, I told you we were texting last night, and I told you I'm getting this feeling like DeMar DeRozan's going to be around. And, it's hard to read tone through text. I think Trysta just wrote back, why? I read it as, why? That's how I read it.
Yeah, it was.
Like, why would they do that?
Why? It was really like, I don't care who wants him there. Does he want to be there?
So everybody keeps saying that. I don't know that DeMar doesn't want to be here. Like, he can, everyone can point to the podcast after the De'Aaron Fox trade and all of that. He didn't say, I don't want to be here. He said, yeah, I came to play with Fox and Sabonis, but like, yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens.
Kind of like we'll see.
Yeah, but I mean, he's also working out with Mason Jones and Doug Christie, and I'm leaving. I feel like Zach LaVine. Yeah. So I don't think it's the craziest thought that DeMar DeRozan is still here. Also, like, I don't know. There's rumblings that Pat Riley's doing Pat Riley stuff again, and they're like, man, I ain't dealing with Miami. And I don't know. Maybe the Clippers, jump back into this. I don't know.
I think we're a little tired of Miami, all of us,
I think, collectively, everybody.
Collectively, we're just like, okay, Pat, whatever you say, dude.
Y'all are so mid, and you act like you're the champions.
And just like, oh, heat culture. So what has heat culture done? Any time
40 wins.
Like, you're like, I know that they were a top seed a few years ago, but that was the most fugazi top seed that we've seen. This is fugazi. I thought what Utah did took a level of no F's given that only Trader Danny would do. Trader Danny and the Sun. And the Sun. For a kid to say, not playing for you, don't draft me. I decline any opportunity for you to speak to me or for me to work out for you. And him to be like, you know what? We don't care. We're doing it. That's what I want. That take back that control. I don't care what you say, what you want. This is what we think is in the best interest of our team. We got you under team control for 4 years. So you either retire or you show up to Salt Lake City.
He's gonna have to show up.
The look on his face, like,
oh, that was
Steve
Francis.
Oh.
The light went out in his eyes immediately.
Like I said last night, I ain't seen one of those in a while, man. Everybody usually been happy. I ain't seen a Steve Francis in a while.
Did you see? Was it Boyles? The kid
Yes,
went
it
to
was
Canada?
Murray Boyles. Yeah, Colin Murray Boyles. He was like,
did you see that?
I didn't see him.
I think it. So that they transcribed it as like, man, drafted to Canada. F. And like he's not like, I mean, he doesn't look as mad as Ace Bailey does.
Yeah,
but he's like.
What's great about Ace,
brothers, y'all got to realize the camera is on you.
It's on you the whole time.
Come on, fellas.
Ace at the press conference tried to walk it back, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I didn't even know they wanted me. It's like so crazy. I had no idea they had any interest." And it's like, crazy. What do you mean? You declined working out for them. What do you mean you didn't know that they had interest in you? And he's like, oh, I hear it gets cold in Utah. I hear it gets really hot in Utah. Guess I'm going to have to get a good heater. The kid, I'm having doubts about the neurons firing.
Yeah. You know who I'm not having doubts about? Now, this is going to be no surprise to Trysta, but these are two of my boys here. These are my boys in this draft. Boy, Trey Johnson and Jeremiah Fevers. Oh, hey, I think we might be looking at two all-stars.
Opposite spectrums of the fashion game last night. One was a big winner. One, at least for me, not so much.
Yeah, Jeremiah, I didn't like the chains over. If he didn't have a tie on, it would have worked. But I didn't like the chains with the tie on.
I got you. I thought it was okay. I mean,
if he would have just had the button-up white with the chains, I think that would have looked better.
Yeah, it would have. I think either he needed a shorter chain or he needed no.
Yeah, you can't wear two chains the same length either.
No,
you can't do that. You can't.
I know.
It's chain etiquette. Like, come on, man. Like, look, 1, 2. Like, they got to be different lengths.
Come on.
Trey, on the other hand, just kind of missed.
Trey was just kind of there. At least he wasn't like
I mean, Trey is like, he got that from what? Like Men's Warehouse.
Well, not like the other guy.
There was one guy that walked out where we were watching the red carpet walk out. Like, he lost his luggage. Like he has on his like there. Hey guys, I need a suit, and they just this one's fits.
Derek Queen looked really bad.
Derek Queen,
maybe that's who it was.
No, it wasn't Derek Queen, but Derek Queen was real basic. He was a light-skinned brother.
Oh, it was a light-skinned dude? I was gonna say I thought it was a white dude, but
the white dude he had the brown suit on with just like he was doing your taxes.
Cooper Flagg was there to do your taxes. Cooper Flagg did not look like the #1 overall pick in the draft. He looked like he was going to show you how you can write off your SUV for tax purposes.
Yeah, he didn't. And the lineup of the goatee was a little.
There isn't a shred of aura surrounding Cooper Flagg right now. Not a drop.
Not a drop. I'm looking at. I thought Nique looked really good. By the way,
Nique did look good.
Yeah, Nique looked great.
We weren't even thinking he was going to go to the Kings. We was like, look at that.
Blazer. Yeah, Nique looked great.
You're like, ooh, look at that Kings purple blazer there. Not to, because what made me think of this is that Nique looked like he knew he was going to Sacramento. I think, not to bring it back to Portland, I think Young Hansen knew. I think he had a commitment to go to Portland. And I think, because you know how it is with Clutch Sports, which is a wild agency for him to be with, right? Are you not shocked by like Young Hansen?
Yeah.
His Clutch Sports client? Yo.
It's like, I got to have this guy.
So they brought him to the draft and put him in the stands like, listen, believe me, you're night one. That's what it is. He had his little white suit on, did his deal. I was like, okay.
Yeah, he was looking fresh. He was looking fresh. Yeah. What about the guy? I'm sorry, I forgot his name.
Can I say that has to be satisfying, right? Though, as a player, to be in the stands, to not be invited, and then to have your name called that early, while all of those guys are sitting down there at the little invite tables with their family, and you're just like,
Rich told you be there and dress nice. I'm telling you, Rich told you. But what about old boy? I forgot who it was. I'm sorry. Who was in the suite and they had to rush him down to the you see that clip? I forgot who it was. He got drafted in the first round, obviously, because there was only one round yesterday. But I'm thinking old school. But he had rented out a suite at the Barclays, and they're like, hey, somebody like ran in a panic, like, hey, you about to be drafted. Like, let's go. And they're like running down the hallway, running to the elevator. And like I think it's one of the, I thought it was an NBA guy, but they were like giggling and happy on the way. They was like, bro, you about to be drafted, dapping up, all this other stuff. Like, it was a dope moment. I forgot who that player was, though.
I don't know who that was either. You know who looked really good was Carter Bryant. Serving up a look for GQ. That would be if D'Lo got drafted.
All right. Yeah, I got plenty of those mentions last night.
If D'Lo got drafted, the outfit would be Carter Bryant's outfit. Works with the little red bone skin, you know what I mean? A little dark maroon, little V all the way to the nips. You know what I mean? Little shade. It looked amazing. I also
so I'll tell you, I didn't like, because Casey and I spotted that one right away.
Yep.
I didn't love the jacket. There was something about the jacket that
there was no lapel to it.
Oh, okay. That's exactly what it is.
No lapel.
Yeah, that's exactly. But when we saw it, I was like, man, something's off with that jacket that I'm not feeling. However, I do love the look.
It was
the blazer, no shirt look.
The necklace, perfect. The brooch, chef's kiss. Chef's kiss.
Can you guess who I might have been if I was drafted? I got a person in mind, but let's see what you think.
Let's see. I'm trying to get all the looks.
And we gotta look at all of them. Figure out which. Oh, Trey Johnson. You've been Trey Johnson out there with the Jermaine Dupri joints, and
wouldn't have been Trey Johnson.
Let's see.
With the Jermaine Dupri socks.
No, I'm just kidding. That one would have been Casey.
I'm trying to look here. I'm trying to look here and see what it is. So I don't think it's Ace Bailey, because that's terrible. I don't think it's. I'm only seeing shoes here. Not great.
You're not Jeremiah.
No.
We're low on time. So it would have been.
Hold on.
We just need one.
Okay, go ahead. Who
it would have been Sorber, or how you say my man from Georgetown.
Oh, Sorber?
It would have been Sorber or Dylan Harper. I thought Dylan Harper looked really nice.
Yeah, he did. I was going to say Dylan Harper.
Great.
Yeah, but it would have been black on black.
I'll say this again, because I'm tough on bro. The best Devin Carter ever looked was draft night.
He looked great draft
That
night.
was the best Devin Carter has ever looked.
You know when he looked really bad is at the summer league when he did this to me.
When he looked really bad.
You know when he looked really bad was then.
That's
the day he died. That's the day he died with Kings fans.
Don't worry, TK. He's likely going to die as a King.
I honestly was like, listen, I don't know if you know, but I kind of like have an influential voice and like whether you stick or twist, baby. And I'm getting a lot of twist right now from you.
Well, we probably won't have to deal with that much longer.
No. I'm interested in meeting Nique. Is Nique represented by Bill Duffy? I think he is, isn't he?
Oh, I haven't gotten that deep into the. I don't know
If
that
he
that's
is,
good.
he'll be at the WME party, and we'll do the same thing that we did with Devin. Check the scene out. We're low on time. You guys got to run.
We do.
Okay.
We love you though.
But I love you. I love you.
And tell Mama Crick cookie time, baby.
Yeah. What kind of cookie? Real quick. 10 seconds. What kind of cookie?
Why do you hate cookies?
Chocolate chip cookie. Oh, I didn't even get to tell you. I didn't even get to tell you about the man who died on my plane.
Bro,
that's crazy.
Tuesday.
We'll save the story for Tuesday.
Appreciate you, TK.
Take care.
Love y'all.
Love you back. Trysta Krick right there. A little run in here on this Thursday. We'll come back. Drake, man, this is an all-star lineup.
Drake, I just text Drake. You got to see what Drake is doing, man. Come on, man.
Steelo and KC, Sacramento sports leader. We'll find out next on ESPN 1320.
How about that? I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I'm not gonna lie. I got pissed off, and I turned the Giants game. I turned it. It was 5-0. They kind of pissed me off. I said, man, I'm gonna go watch something else. And then they came back. It's 5-5. Okay. Let's see if they can hold them here. There you go. Hold on, man. Hold on. Hey, man, come on, man. This dude champagning and campaigning, man. His shades is on. He on the golf course. This is what he doing, man. Shout out, Dre. We on commercial right now, big dog.
Okay, cool. I'm trying to figure out how to get my AirPods on. I don't know what's going on. Let's see.
This dude, man, he too smooth, man. Hey, I want to be like Drake when I grow up, man. This dude too smooth.
Hey, big fan right here. I'm with my boy Chuck.
What's up? Hey, what's up, Chuck? How you doing, man?
Hey, man, how are you?
I'm good, man. You know, I made the decision last week. I'm gonna start golfing.
Dude, I literally just made the decision myself.
Yeah, I'm gonna start golfing. Gotta get the clubs, all this other stuff. But I said, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do this, man. I'm gonna tap into the golf game.
The basketball, my body can only take so much hoops, you know.
I know. I play in West Sac on Sundays.
Are you?
I gotta low manage. I can't play every week.
Bro, here I was thinking I could play in the Pro-Am, dude. I could barely walk after I was done.
You gonna get out there this year though?
I played I played like 2 or 3 games already.
Oh yeah?
We played
when you play again?
Debate. We play next Wednesday. Keon and
yeah, I saw Keon and
Isaiah out there. Yeah.
You said you next Wednesday though? I'm out there.
Next Wednesday. Pull up. It's in Elk Grove too.
Yeah. I've been out to the Fortune a couple times, man. So yeah, I'm out there.
It's a nice gym. Is it a high school?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
nice.
A little charter school. Real nice. Are you gonna take a shot with us on the we might have lost. Are you gonna actually take a swing?
No, you don't want that.
Should. No, you should. This is great.
That's the left shot? Oh, that's gonna be bad, bro.
Yeah, we got a couple more. We got about a minute and a half or so before we come back.
Okay, cool. I don't know why my AirPods aren't working. The volume's okay though?
Yeah, everything's good on our end.
Okay, cool. Is it just you today?
No, Dame coming. We got some water or something real quick. You a baseball fan, Drake?
No, definitely not.
No.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm a big baseball fan, big Giants fan.
Oh man, bro. I would rather watch cricket.
Have you gotten any games though? I know it's a good time out in the West Sac.
I have not yet. I actually want to go to a game. I heard it's pretty fun.
Yeah, it's a good time out there. It's a good time, man. I need to pull up with your boy one time, man.
We should get on the golf course. Actually, you're probably way better than I am.
I'm probably not.
Is.
So yeah,
everybody, everybody's not. Wife, turn off the live stream. Great, you is here. Everybody, babe, turn off the stream.
Oh my dog!
I need to see this part. What's up, man?
What up? How are you?
Man, I'm terrific, bro. It's great to see you.
Great to see you too, man. How are we feeling? We excited?
Yeah, like sure. Like I mean, I try not to do the thing where you get overly excited about a. Oh, we're coming back, Drake.
Thanks.
Hold on. Oh man, Drake, you joining us from the links right
I'm about to say
now,
live from Pebble Beach, I guess. You know how you do. We're Pebble Beach.
Oh man, Drake just asked if we're excited, and it's like, man, you know this stuff. You know this stuff better than we do, man. You do this stuff for a living. Like yeah, we like the pick. You try not to get overly excited about college highlights and things like that. This is the 24th pick in the draft, but yeah, Nique looked like a solid young player. Actually, an old player. He looks like a solid 5-year veteran. He's 24 years old.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was nice to see the Kings trade in to get in the, Scott's trying to get some action his first draft, and Nique was an interesting player that became available. Clearly, they had a lot of interest in, and I thought it was a nice trade, and it should be. He's a nice young player.
Are you familiar with his game to the point where like you looked at him like some of these other guys and say, hey, this is a pro that might be a late lottery type guy and fail for whatever reason, and the Kings were able to swoop in on a guy like that? Do you see him the same way as some of these other guys did, and I guess even the Kings, because they moved in the first round to get him?
That delay is beating our ass right now. I'm not sure if Drake even here. Drake might be frozen. I'm not even sure. Look. If Drake gonna be frozen, I'm taking his ass off. I mean, we just can't have Drake up there like looking like that. All right, I think we got Drake moving. Oh yeah, Drake out there on the ninth on hole number 9 out there. He's
That's on me, fellas.
No, you're good. You're good.
No,
you're good.
You straight.
No, I started following him maybe around January, and I actually, you guys know I'm doing some agent stuff now, and I actually ended up sending one of my players to Colorado State, and so I started following them a little bit more closely, watching some more film. I got to know Ali Farouk-Namesh, who's their new head coach there, who was really close with Nique and was like huge in his development. And so I think that, the more I started watching and diving into his game, and it's really tough because, like, I think that you look at his development over the past couple of years, and I think that I personally love older players. I think that they're a little more sure of themselves. They're mature. Coaches are more likely to trust them early on in their careers. I'm also like very sensitive to making sure that like players are, like, basketball is situational, as you guys know. And so making sure that a player is like set up for success, especially a young player, is really important. And so I think that, like, coming to Sacramento, I think he could be a great role player. To me, it's just a matter of, I'm not sure he's like an all-star level player or starter right away. I think he could be like a like a Josh Hart, which I think is like obviously a great player. But you have to have the right pieces around you. And I think that, like, we'll wait and see what Scott decides to do and with the direction of the roster. But, there's a lot of qualities I really like about Nique. I think that, there's also a lot of question marks I think I have. I think that he fell for a couple of reasons. I think the age is, I don't knock age as much as other people do in front offices, but I think that, like, the size is probably a question, and then the shooting, like how real is the shooting, I think is what's going to come down to. But I love how he can do it. I love versatile players. I love switchable players. I think he does all of those things, and so I think Sac got a great piece, and again, a mature player and someone that the new front office and Doug can kind of utilize. I think he's like very comparable to me to like a Devin Carter type player, where they're great role guys on a winning team. And so to me, it's just a matter of like what's going to be around him. But I think they got a good piece.
Well, that's concerning. Is is Devin like I'm sorry. That is Devin Carter good?
It's tough. I mean, it's hard to. It's a small sample size, and I think that obviously there's some questions still as far as like. To me, it's the shot making. That's like any young player. It's like, can you make shots and space the floor, and can you guard? And I don't know that he's been able to prove that yet. He showed it. I mean, G League and NBA. I mean, as you guys know, it's a big jump, and so. But again, like there was a lot of just weird roster composition and lack of consistency. Young players, it's really hard. I mean, the adjustment is. And the plan, I'm not sure with Devin. He had a rough year, so I feel like hopefully he can have a good summer and they can get some level of consistency. I think would be helpful for a guy like Devin and a guy like Nique. But I think that there's definitely some concern. I mean, again, to me, like size is super important when you're talking about what translates. I think that like positional size is everything. I think Dev's still kind of in between that like 1 and 2 to me. And he's a little undersized to play it too. And so like he's a piece, but you got to be able to figure out how to use that piece. And it's going to be very similar, I think, with Nique. So I don't know. I think it's pretty early to
ball with the injury and all of that. I might be a little tough on him, but I'm just not the biggest.
I think it's fair, D. But I'm also like, again, I like to give young players the benefit of the doubt early, even though he's not like a true, like, one and done, but it takes a little bit of time sometimes.
And you talked about it a little bit with Nique too, because I talked about some of the things that I really like about his games and some of the concerns that I have. And I think the difference between him being a guy that's around 2-3 years and then shuffles around the G League and being Josh Hart or being a guy that's around for 10-11 years is that jump shot. He improved it throughout his college career, but still we talked about how, we always talk about just shooting Drake, but you look at it and it's still like, I'm not confident in that shot, just seeing him, catch and shoot. And it's not as fluid as you always want it to be. Is that kind of what it comes down to you as well? If he can get comfortable with that 3-point shot and be a true 3-and-D guy, you're looking at a guy that can play 10 years, maybe get 2 contracts in this league.
It's everything. I think that like floor spacing, especially in today's game, it's all about, space. And like I think he does like a lot of I think he's a great cutter without the ball and can play make a little bit, but like it really comes down to the shot. I mean, you see it in the playoffs too. If you want to be on a winning team, like you got to be able to make open shots. And I think it was Sam Vecini had mentioned like just like interesting points, like he shot it better his last 2 years in school, but if you look at his shooting numbers against like tier A, like quality teams, significantly lower. And so, I mean, to me, like, I think it comes with confidence. It comes with repetition. It comes with, I mean, he's going to have opportunity, but that's the real separator is like what allows people to stick. It's can you make shots? And so, yeah, I think that's like a valid, we'll see. We'll see.
Is that the thing that Keon is really missing to be like a real, like, I won't say top tier, but real solid NBA player is the consistent shot making?
Yes. But I think that he's like had, games where he's gone off and hit 6 threes and like shown ability to like really impact a game. And I love he's like a great example of what someone like Nique would need to be able to prove night in and night out. And same with Devin. I mean, but yeah, I think that's like ultimately what allows a guy to stick in the league. And so, but I think that one thing I was going to say, and this is what Keon has, is like the intangibles of these guys. Like I heard amazing things about Nique as a person and like a worker, and like you start building a roster with like those types of personalities and the character. I mean, it's so important. I think it's like my biggest takeaway after leaving the Kings was like, it's one thing to really fall in love with a kid's game, but you know what's the makeup of these kids? I think is like almost more important than the game sometimes. So.
No doubt, Drake. Hey, man, I see you on the links. You know, yeah, I think the Pacific Ocean is on the other side of that hill over there. So I know how you doing it, man. We gonna let you get back to that, man. But we appreciate you. And I see that Illini polo you got on. Hey, man.
Oh yeah,
they got some shorts, man. You know, hey, holla at your boy, man. They got some shorts. Holla at your boy.
Yeah, they it's a big time program. They've sent me some gear, so I got you guys.
My dog.
Right on,
Yes,
Drake.
sir.
We appreciate you, man.
man.
Thanks for carving out a few
Thank
minutes.
you
for
guys.
us.
Of course.
Sure. All right.
Back to my bad golf game.
No, that's good. And our women demographic just logged off. So thanks, man. Appreciate it. Our guy Drake right there making time for us. And yep, there all the ladies went just one by one. Just watching the numbers drop as Drake.
I think we really did go from 22,000 to 24 when he came on, and now we're
back down.
Trickling back down.
Drake left us. It's tough being the ugliest person in the room, man. God damn it. God damn it, man.
You know, he said a lot of great things, but one of the things that he said that really stuck with me when you talk about a new regime is getting guys in there with the character you're looking for. Not that the guys before are bad characters or anything like that, but you know, you're starting your regime. You got your type of player that you want in there. Nique fits that. And just as much as basketball talent and skill set and all this other stuff, you've got to look at some of these guys that you're inheriting. If you're Scott Perry, and say, do they fit what I want in a locker room? Do they fit what I want? Do some of these guys who seemingly might be out the door, are they kind of like, oh, I kind of want it. Like, let's talk. I want you to stay type stuff. So, wow. That's a factor in, I think, draft and some of these moves that we may see coming up.
Well, Hammer's talked about it a couple of times, how Scott, you know, kind of flipped that Knicks roster pretty quick. You know, we've got different options, two ways, expiring, all of these different things here on the current Kings roster. So as Ham laid out yesterday, it's probably not going to be too difficult for him to flip this roster over. But I do wonder if there are pieces on it where he's like, yeah, that doesn't really fit what we're trying to do here, which is why I get stuck on Malik. It's why I get stuck on Devin Carter. Devin Carter, I can't figure out Devin Carter, the player. I can't figure out Devin Carter, the person. I can't figure out the redeeming quality of Devin Carter's past. He started last season behind the 8 ball. And I feel like I'm pretty good with this stuff, where I give, you know, similar to Drake, I try to give these, you know, brothers it takes time. I'm still maybe the last person in this city that's patient with Keegan. I'm still of the belief. I think Keegan's. I'm not convinced we've seen it all, and I'm having a hard time doing that with Devin Carter, and I can't figure out. Maybe it's the Trysta stuff. Maybe that like kind of just, you know, kind of like rubs me the wrong way a little bit. Or maybe it's just like I just don't see it in him as a ball player. And I've tried to remove the roster because I've done this with DeMar DeRozan. Is DeMar DeRozan, the way he plays basketball, the problem? Or is DeMar DeRozan's fit on the Sacramento Kings team the problem? Because this Sacramento Kings team wasn't good enough. So, I mean, maybe you meet in the middle of those two. Maybe it has to be one or the other. But I asked myself the same question about Devin Carter. Like, is Devin Carter good? Or was just Devin Carter in a bad spot last year? Did the way his career started affect him? Like, he was clearly a different player from his debut to his post-G League play. Like, he was better. It was very, very clear that he was better. I don't know.
But it's also fair to not know, you know, especially with how his rookie season went, not even being able to have a training camp or start on time, and, you know, thrown into the fire halfway through the season, not being ready, going back to the G League, getting his body right, getting his reps back up, and then coming back and looking a little different. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure either. I look at it where I saw enough that second stint with the big club that I would be like, okay, all right, you can come back next year. Because if it would have been like that first stint,
yeah,
like, you can't come back next year.
Right. Yeah, right.
But I saw enough like, okay, maybe you just needed time. Maybe you needed a training camp, all this other stuff. Because I did see something from him on both sides of the floor that I really liked from him. But the thing about it is, with the way the Kings roster is set up, they may not have time for all that. They're like, hey, we're trying to add this piece, add that piece, trying to be competitive, trying to win. And quite honestly, you might be one of our best assets right now. And if we're not sure, we'll just keep on moving. Plus, even if we're not sure, if we're wrong or if the highest that we think that you can get, it's not something like Tyrese Halliburton. You know what I mean? It's not that. Like, you can be a really good player, but you're not going to come back where like, man, I can't believe we just let go of Devin Carter. It could be like a Gary Trent type situation. Gary Trent's a good ball player. Gary Trent's about to make some money, has made some money in this league. But nobody in Sacramento is looking at letting go of Gary Trent the same way they look at letting go of Tyrese Halliburton. You know what I mean? So if they think that might be a ceiling for him, it's easier to walk away from him if need be.
I still get stuck on that being a wasted draft pick. I just feel like Monty missed so bad. I feel like he missed so bad on that draft pick, man.
I agree. I think he did miss. No disrespect to Devin, but I think
like even if he
better.
gets it together, like even if he, we become, hey, no, Devin's a fine basketball player.
They have better players.
That's it. And that's truly how you judge drafts. Like, you judge by the players who were taken, after you. And sometimes doing that with Sacramento is painful, as everyone's aware of. There's a Hall of Fame list. But really, that's true for a lot of teams. Like, it's particularly piercing for the Sacramento Kings, but like, it's there. You look at the players that are taken after. There's a couple of picks. Like, I think Davion's like, hey, who are you really going to take after Davion? Like, you could make arguments for guys like, man, that's perfectly fine. With Devin, though, it's tough because you could probably run through a couple of them where it's like, hey, you could have done this, you could have done this. McCain's the toughest by far. And it's like, all right.
To your point, though, there's not a lot of teams. We talked about this yesterday with the draft and luck and all this. I don't think there's a lot of teams at all that draft well. Like, if you went around the league, OKC obviously comes to mind.
Sam Presti drafts very well.
Really well.
Yeah.
San Antonio draft well. Castle.
I mean, so
they're
like guys. So that okay. Now I feel like the conversation is getting too nuanced because San Antonio draft well. Sure, you would think so, but do those guys do well once they get to San Antonio? Or did they find a gem who was going to be a gem no matter where he was? And so, but they found him, so it works. Or did they find a guy who was a little rough around the edges, got with San Antonio and was like, yo, San Antonio helped make this kid good. Like, I don't know how to do that because I do believe there is a difference in the organizations you go to.
And they're also they've earned this, but they also get a little bit like the Patriots treatment because they'd be like, San Antonio, man, they draft well. They found Parker, Ginobili, Kawhi. That was 15 years ago.
Yeah.
They got Sohan right now. Are they doing a great job with him? Devin Vassell, Keldon Johnson. Like, these are the guys that I'm talking. This is a whole new regime. And it's like when I mention the Patriots, it's like Bill Belichick, he finds anybody. Well, the last 5-7 years, he couldn't find anybody. Getting to kill Harry out there in the first round. So
hey, some of us were also fooled by that as well.
I'm one of them. I'm one of
Randy Moss.
But to your original point, like when you start to, I was just thinking about that as you were saying it. Like, there's not a lot of teams that draft really well consistently. I think Toronto does. Toronto's a team that would be on that list. obviously OKC. Somebody says Memphis. I think Memphis does as well. Memphis does a good job. So I think there's more teams that quote unquote draft poorly than draft good.
I agree with that. And I think the way we laid it out, like looking at Philadelphia yesterday, you're looking at the number one picks in the last 10 years, knowing Philly got the two that worked out the least. You look at that run that Cleveland had, where like there's an Anthony Bennett draft in there. You know, like, and you could talk about how bad the draft is. Like, it's tough to miss at 7. It's tough to miss at 13. It is brutal to miss at 1. Most teams don't have a LeBron James that wants to come back and play for them.
Right.
Most teams like Philadelphia aren't willing to suck for the better part of a decade to hope to land on what? 2 of their 6 lottery picks. Like, when you look at the percentages of it, the percentages are bananas.
Baseball.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You're a Hall of Famer if you get 3 out of 10 right.
Right. And that's nuts.
Yeah.
Like, that's absolutely nuts. But it's the game, man. And you hope, which is why, you know, watching the stuff with Nique last night, it's like, man, this kid looks solid. Like, he looks good. But I'm also not going to do the thing. Oh, look at what he did against Colorado. Look what he did in the tournament. It's like, all right, man. Like, I like what I see, and that's where I'm at. Scott Perry obviously likes what he saw with him. It's a player that you someone asked this last night, and apologies to the crew for not remembering who, but someone asked the question. I think it was Matt, actually. Like, they traded up to get, like, they traded into this draft because they wanted you. They were talking to Nique on the Zoom call. And it's like, yo, that says something, one, about the young man, but it also says something about the way the team feels about the young man. It wasn't the idea of they're drafting the player that's there. It's, we have watched this kid enough. We have watched this young man enough to where we don't have the ability to just draft him. We have to do extra work to go draft him, and we have to be extremely calculated with it. Yeah. I think that says something.
For sure, man. And talking to Drake, he talked about, you know, how he looks at Nique probably is like a really good rotational guy, maybe never a starter or anything like that. And I'm like, that's cool. I guess that's great. Like, you need more of those guys on this roster, depth pieces. Keon Ellis, as much as we love him, he's a borderline starter, but we all love Keon. And we all look at him as a valuable piece to trying to get the Kings on the right track. So if you were able to get a taller, small forward version of Keon Ellis in this draft with Nique Clifford, in a draft that you started off with no picks, but you were able to get into the mid-20s and get that type of production, that would be fantastic. I think that would be fantastic. So I see the same thing. I don't see him as being like a starter, especially right away on this team with how that roster is going to be, or we think it's going to be. But if he's a contributor, rotational guy, 18 to 22 minutes a night, every night, taking nothing off the table, man, that's a win. That's a win. And I think he can do that.
We'll come back. We'll talk more NBA draft. We'll talk more Sacramento Kings. We'll talk Scott Perry and what he said last night about what he believes the identity of this basketball team is or will be. That's next here with D'Lo and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. We're early today. Yeah, we have a pretty big meeting at 5. Okay. We could do that. I mean, we have a little bit of time after the show if you want to do that. You think LaRavia will be back? Ah, man. I don't know. I don't know. I know there's like a weird there's very financially specific stuff with him. I would think so. Like I would think they would like to, but yeah, not sure. I kind of I'm not sure. I've been struggling with that one. I told y'all I haven't asked nobody nothing until yesterday. Started asking questions yesterday. I haven't asked about Jake LaRavia. He honestly hasn't crossed my mind too much. But I will. I would trade Carter to get Fleming. I would trade fucking Carter for whatever. To be honest with you, I just can't. You're welcome. I really offered you nothing, but I appreciate you. Sorry, I'll do better. I'll do better. Russ, I'm not sure, man. Sorry, buddy. Like I don't think I did that on purpose. I'm not sure, Russ, but my apologies, man. It's never on purpose. Which Kings player? Oh, here's a good one. Which Kings player gets traded first, in your opinion? I'll star that. We'll bring that to the air. Hang on, Chris. I got you. Hang on, Chris. I'm Jake LaRavia, and I'm the pizza guy. You guys are funny.
This is wrong, but if it was Damian, they'd make Devin Carter a pizza guy. Those are the guys that get shipped off.
Well,
you want somebody out of here, make them a pizza guy.
Yeah, it might be wrong. Kevin, I am not. Let me find my man Chris here. Chris asks us, which Kings player gets traded first, in your opinion?
It depends. Do they do it in alphabetical order, or is it who goes first on the Shams tweet? How does that work? Because I think it's going to be multiple people.
You think so?
Yeah, I think it'll be I don't think it'll be if it's Malik Monk. Let's just say that because we've been talking about that. I don't think it's a Malik Monk only trade. I think it'll be multiple people. So to answer the question without being trying to be funny, I think I think Malik and Devin Carter will be the ones.
I was thinking about that earlier when someone asked what a Malik Emmanuel Quickly trade might look like, and I don't know. Like I have no idea. Like the teams are normally trying to conduct various forms of business when they make a trade, and it's not always just I just want to improve my team. Like there's contracts, there's different things involved. Maybe Toronto has a couple of other assets they'd like to move on from, or maybe they're not the best assets for them, but they'd like to move on from them. But I was trying to figure out if there's a scenario where something has worked out with Toronto and Malik and Devin Carter are traded together. Mm-hmm. And I centered on no. I landed on no, I should say. I don't think they are. But the answer to Chris's question, in my opinion, who do I think the first trade is going to be? It's the same as you. I think Malik is getting traded. Again, the noise has gotten a little too loud. And I will state for the record, me and Kenny are just minding our own business. We're not bothering anybody. But, man, we're starting to get calls and texts. And, I mean, we've been hearing things for a few weeks. I mean, the DeMar DeRozan thing didn't just fall out of the sky. Like, you start to hear stuff like, and to me, it all makes sense. It all makes sense to ask the question, is DeMar DeRozan the problem or is the roster the problem? Right. If you hated how, the roster was misbalanced, okay, roster was misbalanced. Find me, but what's the player at a different position that you feel like is better than DeMar DeRozan? That you can acquire. Shoot, we did this with Trey. LaMelo, we've done this with a variety of different players. So I'll ask the question as it pertains to DeMar DeRozan, just like we did with Trey and LaMelo and these other guys, just like we did with John Collins. If not DeMar DeRozan, then who? Who is the player you feel Scott Perry and this team can go acquire by using DeMar DeRozan as an asset that will make the Sacramento Kings better? We're all fake GM in this thing, and it's perfectly okay. It's one of the fun aspects of it's one of the fun yet infuriating aspects, because rarely when you're fake GMing does it go your way. Mm-hmm. So who? You got a consistent 22, 3, 4, point per game score. Yeah. Who?
That's a lot to make up for, at that position, shooting guard, small forward, whatever you want to call them right now. But that's just, and we have a different premise. And maybe Scott Perry and Doug Christie has a different premise. Everybody says that a lot of the issues last year were DeMar DeRozan's fault. Maybe Doug Christie and Scott Perry look at it like, nah, it wasn't. Like, he kind of had to, because we didn't have anybody else that would shoot the basketball or be consistent. If anybody knows where the real issues will lie, even more than Scott Perry, it'd be Doug Christie. You know what I mean? Doug Christie was the one game in and game out trying to get these guys through. And if he looks at DeMar DeRozan and says, we can be successful with this guy, we can win with this guy, it wasn't a bad fit with DeMar DeRozan. We were a bad fit for DeMar DeRozan. Not he was a bad fit for us. We didn't do enough around him to either take the pressure off of him or take the workload off of him or anything. We've got to be better, and that's where Scott comes into play. So, Kings fans, I would trust that. If Doug Christie is sitting there and saying, hey, like, DeMar's fine here, that wasn't the problem. Show that decision some respect. It's a guy who was literally trying to get a job based on DeMar DeRozan was there. If he thought DeMar DeRozan was a problem, then he escaped not having a job by the skin of his teeth because DeMar was such a problem. Why would he sign up for that again?
Yeah. Let's talk to y'all, man. We've been wanting to hear from you all day. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line, 916-909-1320. Let's start with our man Leezy. Leezy, what's happening?
Yo, what's up, D-Lo Casey?
What's up, Leezy? We got you, baby.
We got kinfolk, everything.
I thought we was getting the catchphrase after that.
Oh, no, not today.
Okay.
Hey, guys, I just had a quick question, man. With the draft being over and teams kind of settling into what they want to do for free agency, I had a question. Do you guys see the Kings maybe going after DeJounte Murray from the Pelicans because they just got Jordan Poole, drafted Fears, and his contract isn't that crazy, and you can move DeRozan for him straight up. I would imagine the Pelicans will want more with that.
No, I thought the same thing when they drafted Fears last night at 7. And I think I told D'Lo as much when we were doing 102.5. I was like, they got Fears and Poole?
Yeah.
Like, how does that work? And then
first
you think
thing
about
you said.
DeJounte. Somebody's got to go. Obviously, it's not going to be Jordan Poole. I don't think it ain't going to be Fears. DeJounte Murray coming off a torn Achilles. He may be a guy that they're looking to move. And he might not be – it might not take DeMar DeRozan.
32 points. Well, this is the other side of that. I'm sorry. This is the flip side of that. 30 mil this upcoming season. 32.7 in the 26-27 season, and then a player option for 30.7 the following year. So you've got 3 years at 31 annually for DeJounte Murray, who, as you noted, coming off the Achilles injury.
Yeah. I'd take a chance. If the deal was right, I'd take a chance on DeJounte Murray. And I say take a chance because we don't know how he's going to come back from that Achilles, but maybe that's not even a chance. Maybe it's not a risk.
Do you remember when he got? Did he get hurt early last year? Oh, that's right. Yeah. Oh man. Well, 1, that's tough. 2, it's not the worst thing in this conversation. You're going to come back from an Achilles injury. Come back from one that you heard on the first day of the season. DeJounte 17 and a half.
He's a defender as well.
Yeah.
He's a guy that can defend on that perimeter level. He kind of his shooting is suspect, but if you're worried about Zach LaVine defending and being able to defend, and if you still have DeMar DeRozan there and you're worried about him being able to defend, having a guy like DeJounte Murray, who is a good defender at the point guard position on that perimeter, that would help alleviate some of those concerns.
Do I have this wrong? I have DeJounte Murray playing 31 games last year. Am I wrong?
That could have been the case. That could have been.
Okay.
I thought it was opening night, but that could have been the case.
Okay. Well,
no, you're a matter of
he got hurt. It looks like he got hurt in January. He got hurt.
Think about it. That is right. It was
so he got hurt January. It looks like January 31st. Does that change your mind?
No. I mean, especially if you're still telling me that he's going to be available for.
I don't think he'll be available opening night.
Not opening night, but like he'll be back before Christmas is what I'm thinking.
You think so? It's a full 12 months, no?
Yeah, I thought it was more 9 to 12 months.
I thought that was ACL, but all right. I mean, I get
the
it.
Price might change.
Well, okay, and it's okay. Now we're talking.
Yeah.
Now we're
price
talking.
Might change.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do with that one. I'm not sure. You have me sold on opening night. I don't know if you can sell me as much if we're talking February.
I don't know why I thought opening night. Oh, maybe that's what happened. I think he broke his hand on opening night. That's right.
Oh, okay.
That's what happened opening night.
Father Time finally getting to Kenny's memory.
Damn shame what happened to Kenny. Damn shame what happened to Kenny. Let's see. Okay. Carfax check out on that. Yep. DeJounte Murray fractures his hand in opener. He had a rough 31 games last year.
Jeez, poor guy.
Poor DeJounte Murray. Let's check. Oh, I know TC ready to cook. Let's see what TC talking about here. 916-909-1320. What's up, TC?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
Good, man. How you doing, bro?
Oh, man, just vibing. Hey, before we get started, I'm fired up, bro. Because I told everyone, man, it's fireworks, right? And what I mean by that is, listen, we dealing with two monsters, right? And BJ Armstrong and SP. That's his new nickname. BJ and SP, Scott Perry. Let Kings fans, let these dudes cook because they finna put it together. I promise you. As far as the second round pick, our 42nd pick, I got three guys in mind. Hold on, let me back up. The two dudes I was talking about, they got took yesterday. The tall Asian and my French kid, right?
Yeah.
Brooklyn and Trysta was talking about my boy. Two studs. But the guys in the second round, Kenny, Rashad and D'Lo. Fleming from St. John's, or my boy Proctor at point guard. Or listen, I'm ready to take a flyer on the boy. I know you don't really like him, but if you get him in the building, I think he's nice. The boy from Auburn, Broom, with the 42nd pick. Them is the top 3 guys I'm talking about in the second round. As far as this trade with Malik, I'm going to leave that alone right now because I feel like I'm on to something, bro, and I'm going to fall back. Hey, y'all have a nice night, bro.
TC said I'm getting too close.
Wait, latest article hasn't been published yet.
He said
Will said he was going to post it at 2. Now it's not till 6.
Or TC said it's just getting a little too scary. I don't want people coming to the house. I don't want, my phone tap. I'm getting too close to something right now.
He's shadow running the Kings right now.
You can't say that's my guy and then call him the tall Asian. If you don't know his name, he's not your guy. Man.
Oh,
it was a wild one, TC.
Shut up.
TC flying too close to the sun, man. Too close to the sun. Oh, man. Star-studded lineup for today. Is capped off by the main event, man. Matt George. Matt George was all over this trade, everything that went on with the Kings. He broke it down in great detail on the Locked On Kings podcast last night, and I'm anxious to talk to Matt coming up. Actually, I take that back. I was going to say 15 minutes. It's actually going to be 30. He's in a meeting. He said he already gave me notice. He already gave us notice that he'd be here around 3:30. So Matt George will be with us to talk about what the Kings did last night and perhaps to talk about what the Sacramento Kings may be doing moving forward. Scott Perry did speak yesterday at the media watch party, as the Kings promised. If the Sacramento Kings get something done, Scott Perry will be available for everybody. The Sacramento Kings got something done, and Scott Perry was, in fact, available for everybody. He talked about the identity of this team. He said at one point, we want to enhance the identity of this basketball team. And he talked about things like toughness and playing hard and teamwork on offense and being a defensive oriented team. And he talked about professionalism and accountability. And these are all really great words. Some of them are they're not generic. They're specific characteristics. But it appears now, as we asked yesterday, what is a Scott Perry player? And we were able to do a little bit of process of elimination by Trae Young. Trae Young is, and I think Sam Amick kind of confirmed as much in his article today. He's an offensive first guy. He's a high usage guy, and those don't seem to fit the principles, if you will, of the identity of the team that Scott Perry wants to establish. So who on the team fits those characteristics? And I don't know the answer to that. I feel like Keegan fits a lot of those characteristics, and maybe that's really what this boils down to. Who fits the most characteristics that Scott Perry is trying to lay out on this team? I feel like Keegan is one.
Yes, I would agree.
I think Domas checks a lot of these boxes. I have questions about, I think Zach LaVine is a professional. I think he's accountable. I think Zach LaVine is tough. I think I'd probably put Zach LaVine in here too. I'd absolutely put DeMar DeRozan in here. So it's cool to have this idea, but how does this amount to a good basketball team? That, to me, is the question. If we've truly established what type of player Scott Perry is looking for, great. How does this account for a good basketball team? Because if we can check off the boxes on, I don't know, 9 players on the roster, well, this isn't a very good basketball team, right? So what do? Do you deviate from your deviate from your proposed identity, or do you bend but don't break, or do you try to find better players who fit as many of those attributes as possible?
I would say you gotta bend but don't break.
Thank you.
Like you can't. If the majority of those guys that you're looking for are on your team, but you won 40 games and there's no prospects of you winning more than that with that group, you might have to think outside the box for at least one or two of those players. You know, I need a guy that can get me 17 points a night, 19 points a night. You know, and he might be a little rough around the edges. You might be somebody that doesn't check the majority of the boxes that you're looking for. But that's where you trust the other guys in that locker room. You trust your locker room to say, like, yeah, we could have one or maybe two of those guys and it'd still be fine, still be a winning ball club. You know, I can't have 8 of them, but one of those guys shouldn't just throw everything off.
Yeah.
That would be my thought.
Yeah. Well, it's quite a task ahead for Scott Perry, but he took his first step yesterday, trading into the first round of the draft and selecting Nique Clifford there at 24, making a deal with the Oklahoma City Thunder, who, again, everyone's aware of this, but broadcast journalist points out 2027 protected, the 2027 San Antonio pick, which has 1 through 16 projection. So if for some reason the Spurs aren't good, and that pick winds up 1 through 16, the Kings keep that pick and it immediately becomes 2 seconds. Immediately. There's no Kevin Hertering this thing where it drags out for 6 years. They immediately become 2 seconds in that draft.
From here on out, I've been scarred. I got PTSD.
Yeah, understandable.
From trade restrictions, draft restrictions. I'm only going 1 year out. It's either you get it right away or it's protected for 1 year. And that's it. We ain't going from top 5 to top 10 to top 14. No, bro. Hey, here. We either made the playoffs or we didn't.
Yeah.
That's it.
And a lot of Kings fans were getting impatient last night as trades and picks were made one after the other. Not everybody fired off a tweet to Jake Fischer, but still, Kings fans were getting impatient. There will be no drama tonight as the Kings are currently slated to draft at 42. The only drama that will unfold is if the Sacramento Kings decide to move that pick between now and then, or if the Sacramento Kings decide to make a grander trade that includes that 42 pick, or move up or back in the second round of the draft. But there is reason to tune in without staring at your phone, wondering if a Shams tweet is going to come through announcing the trade. The Kings are slated to pick at 42, and we will have coverage of the NBA draft beginning here on ESPN 1320 in about an hour and a half. Coverage begins at 4:30, so you lock in. Obviously, there's a lot more that the Kings could do, but I think tonight will probably feel a little bit different than last night did.
Yeah, and I, once again, I'm hoping they make the pick. I know James had talked about potentially moving that pick to get some more assets. Kyle had given me the option of would you rather them make the pick or because James's thing was they don't have any more second round picks for years to come. So, and that's kind of how you get some of these deals done. Not Kevin. Well, yeah, actually Kevin Durant, but not Giannis. But like if you need to go get a Valanciunas or something like that in the middle of the season, you usually use those second round picks, and the Kings don't have any of them. So he's like, maybe you take this year's second round pick and go get some of those picks to stash and to be able to use when you need to make a trade. And Kyle asked me, would you rather them get a player or kind of add to that asset box that they have? I say I wouldn't mind the best of both worlds. Won't sing it, but
you want to though. Bad. Like I can see it.
I love singing that.
I know
That's a
you do.
great one. Could you move back and get a second rounder from somebody for moving back?
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to do that.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing about that too is while they don't have any second round picks coming up, I think maybe Scott Perry may be looking at it like I'm probably going to get a second round pick or two. I got a deal that I'm probably going to make, and I'll probably get a second in that. So I'm not going to be without a second rounder for too long. And that may be the case. But I want them to make the pick. I want a player. Some of the players that I want, because I'm really going point guard hunting.
Okay.
They like Mark Sears and Proctor out of Duke and Caleb Love out of Arizona. I'm going point guard hunting. Now, they brought up a good point, and I agree. Sears and Love specifically, I think Tyrese Proctor is going to be drafted. But Sears and Love might end up being undrafted guys. So it might even be a reach to go and get those guys. You can go get small forward, take a chance on some type of power forward right now with that 42 pick, and then go get that point guard on the undrafted free agent market. So I want one of those three guys tonight. At some point, I want one of those three guys on the Kings, either Proctor, Sears, or Caleb Love. If not, I'm pouring water on the sidewalk.
I don't think I know that analogy.
It's not. I just made it up. It's just something destructive.
Pouring water on the sidewalk?
Could be. I don't know. That's
destructive.
I looked at this water right here. I said, well, I could just pour this on the desk right now. Well, I won't do that. But
Still in a drought, so it's pretty. We're in a drought, right? It'd be pretty wasteful.
So. Man, they always say we're in a drought.
I don't think we are.
Well, yeah, we're always in a drought because you're always pouring water on the sidewalk.
Bro, did you just try to make a new?
Look, if they don't take one of those three guys, I'm gonna run the sprinklers not on my assigned day.
Hey, you need to relax. Authorities are coming to your house. You're gonna get a fine.
I'm running the sprinklers on a Wednesday.
Has anyone ever caught a fine from that?
No, because I'm going by the book. Tuesdays and Thursdays over here, buddy.
Are we still in a drought? Like, are we ever not?
We're in a drought-ish.
Drought-ish?
Yeah, I think. Depends on the year. I'll look it up right now.
Bro, I'm gonna pour water on the sidewalk. I thought you just dropped a line on me that I've never heard it. What's that mean? No, Kenny's literally gonna pour water onto the sidewalk.
He's rolling the sidewalk one bottle at a time.
Man, that's OKC championship parade wild right there.
Did you see they had a gang of beers and champagne still in their dressing room?
Oh, I believe it.
Come
on, guys. We got to practice tomorrow. First postseason practice, guys. Let's go. Huh? They're making jokes. This team just won the damn title.
And probably going to win another one in a year or two.
They might, or they might not. Well, one thing, you know what one step they took to winning another title to me yesterday that they did? They traded the pick to the Sacramento Kings. They can't keep drafting players.
Yeah, that was the.
Oh, Kenny, any thoughts? You were always hey, don't trade with the Thunder. Don't trade with the Thunder. Yeah, any thoughts?
The NBA, see, they need NFL level collusion to make that happen, and they don't have that unity.
Did you pour water on the sidewalk last night?
No, I was happy. If I was a Brooklyn Nets fan, I might have though. I ain't just gonna draft all five.
So you know what would be so great is when they start them, all five of them together.
The Fab Five.
It's the Fab Five of 2025. You only got a couple months of mileage out of that, so you got to take it.
I checked drought.gov, by the way. Yeah, we're like drought-ish. Like Northern California is cool. Southern California looks like they're having a tough time. According to this map.
Did you see what it's going to be the 4th of July next week? That's kind of crazy. I don't know how I feel about that.
Hot?
It's like 84 degrees.
Oh. That's not.
I don't know how I feel about
It's
that.
probably not good scientifically, but I'll take it.
Damn, can I get a 91 at least? I ain't saying it's got to be 101, but damn, it's the 4th of July.
That's the thing. It probably should be 101 or something.
We've hit triple digits like what, twice?
What? I'm wearing a parka on 4th of July.
Well,
wearing the Montclair jacket.
I got 91, but of course that's 4th of July is Friday, right?
Yeah,
I got 91, but that's of course out here in Roseville, so it might be colder in Elk Grove.
It might be.
Might be colder.
I'm starting to think so because we do get some different temperature joints.
It's not officially summertime until I show up to work without a hoodie.
All right.
Elk Grove's 88 next. Oh no, it's 90 Friday. Sorry.
We'll come back. All right, we're getting you feeling better?
I'm feeling better. Yeah.
All right. No need to pour water on the side. It'll just evaporate anyways.
But they don't get one of them players tonight. I'm running no, today's a good day. I'm running my sprinklers tomorrow.
Man, sprinklers, boy. We'll come back. Matt George joins us in about 15 minutes or so here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'll get Mitch after the break. I forgot about him. I'll get him right after the break.
Hey, so Jeremiah, you saw it too. It was like 84 earlier today. Well, they were wrong, not me.
He's a part of it, yeah. Let me see if he.
Ain't no shame in my game, Mish. Everyone knows what it is. There was AC in that suite. Zabo, I'm on year 13, 14 I'm on the Reds right now. It sucks when your team's not good enough to win the World Series in that game. I broke the home run record though last season.
Bro, they about to take you out to pasture.
Yeah, we're getting close. I passed up San Francisco Giants beating the 73 home run record.
Okay. So
no clue who it is. They won't tell me.
Wow. Yeah. Well, Barry said you're not making a dime off of me.
Shout out to me, by the way. Last week I said came from Oracle Park. Yeah, they don't have enough Barry Bonds stuff. I think yesterday they announced going to get a statue.
I did.
It is kind of insane though. Like, there's not really a lot of Barry stuff over there.
They I don't know what that's all about too, because they love Barry. The organization loves Barry. There's not much to have though. Statue. They retired his jersey. They actually broke.
Barry feels like someone like he's got his number retired next to everyone else's, but Barry's different. I feel like you guys have like the greatest baseball player of all time. Should be more known there. I feel.
Yeah, I think they show. I mean, the statue's gonna be crazy, but like in a dope way. But they show Barry love.
Did it for the people, Johnny G. They asked for Jake Fisher. I got him Jake Fisher. Oh, yeah. Shout out Joe Dumars, by the way. Traded an unprotected pick next year, right?
Did you guys see? I'm okay saying this, but did you see that like almost effective immediately, potentially? All those DraftKings and stuff might be illegal here.
California?
Yeah.
I never got into this stuff. Shout out Rafi. Hit a home run today, right?
Now all of a sudden they can't pitch. Oh, shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. No, seriously, shut the hell up.
Marlins most irrelevant team in the MLB?
I think the Angels are.
The Angels?
All those sorry teams, the Rockies too, I guess.
I'm just trying to come up with a comp for like who's the Arizona Cardinals of the MLB.
Maybe the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I want to do that.
All right, Matt George is going to join us here right around the bottom of the hour. That man's hard at work over at ABC 10. Mitch is retired, so he's just hanging out. 916-909-1320. What's up, Mitch?
How's it going, guys? I threw my name in the lottery, but my name wasn't called. I'm way on the 6'2", so I thought I had a shot.
You're over 6'2", Mitch?
Under. I wish I was
Oh,
over 6'2".
I thought you said you were.
I made my mom when I was a sophomore. I was 5'1", 110 pounds. I made her take me to the doctor. I ran out crying. I wanted to be tall.
Sorry to hear that, Mitch.
man.
Definitely
Back
sounds
in the
like
day,
you've gotten over it, though.
You think? $5 for copay. Those are the days.
Those were the days, Mitch.
Thank you. Thank you.
You got it, buddy. You got it, buddy.
Okay. Hey, what's with the infatuation with 2s and 3s? We need a point guard, which we had 2 good ones, and 4s and 5s. We could have got a big one. You know a guy I wish they had gotten, and I love his last name, and I don't know why Portland traded him to Memphis. Get some tall Yang is his name. Anyway, I'm not good with names. I know that. Coward is his last name. He's got a great last name. He should be a police officer, but he'll make more money in basketball. Coward, and he went up from D3, 2 years Eastern Washington, was going to go to Duke, but he made his right decision going to the pros. He's going to be a good player. You watch him. Why can't we? Again, we don't learn a lesson. But what's giving up our draft assets, especially first round?
And we are out of here.
He said he should have been a cop. What?
Have a good weekend, Mitch. Yeah, I think I needed to save that one.
Jesse hit him with go and take Friday off, Mitch. Go and take Friday
As
off.
he said, he should have been a cop. I was like, all right, we're gonna run this one down.
Yeah.
Oh man, big ups to my guy Mitch.
It's never dull when he calls. I'll say
Never,
that.
never. It's
We always-
always exciting. It's always an adventure.
Said Cowherd though. That's what Malika Andrews called him.
Yeah,
Colin Cowherd.
Called him Colin Coward. That thing Colin Coward posted a picture of him photoshopped in a Blazers jersey. That's great.
Did you see Skip Bayless was showing love for Nique Clifford?
I did.
But that's only because he thought the Thunder got him.
Yeah. Yeah, that tweet made the rounds, or had been making the rounds when I looked this morning.
That guy. Boy, oh boy.
Like, who even goes to Skip Bayless for an opinion on this stuff? Like, I'm not going, yeah, Skip said Nique Clifford's good, man, so we golden.
Is he on TV still or no?
I don't think so.
I got him blocked on Twitter, so I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah,
I think he got. Did he get fired for sexual assault?
I don't think he got fired, but he was thrown in that.
Oh, he was
named
in that
there.
case, but he was already let
gone.
go. Yeah, you're right.
He stinks.
Oh, he's terrible. He's terrible. Absolutely terrible. Well, coverage of the second round begins just about an hour from now here on ESPN 1320. Make sure you're locked in for that. Kings currently slated to draft at 42. Will they actually draft at 42? Well, we'll find out. KC says, hey, maybe move back. KC says, let's go point guard hunting. Mitch says, why are we infatuated with 2s and 3s? We need a point guard. Maybe. Don't know this. Wasn't there. But maybe. Maybe there wasn't a point guard that they liked at that position. From what we've heard, there have been multiple players. I do believe one's a point guard. Matt was all over this story last night, so he'll be able to refresh my memory a little bit from listening to the Locked On Kings podcast earlier. But I think there were 2 or 3 players that they were very, very, very interested in. Mm-hmm. They had a couple of different spots once you got around the 20 mark with teams that they felt comfortable that they could do business with pretty quickly. OKC wound up being one that they felt confident they could get some work done with. Nique Clifford was the player that they like, and that was the deal they chose to execute. So the Kings, after much talking, debating, wondering if Jake Fischer was right or wrong, got into the draft last night and made the pick. It was kind of for a draft that had, what do we say, 10 trades in the final 20 picks. It didn't feel like I don't know. It just kind of felt like I just found myself like almost passively watching it. And it could have been the way we started. Like we had to passively watch the start because we were doing another radio show. Yeah. And I kind of just, when I finally got to like sit down and watch it, of course, it's later in the draft at this point. It's kind of like, all right. And again, trades are happening all over the place. You got players upset that they're going. It just didn't. I don't know. It just kind of felt.
Didn't have the pizzazz.
It did. I don't know why. It didn't.
Not wrong.
Let's bring in Matt George. Matt, I've been singing your praises all day, man. You did a great job on the Locked On Kings podcast last night. You did a great job covering the draft for the Sacramento Kings. Hopefully I don't forget anything I want to ask you because you can provide a whole lot of insight into what happened last night. So let's start here. How did the Kings settle on 24 and Nique Clifford? Because you made it clear they had a couple of players in mind and a couple of spots in line.
Yeah, they came into the draft with a list of names. I know pretty high on that list was Walter Clayton Jr. They had an eye on him. Nique Clifford, of course, was on the list. Asa Newell was also pretty high on that list as well, to where the Kings actually almost made a play for Asa Newell around that 21 spot. They were talking to Washington around that 21 spot to potentially to jump up there to take him. But I think I've heard like a potential of like some kind of medical thing or like a little spook or a little scare. I don't think it's anything too extreme because he got taken 23rd, the pick before the Sacramento Kings. And then they ultimately landed on Nique being there. But yeah, they had a list, and they, like Scott Perry said in his press conference, and I thought Scott was very transparent in his press conference, which was a breath of fresh air. He talked about like there was preliminary conversations. The Kings had talked to multiple teams from Brooklyn to Washington to even potentially Miami to Oklahoma City, even going into the draft, to kind of at least set the understanding or have an idea of what a trade would look like, circumstances, and kind of a baseline or a foundation, so that when there were 5 minutes on the clock and things were happening fast, they could come up with a deal quickly. So it sounded like, I mean, there was already a conversation between Presti and Perry around that 24th pick and what it would look like. And the Kings decided to pounce when they realized Clifford would be there. And they ended up getting a first round pick. And Scott Perry starts his tenure as the general manager, his first player personnel move. He goes out and gets a rookie, which I think is really important for a general manager, to go out and kind of get the first player that they select, right? Like the entire roster as it stands right now is not Scott's roster. Doesn't mean he's getting rid of all of them, but that's not his team. He's inherited them. Nique Clifford is the first player that he has chosen to say, I want that guy on my team. So I think that's an important first step, and you'll learn a lot about a general manager by who they select. And I think we learned a whole heck of a lot about Scott Perry on how he moved into the first round, how he handled last night, which I thought he did a brilliant job.
Matt, did you think going into last night that they were going to get into that first round? I know myself and Damian, we didn't. James Ham was saying, it's a good chance, 80% chance. And throughout the night, I was like, I don't think it's going to happen. But were you always kind of convinced that they were going to eventually find their way back into that first round?
I think the hesitation was, from what I heard, was just the belief that the guys on their list wouldn't be there. And they started dropping really quickly in that late teens range. We started, like we saw Walter Clayton go down. Then we started to see some of these guys that we know are high on the Kings board or on the Kings list start to go pretty quickly in quick succession. I think the Kings felt like that was going to happen. And if they started dropping in those teens range, that was an area that it was going to take more than I think the Kings were comfortable giving up to move up to get, right? So I think the Kings always felt that that 24 or 26, 27 range, because Brooklyn had 2 picks around there, which, by the way, the fact that Brooklyn didn't trade any of their 5 first rounder and they made 5 selections is pretty crazy. Good for Jordy. He's going to have a young basketball team, I suppose. But I think the Kings knew or felt pretty confident that they'd be able to get a deal done in that range. The question was always, will any of the guys that we want be there at that spot? So, like, even if Nique Clifford wasn't the top of their list, they still were not confident or not sure. And we've seen a lot of mock drafts not have Nique there at 24. So I think that was the hesitation, that the Kings weren't just going to move into the first round and move into the first round. That's why Scott Perry didn't make a trade for a first round pick weeks ago or days ago, because why would he? Like, you have more information on draft night. A draft pick is more valuable on draft night than any other time because you have information of who's going. So that's why he decided to pounce. He was patient, but attacked when he felt he could get a pick and get his guy there, and he executed it pretty flawlessly.
Do you think we're in for a boring night tonight? Pretty chalk draft, keep it moving?
Compared to last night, yes. I mean, I've seen the conversations and the possibilities of what if the Kings trade their second round pick, and unless you're adding that as a sweetener to a much bigger deal that doesn't have to happen on draft night, I'm not expecting fireworks. I'm curious who they're going to take, and I don't have as good of an indication as I had last night about guys that are on their list or names that they're high on their board. But this is the range of all the guys that they brought in to Sacramento for pre-draft workouts, right? That's this range. So any of those names that they worked out could go here, or maybe some that they didn't work out. Like, they never worked out Nique Clifford. They had a conversation with him at the draft combine, but that was it. So they can go in any which direction. So I'm more, from the viewership standpoint, for me, I'm going to be monitoring and paying attention to what I pay attention to. But I think tonight's kind of a sit back and see what Scott is looking for and what kind of project or depth he's going to prioritize with that pick if he makes a selection there.
Just speaking of Matt George, what would you like to see the Kings targeted with this 42 pick position, skill level play? Like, who are you looking to guard? Like, I'm point guard hunting. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, point guard is the most obvious weakness on this roster, or I shouldn't say weakness. I should say, like, there's just no depth at the point guard position on this roster. How much are you going to address it with the 42nd, 43rd pick? Like, I don't really look at, like, you have to take a point guard here because you have no point guard depth. To me, it's like, I'm all for the Kings going out and getting another 6'8", 6'9" guy that's kind of like an Isaac Jones, and maybe he turns into something. I don't know. Like, I think the Kings could always just use more athleticism. So go out and try and find like an athlete that impressed you. But I don't think I really have too much of a preference. I would be a bad general manager because I don't value second round picks very highly. I know you can get diamonds in the rough and you can find great guys in the second round, and teams have done that. I don't put a lot of stock in second round picks. I'm more like, okay, when you make a selection, I'm curious about the player and about their journey, but I'm not really name hunting for the second round at this point in time. So I don't have super high of expectations for this pick tonight. Again, it's more curiosity of what direction Scott goes in, and then we'll monitor that pick that more than likely will spend time either in the G League or as a two-way player. That's pretty much the extent, KC, of like how, I guess, dialed in I am to the second round pick for the Kings tonight.
Let's jump into part 2 of the Locked On Kings podcast that you did last night. And you talked a little bit about what the future might look like for this basketball team. And that future might be within the next handful of days. Of course, the future could be as early tonight, but as free agency beginning on Monday, there could be a lot of moving parts over the course of the next couple of days or so. Started last night, the trade to get into the first round, grabbing Nique Clifford, a guy who can play at the 2, a guy who can play at the 3, a pretty versatile player who come off your bench. We speculated he could potentially be a 6-man, 7th man. Drake, you confirmed that. He thinks that's the type of player that he is. That's obviously high praise too. That's a rotational player. That's a really solid player when you're drafted there at 24. But we're starting to get our first glimpse as to what Scott Perry likes in particular players. And I'm wondering, Matt, what that may have told you about the future for some guys on Sacramento right now.
Yeah, I think that's what's important to kind of touch on here is, like I said earlier, this is not Scott Perry's roster. He inherited it. So we're talking from the perspective of a lot of us, we being like myself too. Like I've been very consistent and I was very open, whether it was on this show or on the podcast coming into this offseason, where I thought I would be shocked if DeMar DeRozan were still here. Like I've said that multiple times on the podcast. I thought it made sense for both sides, the Kings and DeMar, to move on. But that's coming from the perspective of someone who has followed this team closely and had last year's context. And Scott Perry is coming in with a fresh mindset. He has his own, of course, opinions and preconceived notions of players and stuff like that. And he's been around the league a long time. But it's about who Scott Perry likes, who Scott Perry values. And from what conversations that I've had, reading the tea leaves of the players that he values, he's been very vocal repeatedly about the character traits of players that he wants to have here in Sacramento. It's starting to become more clear that DeMar DeRozan might not be going anywhere. And in fact, like one of the things I said last night, because this is a mixture of things that I've heard plus kind of common sense, is you brought in another 6'5", 6'6" guy. Nique Clifford is a 2-3. He's not in front, of course, of LaVine, DeRozan, or Malik. He's not in front of Keon, and the Kings have a decision to make about Keon coming up here, but I feel pretty good about what the Kings are going to do there. So in theory, like one of those three that I listed, DeMar, LaVine, and Malik, has to go. And again, I've heard similar rumblings. And if you were to take all contract context off the table, and it is a schoolyard pick, and here you have in front of you DeMar, LaVine, Malik. You can only pick one of them. I think Scott Perry's first choice is DeMar DeRozan at this point. So LaVine, now with the context of the contract, really hard to move right now. I think we know this. So I don't think LaVine's going anywhere. So now it becomes DeMar or Malik. Again, I think Scott Perry would prefer to have DeMar at this point in time. So the possibility of Malik being traded, I think, is definitely increased to potentially even a likelihood over the last few days or week as we start to learn more about who Scott Perry likes and values for this team going forward, whether it's short-term or long-term.
What do you think about Devin Carter? Because his name has been mentioned mostly by us, I guess, but I've seen different trade scenarios where he might be involved. Like, what do you think the Kings are feeling about Devin Carter and continuing to keep him around?
I think Devin Carter was one of the players, maybe the main or only player that the Kings were really making available in move-up trade talks last night. And I think it's fair to assume that there's not much of a market out there for Devin Carter. And guys, I think we also might have overestimated the market for Malik Monk as well. And I've seen the rumors and I've seen the reports and trying to find out as much as I can, as we all are, about this Malik Monk Toronto Raptors, if that makes sense, because Emmanuel Quickley certainly should be someone the Kings are monitoring if they feel that they could get him, or even RJ Barrett to some extent. But I've gotten indications, plus just kind of just understanding where the Kings are at, where other teams are at. And while $18 million felt like a bargain deal for us here in Sacramento, with so many teams dealing with the aprons and fears of the aprons and everything like that, $18 million is not anything to just say, yeah, we can just take that on. I don't know if Malik Monk's market is as prolific as at least I thought it would be coming into this offseason. I figured, and even going back to a handful of weeks ago, I would figure like Malik Monk is one of the not easiest guys for the Kings to move, but someone that the Kings could use for a value trade because he's a good basketball player and he's on a pretty reasonable deal. But the more that we hear, the less it sounds like Malik has a ton of suitors, although anything could change at any given time. Just because he doesn't have a lot of suitors around draft time doesn't mean he won't have more suitors around free agency or even a week into free agency.
Man, I think you know this. A source may have shared with you as well. That market for Malik last year wasn't there. There was one other team. There was one other team. The person didn't tell me the team. I assumed it was Detroit. I come to think about it. It doesn't matter. I assumed it was Detroit, but we thought, oh, it could be Orlando. It could be. Wasn't there.
I also think we need to
use the phrase. I know for a fact Malik used the phrase "money dried up." So it might not have been the market we thought, or it wasn't.
I don't think we should be so liberal with the phrase or term Malik turned down more money to stay here in Sacramento as much as I've seen it used. I'm not saying that is completely untrue, but I don't think there's a narrative out there, and I understand Malik's a fan favorite. I like Malik a lot. Personally, I would not hate at all for Malik Monk to still be a Sacramento King. I think he's an incredible, valuable six man. I think he's one of the best six men in the league. We've seen that. Does he want to still play that position now that he got a taste of starting? I don't know. Doug Christie was pretty vocal about when he took the interim job that Malik came to him and said, whatever you need me to do, I'll do, and handled things the right way. So maybe that's a good indication going forward. But I think a lot of Kings fans have used this idea that Malik chose to stay in Sacramento and turned down multiple different offers out there that would have made him higher paid because he wanted to be the pizza guy and he loved it here in this city. And he loves Sacramento. I believe that wholeheartedly. I don't know how much I'm buying or how much I think it's been overstated. Let's put it that way. I think it's been overstated that he turned down a significant amount of money to remain a Sacramento King.
So I'll ask both of you guys if that Devin Carter market wasn't what they thought. They were just trying to get into the draft, let alone get a player.
Yeah.
And that was kind of iffy. And the Malik Monk market isn't what they thought.
Run it back.
But say, what the hell? What you gonna do?
Yeah.
What you gonna do as far as making moves and moving this roster around? Matt, is it realistic that they may be forced to run it back to a certain degree?
I have been consistent with, and I know D'Lo hates this term, and I'm sorry. I've been pretty consistent with my belief that next season is a gap year. Next season is just what it is. And I think there's kind of a similar belief within this Kings front office right now. That's not that they're just going to punt on next season and next season doesn't matter. Because using this, and we can talk about this too, guys, using this mindset or understanding of what we believe next season to be, Dennis Schroeder makes a lot of sense. So we can go down that road if you guys want to go down that road. But I think there's kind of an understanding or a belief in this front office, as there should be in my mind, that next season is just kind of all right, we'll run not everything back. You're not just going to copy and paste the roster, because I do think Scott will make some moves. I think they're going to be fringe moves. I don't think there's going to be the star hunting, I think, is off the table. I don't think we've seen there's no interest in Trae Young. That was something that I think Sam Amick also kind of reported. The Kings aren't big contract hunting right now. I have zero indication that that's been the case. So I think they look at next season as it is what it is. We'll run out.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Matt.
We're going to run out 1 more year of Zach LaVine's contract. Maybe we make another push for the playoffs via the play-in. We get maybe a better indication of certain aspects of our roster, from Keegan Murray to Keon Ellis to Nique Clifford to any of these guys. And then once you go into next offseason, where Perry has that context, and Levine now only has 1 year left on his deal, and DeMar only has half a season, half partial guaranteed final year of his deal, or even the trade deadline. Guys, there's no reason to believe that Perry won't use DeMar at the trade deadline to trade to a team that maybe feels like they're a go-to scorer away from making a push, right? It makes perfect sense to me that DeMar's value might be higher at the deadline than it is right now, especially with his final year partially guaranteed. So just because the Kings aren't doing anything right now doesn't mean they won't do anything next season. But I genuinely think next season is a gap year, D'Lo. And I think there are people in the front office that kind of feel the same. They have patience on their side. There's not the same win now pressure on the shoulders of Scott Perry as there was with Monte McNair, nor should there be. And the fact that I'm hearing these things and feeling this way actually it makes me feel better, not about next season, but it makes me feel better about this front office, that they're looking around, they're recognizing where the very real position that this roster and this organization is at, and they're not willing to just make a swing for the sake of making a swing to try and turn a mess of very, very talented players into a playoff basketball team in a Western Conference that is just getting better and better and better.
Gross. That's just gross. But I hate that optimistic Matt returned because the Kings might be on a gap year.
Well, hold on, because
did he return?
There's going to be, there are going to be nights where
he found it in 3 months.
Well, I am very happy about what Scott Perry did last night. I was very impressed with Scott last night. I was very impressed. I thought he handled that trade brilliantly. I thought the assets that he gave up, I thought last night was a very strong indication of who Scott Perry is and will be as a general manager. He had the right amount of patience, but also attacked when he felt it was time to attack. Not too much patience, and he didn't jump the gun. I was impressed by that. We don't know how Nique Clifford's going to play out. That judgment is saved for a few years from now. But that was the first indication we got of Scott Perry as a general manager when it came to player personnel moves. And I was very encouraged by that. But that doesn't mean I'm excited about next season. I'm not.
Can I throw a little monkey wrench of sorts at your theory? Can you, if you're not trying to, okay, let me start at the beginning. You don't believe Monte McNair and that front office executed the Zach LaVine trade, correct?
I think there was very heavy ownership influence, but ultimately McNair made the call, I guess.
He made the call but almost under orders to make the call.
That's okay. I think that's pretty well understood.
The Zach LaVine move was a win now move. Everybody agree? Why would that be different today? Because Zach LaVine is still very much on this roster. The roster is the same. Why would that not be the case now?
Because they fell short. Because the win now, they didn't win now. They made it to the play-in again and then got embarrassed on their home floor in the play-in. And I think there was a pretty quick realization around that organization that maybe it wasn't the right move. And then you brought in a general manager that I think we all know pretty well wouldn't have made that move, right? And Perry, this is not his first rodeo, right? He's a seasoned veteran general manager, and the Kings didn't hold a vast interview process. They wanted Perry, and I think Perry's only accepting this job if he has the confidence that he is going to have two things specifically. One, the final say within reason, right? Or ownership still has to sign off on anything that's common around the league. That's not a Vivek thing. That's common around the league. But he's he makes the call. And two, that he has the time to right the ship, right? He has time to clean up the mess. Yeah. So I'm operating with the belief that he has bare minimum those two caveats that any new general manager should realistically have, especially one who is as seasoned as Perry. And I think all of us can feel pretty confident in saying Perry would not have made that move. Now, the Kings will still be competitive next season, in my opinion. Perry, more than likely, will want this team to be as competitive as possible. And if, as constructed, they can be a playoff team, great, fantastic. But I think Perry, like myself and others, looks at this roster and realizes that while short term they might be able to do something that's interesting, long term, you don't look at this roster with any kind of long-term confidence or cohesiveness at this point. You don't. And it's not just because, these players don't work together. It's because one of them's 35, 36 years old in DeMar. One of them is Zach LaVine, who's coming to the end of his contract. Domas just started his new contract, but you're looking at a star who's hesitant to score the basketball. So, I mean, he looks at this roster with common sense the same way you and I do and go, there's not sustainable success here. So the Kings were trying to win now last season. There was a playoff mandate last season. They fell short. A new regime comes in here, looks around and goes, yeah, winning now ain't it with this group. At least those are the tea leaves that I read. And that's me projecting a lot of myself and my opinions and my feelings into it too. This is not all stuff that I'm hearing. This is a lot of just me and my opinions on the situation.
Yeah, you're allowed to have an opinion. It's okay. It's all right. Share your opinion. Someone might just repeat it a few hours later. But go ahead, man.
Verbatim.
I'm just saying it happens.
Oh
Undertaker!
No! The Undertaker!
Who is it? Wait a minute! What the?
For the
Where is he?
audience, the lights just went out like the Undertaker was on his way to get Matt George.
I'm about to get tombstoned by Monty McNair.
Yeah. About to get tombstoned by Kevin John. Yeah, you could take Kevin. It's fine. He's too happy.
The other thing about that, and you kind of laid it out too, Matt, when you talk about like the mandate to win now, I still think the team has a lot of talent. Like if they came back with a lot of the guys that they had from last year, including DeMar DeRozan, I think there's a lot of talent on that roster, man. And last year was just a wild ride, man. I think I'm not saying that's the end all be all. There were things where just people just didn't play well, and maybe there were some chemistry issues, but it was a wild ride last year, and that's got to account for something. That's got to play a factor into something. And they were, a play-in team last year, and I think this year with a little bit more cohesion, if you did come back with those guys, you have a better chance of doing something than you did last year. So they could still, to what Matt was talking about, they can still win games even if they kind of run it back.
So there's a couple things that you said there that I think are really, really important, Casey. First off, you're right. All of us, including ownership, coaching staff, front office, could easily go, okay, what does a full season of LaVine and DeRozan and Domas look like without a star demanding a trade and a coach being fired in December? Now that there's no fear of, we know Doug Christie's going to have the job, right? What does a full season of that look like? Those factors absolutely play a factor. I think I don't think that's enough to go into the season with confidence, but that is certainly a factor. The other thing that you said there, though, Casey, and it actually goes back to one of your earlier questions. You talk about the amount of talent on this roster. Jake Fischer referenced the same thing earlier on your guys' show. There is a ton of talent on this roster, which might play into the majority of it being run back. Why? Because the Kings and Perry are not just going to get rid of it for the sake of getting rid of it. Like, that's how I look at the Malik Monk situation. If Malik Monk doesn't have a great market, and I've heard like rumors of a trade, or a super low ball offer from the Miami Heat, if Malik's market isn't as good as we think it is, even if Perry's not the biggest fan of Malik, bring him back. I don't just trade him for scraps at this point in time. And wait and see. It's the patience thing that I preached with De'Aaron Fox, right? If DeMar DeRozan's market right now, if you really like DeMar DeRozan, which I very much believe Scott Perry likes DeMar DeRozan, I think Scott Perry likes Domantas Sabonis a lot too. But if Scott Perry, one, really likes DeMar, and two, he doesn't feel like he could get what DeMar is valued for right now. Like he's not willing to play Pat Riley's game with Miami or whatever, or they can't get Kuminga from the Warriors or whatever. Then wait till the trade deadline and reevaluate not just where you're at, but where every other team in the league is at, especially a team in the Eastern Conference that's looking at the conference is wide freaking open right now because 3 stars in the East all went down with the same injury and are going to be out the entire year, right? That context matters. Patience is a card that I feel Scott Perry has now that Monty didn't have last season because Monty overplayed the patience card the 2 seasons before that, if that makes sense. So you have all this talent. Sure, you don't want all of it on your roster, or you don't look at all of this talent as the core of my team going forward. But I'm not just going to dump Malik Monk or dump DeMar DeRozan and give an asset away for scraps because the Kings are too talented to do that. It's a weird spot to be in, but it's a spot where patience, I think, is more important.
All right. Man, Matt George.
Cooking.
He is, man. You got to stay, well, I guess pun intended. Got to stay locked in. Stay locked on. Matt George is shooting something. I'm not sure.
No, it's like my zinger, like the product. I don't know. I is it cool? It wasn't cool. I'm sorry.
No. Oh my God. No, that was not. Did you think that was cool?
No. I called Nique Clifford my guy last night after Jake Gadon called Nique Clifford my guy, and I felt like an idiot. I said it, and like, thank God the Zoom of Nique Clifford is only focused on him, because if it were me, you would see my face like physically cringe when I said it. Like I was like, oh, then my guy. I was like, oh God. So anyway, that's how I'm doing.
Oh, Matt, I love you, buddy. Let's just get out of here and let Matt. Well, you can't get rest, man. We got another round to cover tonight.
That's right.
Great stuff, Matt George. You're killing it over on Locked On Kings and, of course, ABC 10. Coverage of the second round of the NBA draft begins in just about 30 minutes. And, of course, we'll recap it all beginning tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. on the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Scott Perry. Oh, boy.
All right, y'all. Great stuff, Matt. We're going to end the stream. We got to run, man. We love you guys. Hopefully we have a good night tonight, but we'll definitely be here to talk about it all tomorrow. Please hit the thumbs up before you go. Love seeing everybody in the YouTube chat. Subscribe, YouTube, all of that, or subscribe and thumbs up. And we'll see you tomorrow.